The youth stared at Ning, his eyes filled with hope. It was destroyed, Ning replied. Even if it wasn't destroyed, the 36 stone steels had been split up. Given how long this one had been within the 3 realms, there was likely no way the Pangea Chaos Kingdom would ever find it again. Destroyed? Destroyed. But how? Princess Master Eno. The youth finally broke down. He had resolutely stood firm for 3 full chaos cycles because of that unyielding desire in his heart. 3 full chaos cycles. There had been many true gods who had felt despair due to solitude and killed themselves. But he, a mere celestial immortal, had been able to persevere for so many years. It was your people. You wiped out our Pangea Chaos Kingdom. You destroyed everything. Took everything from me. Eno. The youth went crazy. Go da. Hundreds of streaks of light suddenly exploded forth from the youth's body. The streaks of light swirled around him, and then an enormous jade-green sword shadow suddenly appeared, chopping down towards Ning. Ning had been fairly calm because all of this was as he had expected, and the person before him was merely a celestial immortal. Upon seeing the attack, however, Ning was truly stunned. The enormous jade-green sword shadow carried so much power that his heart clenched. This wasn't an attack which celestial immortals were capable of. In fact, not even every pure young true immortal was as powerful as this. Impossible! Star-seizing hand. Ning didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately executed the star-seizing hand ability. Whoosh! An enormous palm, glowing with blurry light, smashed downwards towards the giant jade-green sword shadow. Boom! The two collided. Shock waves spread outwards from the collision, causing the earth to tremble and crack. Ning couldn't help but be knocked several steps backwards by the collision. As for the youth, he still stood there, eyes completely bloodshot as he stared crazily at Ning. How can this be? You are merely a celestial immortal. How can you be this powerful? This is impossible. Ning was completely stunned. This outcome had completely turned his world upside down. After using the star-seizing hand, he could be considered a supreme Empyrean god. Why, then, was he put at a disadvantage when colliding against that sword? Die, die, die. Go die! The youth had gone completely mad. It seems I'll have to suppress him in order to understand what is going on. Ning unleashed his full power. Star-seizing hand. The same technique, the star-seizing hand, but this time, Ning's powerful 4th stage heart force was completely activated at full power. The power of the star-seizing hand instantly increased once more. Most likely, it was comparable to a full-strength arrow from the divine archers of the 3 realms. Rumble. The enormous palm smashed downwards with unearthly powerful. It was markedly and visibly far more powerful than before. When the celestial immortal's enormous jade-green sword shadow chopped against it, there was a sudden explosion, followed by the sword shadow instantly breaking apart. The giant palm, however, continued to chop downwards. The Youth wanted to dodge, but the giant palm made a sudden grabbing motion. Whoosh! It seized the youth, capturing the youth within itself. 4th stage heart force? The youth stared at Ning, laughing like a madman, his laughter tinged with desolate grief. So what if your heart force is at the 4th stage? You are such a weak true immortal. Speak. How could a celestial immortal like you be so powerful? Ning stared at him. Ahahaha. I'm not powerful, you are just puny. The youth stared at Ning. I would never have thought that the Pangea Chaos world would be destroyed, and that this prison world would end up in the hands of someone as weak as you. Answer me. Ning's giant palm clenched around the youth as he said coldly. How can a celestial immortal be as strong as you? Why did you say I am weak? It's too late, too late. Even if you found out, it's still too late. The youth truly seemed gripped by madness as he giggled. But I still refuse to tell you. Not gonna tell you. Ahahaha. Ning frowned. He could sense that this youth truly seemed to have gone crazy. If you tell me, not only will I spare you, I can give you what you want, Ning said. What I want? I want to go back to the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. I want to leave this place. I want to see the princess. I want to see Master. Can you do these things? Can you accomplish even one of them? The youth stared at Ning, madness apparent in his eyes. Someone as weak as you couldn't possibly accomplish any of them. You can't do it. Ning was stunned. He didn't even know where the Pangea Chaos Kingdom was. As for letting the man leave, he didn't have the ability to do so. It's true that I can't do it, Ning said. However, I can make it so that your life is a bit more comfortable. I can let things be more pleasant for you. Ahahaha. Comfortable. Ahahaha. It's over, all over. Master, Princess. I've waited bitterly for 3 full chaos cycles. But this is the result? This is my destiny? Ahahaha. The insane youth couldn't stop laughing. Master, Princess. Goodhill is on his way now. Boom. The youth in Ning's giant palm suddenly blew apart, his soul completely shattering. Suicide. Ning shook his head. The man had stewed here for 3 full chaos cycles by himself. It would indeed be hard to persuade such a person with just a few simple words. Ning stood there, staring at a large pile of items. These were the relics which the young prisoner had left behind. I hope I can find something that will tell me about the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, something that can explain why the youth was so powerful. Ning carefully looked through the items. The first things he noticed were those jade-green flying swords. He saw a total of 360 of them, each of them emanating an invisible aura of sword intent. But Ning was instantly stunned as he inspected them more carefully. Top-grade pure yang flying swords? All of them are top-grade, and there are 360 of them. Ning knew very well that the youth had controlled these 360 pure yang flying swords to form that jade-green swordlight to fight earlier. How could he, a celestial immortal, possibly be able to simultaneously control so many top-grade pure yang swords? It was extremely hard to control such powerful treasures. Even most true immortals would be unable to control so many top-grade pure yang swords. And inside this, Ning instantly began to bind some of the storage treasures and investigate their contents. He began to discover one item after another. The deceased Goodhill could be considered a core member of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. Otherwise, as a celestial immortal, there was no way he would even be qualified to be imprisoned here. He would have simply been executed, rather than locked in here for countless years. Clearly, the king of Pangea had certain concerns of his own. Most likely, he didn't want to so directly offend the school behind Goodhill. And so, Goodhill naturally had quite a few treasures. He actually has a second set of 360. Ning was shocked and delighted. Aside from the first set of 360 jade-green immortal swords, there was also a second set of 360 fiery red immortal swords. Both sets were of top-grade pure yang swords. These 2 sets, combined, were better than any of the pure yang treasure sets which Daoist 3 Lives had left behind. But of course, they were still far from being a match for the 3,600 gold star beads, which were supreme protocosmic spirit treasures. Every single bead was more valuable than a top-grade pure yang sword, and there were 3,600 of them. That set was something which Daoist 3 purities had acquired. For a celestial immortal to have so many treasures, his wealth is far more staggering than that of the vast majority of the true immortals of our 3 realms. Most likely, only supreme Empyrean gods and true immortals like me or Patriarch Lu would be able to compare to him. Ning mused to himself. He continued to carefully inspect the other items. Most of the treasures being carried by the youth were pure yang treasures. All the items were on the pure yang level. It was as though to this youth, pure yang treasures were just common items. However, the strange thing was, the youth didn't have so much as a single protocosmic spirit treasure on him. It must be understood that even people like the Xia Emperor had multiple protocosmic spirit treasures. He destroyed all his spirit pills and immortal herbs? Ning looked at some shattered bits and pieces of items, then shook his head. Before dying, the youth had destroyed everything he could. However, he had been unable to destroy the pure yang artifacts, and so Ning had acquired them. He really didn't want to leave anything nice for me at all. Still, in the end these immortal swords became mine. 2 sets of flying swords, 360 in each set. Ning sighed to himself. What Ning didn't know was that one of the 2 sets was the set which Goodhill normally used, while the other set was a backup set. Aside from the weapons, the other treasures were quite ordinary. For example, the treasures meant for fleeing were all merely at the pure yang level. They were far from being a match for the likes of the Voidboat. After going through Goodhill's possessions, Ning was unable to find a single cultivation technique or any records of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. It makes sense. Generally speaking, techniques are directly transmitted into the mind. Secret manuals are rarely carried around. Ning nodded. After he had learned techniques from the Black-White College and the Tri-Star Crescent abode of Mount Innerheart, he had either put the secret manuals back where they belonged or destroyed them. There was no way he would just carry them around with him. This was why it was virtually impossible to acquire techniques like the 8-9 arcane art, the full, crimson-bright diagram of the 9 heavens, or Hoi's archery through killing enemies. Ning, for example, simply wouldn't be carrying those techniques on him. He had memorized them all within his mind. Right. All that aside, celestial immortals and even Empyrean gods probably have low status within the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. There's no way they would be allowed to carry complete techniques around. And generally, when a master teaches an art, various soloths will be employed as well. Ning mused to himself. The more important a technique was, the more a school would work to ensure it wouldn't be leaked out. In fact, even soul scouring usually wouldn't be effective in acquiring a complete technique. Still, things might be different for someone with high status. High-status individuals might have the ability to acquire some special techniques, including ones that can be taught to those who are of a different school. Ning mused to himself. In the 3 realms, true gods and Tao Fathers could choose to teach some techniques to outsiders, if they so desired. In the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, the Elder Gods and Tao Fathers could probably do the same. Earlier, when I used my heart force to scan the region, I found an Elder God and a Tao Father. Ning nodded slowly. The Elder God should be more powerful, and he looks like a wild dog. Perhaps it'll be easier to persuade him. Right now, Ning desperately wanted to know why a celestial immortal could be so powerful. After Ning left Goodhill's prison cell, he sat back into his voidboat and flew towards the Elder God that looked like a wild dog. In truth, pure yang treasures were now of limited benefit to Ning, and they were also useless to Tao Fathers and True Gods. Tao Fathers and True Gods generally used protocosmic spirit treasures or chaos treasures. Ning's most powerful treasure set right now was the star gold beads of the heavens. But these 2 top-grade pure yang swords could be used in setting up the Greater Thousand Swords formation. If he gave it to his primal twin would also have a powerful treasure to use. The void boat carefully flew forward, avoiding the many prison cells in the region. Divine runes continued to flow densely through the dark skies of the world. Their power and aura made it so that Ning's flying speed was much slower here than it was in the 3 realms. After flying for more than 3 days, he finally arrived at the location where the wild dog Elder God was located. Senior. Ning stood outside the formation, but sent a strand of his divine power inside of it in the form of a clone. The clone carried a wooden platter with it, covered with 2 flagons of wine and fine delicacies. A fragrance of saliva-inducing meat wafted out from the plate. Senior, Ning's clone called out, carrying the platter forward into the formation towards the direction of the wild dog Elder God. Even though they were hundreds of kilometers apart, Ning's clone could still see the distant form of the utterly emaciated wild dog lying on the ground. He immediately grew even more courteous and respectful. His heart force had shown him how formidable this seemingly unremarkable wild dog was. It had been able to devour even the invisible, formless power of heart force. How could Ning possibly be a match for it? Senior, this junior is the newly arrived overseer. There's something I would ask of you, Senior, Ning's clone said. Sniff, sniff. The wild dog's nostrils flared a few times, and then its eyes opened, revealing a pair of ancient-looking dark yellow pupils. It opened its mouth. Rumble. Everything within 1,000 kilometers began to change. The platter which Ning's clone was holding actually flew into the air and towards that mouth. The fine wine and delicacies on the platter flew with a special speed. Ning's clone was completely unable to resist this power. What a formidable divine ability! As the wine and food reached the wild dog's mouth, they began to shrink in size, then flew straight into it. Even Ning's clone was about to be sucked in. "Senior, Senior," Ning's clone called out repeatedly, but the wild dog completely ignored him. Whoosh! Ning's clone could sense that he was shrinking in size, while the wild dog before him was growing larger and larger, seemingly as large as the heavens themselves. It flew helplessly into the mouth of the wild dog, then dispersed. Outside the formation. Thank goodness I only sent a clone. All I lost was a bit of my divine power. Ning stood outside the formation, calling out, "Senior, there's something I need to ask of you." But the wild dog, a few hundred kilometers away, just continued to lie there as though he was asleep. "And of course, if there is anything you need, Senior, I'll do my best to satisfy you," Ning said. "Lucky kid. Are you able to release me? Let me out of here." Finally, an ancient voice rang out by Ning's ears. The eyelids of the distant wild dog lifted upwards as he glanced at Ning. Ning immediately asked, "Might I ask, what do I need to do to release you?" "There are two methods," the ancient voice said. "The first method is to have an elder god or an ancestral immortal with a talisman of command from the king of Pangaea come here. Then activate the talisman to unlock the prison chains. At that point, you as the overseer can bring me out of this prison world, and I will regain my freedom. The second method is to have a mighty individual who has reached the world level to forcibly shatter these shackles." World class. Ning was stunned. "What's the world level?" The wild dog glanced at Ning, a hint of disappointment in its eyes. Still, it answered Ning's question. "They are the ones who have ascended beyond the elder gods and ancestral immortals. You look as though you live in a chaos world. You should have heard rumors that your chaos world was originally formed from the primordial chaos by a mighty Fiendgod." "Yes." "Yes." Ning nodded. "Those who are capable of creating a chaos world are at the world level of power. However, those Fiendgods who are born from the primordial chaos at the world level will all perish upon creating their chaos world. They were born for the sole purpose of establishing a world, and there is no way for them to continue living afterwards. As for other gods or immortals who manage to train to the world level after countless years and experiences, they are even more powerful than those Fiendgods who were born at the world level. Those individuals are capable of destroying these shackles outright. In fact, given enough time, they are even capable of destroying this entire prison world." Ning now understood. Pangu. The world level was Pangu's level. Mother Nuwa had reached Pangu's level as well. No wonder Mother Nuwa had been able to effortlessly dominate the Lord of all things as soon as she broke through to Pangu's level. The Lord of all things had been powerful, and the seamless chaos world had been quite formidable, but Mother Nuwa had immediately slaughtered the Lord of all things, then frightened the Lord of the demon heart into merging himself into the heavenly Daos. As for the Lord of all fiends, his escaping abilities were quite impressive. He had been able to escape while bringing along many of the shattered remnants of the Seamless Gate's forces. They had hidden themselves in the primordial chaos, not daring to return until Mother Nuwa left the three realms. Once anyone reached her level, they would be able to effortlessly dominate all comers. The difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. So above the elder god and ancestral immortals are the world-class experts. Then what level has the king of Pangaea reached? Ning asked. He's also a world-class expert. The wild dog looked towards Ning. However, he's an extremely powerful world-class expert. The Pangaea Chaos Kingdom has a total of 3 world-class experts, which is why it is so powerful. You must understand that it is very, very rare for a chaos world to give birth to even a single world-class expert. Ning nodded. The seamless chaos world, for instance, hadn't produced a single one. As for the Pangu chaos world, only Mother Nuwa had reached that level. Apparently, this was a level of tremendous power, even within the endless primordial chaos. Your master, your elders, are any of the experts you know at the world class? The wild dog looked at Ning. They can be world gods of the Fiendgod path or chaos immortals of the immortal cultivation path. So long as they have reached the world class, they can forcibly break apart these shackles. I know of one. Ning nodded. Truly. The wild dog's eyes lit up with eagerness. Given his incredible level of power, he was completely capable of telling if Ning was telling the truth or not. However, I haven't personally met this person yet. Ning looked back at the wild dog. I can sense that you aren't lying to me. The wild dog's attitude instantly became noticeably better. Previously, he had been rather indifferent towards Ning, because his experience was that it was incredibly rare for a world-class expert to appear within the primordial chaos. However, now that he knew that Ning's side had a world-class expert behind it, and given that he himself knew that Ning's side wasn't an enemy, suddenly, he saw the light of hope. Freedom. He desperately craved it. The many prisoners jailed here all craved their freedom. Senior, tell me more about these world-class experts. My master has met that mighty individual before, but I have not. I know nothing about them. Please tell me a bit more, Senior, Ning said. And indeed, Subhuti had met Nuwa before. Ning was telling the truth. Your master met this person? The wild dog's attitude became even better. The paths of cultivation are divided into three. The first path is the Fiendgod path. The primordial chaos will give birth to some living creatures that will title themselves gods, and they will subconsciously choose to call their enemies fiends. The Fiendgod cultivation path is generally created by these fiendgods who were born from the primordial chaos, which is why it is named that. The second path is the key refining path, which allows ordinary commoners born from the mortal dust to constantly improve themselves and break through to higher levels. Finally, there is the invisible, formless path of the heart. These three paths are the three major paths of cultivation. The Fiendgod path can be divided in the mortal, Empyrean God, True God, Elder God, and World God levels. Supposedly, there are even higher levels of power in the primordial chaos, as well as figures who are even more powerful than the King of Pangaea. However, in my 16 chaos cycles of life, I've never encountered such a powerful figure. The key refining path can be divided into the mortal, celestial immorta, true immortal, ancestral immortal, and chaos immortal levels. As for the path of the heart, even I do not understand it. The wild dog continued. The core of any key refiner lies in the Jindan golden pellet within the body. This is their heart, which contains all of their ineffable might. At the world class, however, the cultivator shall completely destroy the Jindan region, letting it return to the primordial chaos it sprang from. When that happens, a chaos world will emerge within the Jindan. Ning was surprised. The region within the Jindan was extremely vast. All of Ning's magic treasures were placed within it, as was his sea of immortal energy. To destroy it all and let it return to the primordial chaos, then give birth to a chaos world? When that happens, the chaos immortal shall have a chaos world located inside his very body. Naturally, his power will be utterly indomitable, the wild god said. As for the Daos which young fellows like you inside the chaos world train in, these Daos are nothing more than the rules by which the chaos world operates. The natural energy of heaven and earth, which you cultivate, is the energy of the chaos world itself. All you are doing is temporarily borrowing it for your own use. However, to reach the world level, you'll have to establish a chaos world of your own, inside your body. Although the chaos world within your Jindan wouldn't be as vast as a real chaos world in the outside world, you will be the ruler and absolute master of it. Naturally, your power will become enormous. It would be very easy for you to destroy an actual chaos world. Ning nodded. Mother Nuwa did indeed have the power to destroy the three realms. Because immortal cultivators at the world level have established a world region of primordial chaos within their Jindans, they are known as chaos immortals. As for fiendgods, their path involves continually increasing the power of their divine bodies. With each improvement in their body, their power will increase greatly. World gods possess almost limitless power, and they are capable of establishing chaos worlds of their own. Thus, they are referred to as world gods. These two paths are equal in power, the wild dog said. Equal? Ning was suddenly startled. Senior, are you saying that Empyrean gods and celestial immortals should be equals? True gods and true immortals should be equals? Elder gods and ancestral immortals are equals. Of course, although these are two different paths of cultivation, the two paths are indeed equal in power. The wild dog nodded. Ning was stunned. How could the two paths be equal? True gods were clearly comparable in power to Tao Fathers, while Empyrean gods were on the same level as true immortals. The key refining path is a path that has been slowly developed and tested over countless years. A path that allows ordinary mortals to cultivate and rise in power. Thus, there are many different methods of key refining. The wild dog stared at the distant Ning. However, there are three primary methods through which a person can overcome the celestial tribulation and become a celestial immortal. These three different methods will result in jindans of different qualities. As for you, you've trained the worst method. The wild dog shook his head. Your jindan is incredibly puny. Even though you are now a true immortal, powerful Empyrean gods and celestial immortals are probably on par with you. Right. Earlier I fought against a celestial immortal in here. We were indeed on par with each other, Ning immediately said. The wild dog shook his head. The key refining path you people train in is too weak. If your world had a chaos immortal within it, things wouldn't be this bad. I believe the person on your side who broke through to the world level had to have made the breakthrough as a Fiendgod cultivator. This person must be a world god. Ning didn't deny it. Nuwa had followed in Pangu's path. She had indeed walked the Fiendgod path. There are three different paths for key refiners. Breaking through to become a celestial immortal is the most important checkpoint in all of cultivation. The jindan formed during the breakthrough will determine the power and potential the cultivator will have in the future, the wild dog said. The weakest type of jindan is formed when the cultivator has to laboriously draw in the natural energy, condensing it into a jindan. A higher level method is to rely on many precious treasures in forming the jindan, guiding the essence of those treasures to come together through your own personal power. These jindans are much more powerful. The best method of all is a method which imitates the birth of fiendgods from the primordial chaos. The bodies of those fiendgods are formed from the power of chaos itself. To create the most supreme of celestial immortal jindans, you have to use an entire vast world as your furnace. This world needs to be extremely large, at least on par with this prison world. What you need to do is to summon all the limitless power of that vast world, then condense it into a jindan. This is the best possible jindan, and it will contain tremendous power of incredible purity. Of the three methods, the best method is to use the energy of an entire world in order to cultivate the jindan. The second method is to rely on precious items to help you increase your power. The third method primarily relies on you relying on your own power to draw more in. But of course, there are advantages and disadvantages to everything. The best method requires you to use an entire vast world as your furnace, which is only possible with the assistance of a chaos immortal. In addition, when undergoing your tribulation, the power of the celestial tribulation will be a bit more powerful than even an Empyrean tribulation. The wild dog looked at Ning. In the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, only a very small percentage of the core members are capable of using the best method to produce a jindan. As for you, it's too late. You are already a true immortal. Your path is set. There's no way to change it. The wild dog shook his head. My path is set? Ji Ning refused to accept this. He immediately asked, I'm a true immortal right now. My jindan is still fairly weak. Is there really no way to upgrade it by even a single tier? According to the cultivation techniques of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, true immortals and true gods should be on the same level of power. That meant he would be equivalent to a Tao Father in the three realms. It's useless. Your jindan is already formed. No matter how much you struggle, your path is already set. The wild dog's dark yellow eyes stared at Ning. You have the weakest type of jindan possible. Even though you are a true immortal, some of the most powerful celestial immortals will be stronger than you. Even if you become an ancestral immortal, top-tier true immortals will be comparable to you in strength. You will always be a step behind them. Ning gritted his teeth. In the three realms, things were different. True immortals were comparable to Empyrean gods, while Tao Fathers were comparable to true gods. But the heavens always leave behind at least a sliver of a chance. There has to be some way, Ning said. Oh, technically there is, the wild dog said. However, the Jindan is formed after the tribulation. To upgrade it later, this will be far, far more difficult than even the celestial tribulation itself. What method? Ning immediately asked. Special treasures from the primordial chaos, the wild dog said. The primordial chaos has given birth to many marvelous things. Certain treasures, when mixed together, can allow the Jindan to be upgraded in quality. However, very few know this method for upgrading the Jindan, and even fewer are able to locate these incredibly rare chaos ingredients. It'll be almost impossible for you to upgrade your Jindan. And, even if you do manage to scrounge up the necessary chaos ingredients as well as the upgrade method, you'll at most be able to upgrade your Jindan to the second tier. That's the absolute limit, the wild dog said. The second tier? Ning's eyes lit up. The first tier is the tier where true immortals become equal to true gods. The second tier will only allow for true immortals to be comparable to the weakest of true gods. As for the third tier, your tier, any true god would completely massacre you, the wild dog said. Ning said delightedly, the second tier is perfectly fine. To have a foundation comparable to that of a weak true god was enough. Perfectly fine? First of all, very few know the Jindan upgrade method. To acquire the necessary chaos ingredients is even more difficult. The wild dog looked at Ning. Senior, I wonder if? Ning eagerly awaited the response. I do indeed know a method for upgrading the Jindan. The wild dog shook his head. However, I couldn't possibly teach it to you for no reason at all. But of course, if you were able to bring that world-level expert here, I would immediately teach you the Jindan upgrade method. Ning hurriedly said, Senior, the stronger I am, the higher my status will be. Only then will I have a chance of meeting that individual. I've said everything I need to say. Bring the world-level expert here. If that person doesn't come, then you can forget about bringing anyone else, such as your elder gods and ancestral immortals. There's no point in them coming. The wild dog closed his eyes. Senior. Senior. Ning repeatedly called out to the wild dog for a long period of time, but the wild dog completely ignored him, acting as though he was asleep. Ning understood. The wild dog wasn't going to act without an incentive. As the saying went, you don't release the hunting hawk until you've seen the hare. The only reason this ancient elder god was even willing to tell Ning so much was because of Mother Nuwa's existence. The elder god, however, wasn't willing to actually help out Ning at all, unless he was given an incentive to do so. Half a day later. Senior. Ning's clone once more was carrying a wooden platter of food and wine, but this time he was walking towards the filthy-looking old man. Only now did Ning understand that in the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, Tao Fathers and Elder Gods were considered to be on the same level. This filthy-looking elder was equal to the wild dog in power, and most importantly of all, he walked the key refiner path. Ning naturally felt tremendous hope. Thanks to his experiences in conversing with the Elder God, Ning was very careful in his actions. The filthy-looking old man also wanted to leave this place, and he was also capable of telling that Ning was not lying to him. Thus, he told Ning many things. This old man also knew a method for upgrading the Jindan, and he even had 2 of the chaos ingredients needed to carry it out, although he didn't have all of them. However, he wasn't willing to give Ning anything at all. Senior, would you like for some fine wine or delicacies? Senior, do you need any slaves or servants? Some people to accompany you, serve you, and amuse you. Ning knew that there was no way to force it out of him, and so he tried a softer tactic. Kid, stop wasting your energy. I have an estate treasure with me, and inside the estate are a large number of servants and slaves. All sorts of wonderful wine and food are inside the estate, just waiting for when I feel hungry. The filthy-looking old man gave Ning a glance. I'm an ancestral immortal. I'm capable of drawing on the power of primordial chaos to replenish the energy of my treasures. Although this prison world has set up a grand formation to harvest chaos nectar, I'm still able to pull in enough energy to keep myself and my estate treasure in perfect shape. Ning was speechless. The man was carrying servants and slaves with him? Don't bother with any other tricks. None of them are able to beguile an elder god or an ancestral immortal. I'll only be willing to help you once you bring that world-level expert over and release me from my captivity, the filthy-looking old man said. And then he shut his eyes as well, paying no more attention to Ning. They really respond to nothing whatsoever. He's just like the wild dog. He won't act without an incentive. Ning sat there on his void boat, grinding his teeth in a very discontented fashion. If I was able to meet with Mother Nuwa, why would I be here? If Mother Nuwa was around, the Seamless Gate wouldn't dare to cause trouble. In fact, the Lord of all Fiends and his Seamless Gate army wouldn't even have dared to return from the primordial chaos. Ugh! This prison world had imprisoned quite a few Tao Fathers and Elder Gods. All of them were shockingly powerful, but none of them were able to do anything to their shackles. Only if their power increased to Pangu's level, the world level, would they be able to forcibly shatter them. What should I do? These experts at the Tao Father or Elder God level all have some degree of insight into the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. All of them are able to withdraw energy from the primordial chaos. Ning pondered on what to do. The celestial immortals present here all had to rely on consuming spirit pills to stay alive, but the Tao Fathers did not. The filthy-looking old man, for example, was able to sustain even his estate treasure. Most likely, every single Elder God and Ancestral Immortal was still at peak combat power. The reason the King of Pangaea keeps overseers in his prison worlds is to keep a watch on them. Once an overseer sees that an Elder God or Ancestral Immortal is breaking through to the world level and shattering the manacles, the overseer is to immediately notify the king. Ning understood this. Not even the King of Pangaea was able to prevent these Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals from meditating on the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. The heavenly Tao of primordial chaos was everywhere, after all. But of course, becoming a world-level expert was far too difficult. Generally speaking, those capable of succeeding would do so within a single chaos cycle. Mother Nuwa, for example, had done so long ago. In truth, these Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals who had already been alive for multiple chaos cycles had almost no chance of succeeding. However, they were very long-lived and very powerful. Even if Ning asked his master Subhuti to come here to help out, Subhuti would have no chance of breaking the manacles. And if Subhuti attempted to kill these people to steal their treasures, he might end up suffering a backlash from it. I should take things slow. If things look grim for us when the end war begins to approach, I'll tell Master and the others about this prison world. Ning wasn't a completely selfless person. This prison world was equivalent to an enormous treasury. It was up to him to figure out a method to unlock it and access the treasures within. The treasures and techniques these Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals possessed were all definitely extraordinary. However, for now Ning had no ways to access any of them. Even if he summoned Subhuti, Taoist Three Purities, Tathagata, Swearin, and the others to join forces, they would still be taking on an enormous risk. Once these ancient prisoners began to go berserk, there was no way for Ning to assess exactly how powerful these prisoners. He was, however, certain of one thing. The Pangaea Chaos Kingdom was far more powerful than the Three Realms. Ning rode the void boat at high speed for more than 4 hours before lowering it to the ground. He slowly walked forward across the desolate landscape. More than 1,000 kilometers from him was a woman, seated in the lotus position. HRM, the woman's eyelids twitched, then slowly opened. Finally, a living being approaches. The woman's eyes lit up. She was far too lonely. It was hard for her to even stay alive here, much less sustain an estate treasure. Generally speaking, only the Tao Father and Elder God prisoners within this prison world were able to waste energy on such a thing. It's been a long time since I've seen an overseer. The woman looked at the distant Ning, but upon seeing him, her face instantly changed. A true immortal? He's clearly a true immortal, but such a weak true immortal? The overseers of Pangaea are all core members of the kingdom. Any true immortal overseer should be a supreme, top-tier true immortal. Suddenly, a thought entered the woman's mind. She instantly felt completely stunned. The white-robed youth walked over, then said in a calm voice, "As you suspected, the Chaos Kingdom of Pangaea has been wiped out. You only have two paths before you: to serve me or to die." The seated woman didn't panic at all. Instead, she began to laugh loudly as she rose to her feet. As she did, her formerly emaciated figure began to transform. She became full-figured, and her skin became soft and tender. In the time it took for her to rise to her feet, she transformed from a starving beggar to a truly peerless beauty. "Lilysoft greets you, true immortal." The woman smiled merrily. "It's been a long time since I've seen an outsider, and 3 chaos cycles since I've seen an overseer. I truly feel delighted by your appearance. Most delightful of all is the news that Pangaea has actually been wiped out." "Wonderful. Ahaha, wonderful." Ning stared at the woman. She wasn't gonna panic at all? "Might Lilysoft learn your name or sobriquet, true immortal?" the woman asked. "Dark North." Ning looked at her. "Dark North." The woman nodded slowly. "If you are able to release me, true immortal, I will submit to you. I'd even be willing to become your servant." "I'm unable to release you," Ning said. The woman was slightly startled, but she then nodded. "Right. It is too difficult to open these shackles. Only a chaos immortal or a world god can open these shackles without a talisman of command from the king of Pangaea. However, true immortal, I don't wish to die. Thus, I'm willing to submit to you. I would like to ask, however, that you not place a soul imprint upon my soul." Ning actually chuckled. "You agreed quite quickly. When the Chaos Kingdom of Pangaea existed, the king of Pangaea wouldn't kill me, as he had to worry about other factions and factors. Now that it is destroyed, however, in your eyes, true immortal, all of us are nothing more than alien prisoners. In a case like this, the only outcomes are either death or servitude. I don't want to die, so I have to serve," the woman said with a smile. Ning nodded. This was much like how things were in the mortal world. Humans and monsters were born enemies. Humans would kill wild beasts and cook them, while wild beasts would attempt to eat humans when possible. Of course, powerful immortal cultivators and dire monsters wouldn't fight that much against each other. In the eyes of those of the 3 realms, no mercy at all could be shown to any alien outsiders. If they released one, that person might return with other alien outsiders and wipe out the entire 3 realms. Thus, all of them had to die, unless they could be forced to pledge fealty. The soul imprint? The woman looked at Ning. A soul imprint would have a slight impact on her ability to comprehend the Tao, making it even harder for her to progress on her immortal path. There's no need for a soul imprint. Ning shook his head. However, I am going to use a soul scour technique on you. You are not to resist. Since there was nowhere for these people to go, there really was no need for him to soul imprint them. Soul scour? The woman hesitated for a moment. This was equivalent to revealing everything about herself to this man. If you are unwilling to comply, then you are of no use to me, Ning said. The woman gritted her teeth. Fine. Lilysoft will comply, true immortal. Although the true immortal in front of her was of the weakest tier. If they ended up actually fighting, even if the true immortal was unable to kill her, he would be able to force her to use up her immortal energy. Once it was all used up, she'd be finished. By contrast, the true immortal in front of her was the overseer. His own energy would be constantly replenished from the side world. Excellent. Ning nodded. Ning felt no pity at all for these alien outsiders from the primordial chaos. For the sake of his own race, for the sake of his wife and daughter, Ning would show them no mercy, no matter how many he had to kill. Ning walked into the cell. Lilysoft shut her eyes. She sighed to herself. I used an innate beauty spell, but it had no effect on him at all. Alas, just now, she had used up her immortal energy to restore her appearance, then cast an innate beauty spell that enhanced her natural charm. This sort of natural, innate charm and beauty was even more effective than ordinary, coarse charm spells. But alas, Ning's heart force was shockingly powerful, having reached the 4th level. It wasn't something which the beauty of a celestial immortal like her could possibly shake. In truth, Ning hadn't even noticed that this woman had cast a spell. All he had felt was that this woman truly was surpassingly beautiful. However, ever since he had sent his wife, Yu Wei, into the infinity hells to him, external beauty was nothing more than rouge applied to a skeleton. Ning reached out, placing his hand upon the top of Lilisoft's head, immediately using a soul-scouring technique. Within her body was a dazzling, enormous golden jindan. Above the jindan there were images of heaven, earth, mountains, rivers, and other things. The aura of the jindan was incredibly powerful. First-tier jindans truly are formidable. She clearly is just a celestial immortal, but her jindan isn't weaker than my true immortal jindan at all. Ning felt absolutely stunned as he sent his core sense into the jindan. However, he immediately cast that aside as he began his soul scouring. Her soul had merged into her jindan, becoming one with it. However, invisible strands of soul energy began to infiltrate her jindan like dots of starlight, teasing their way into her soul. Fairy Lilysoft would have been able to effortless fight back, as she was actually Ning's equal in power. There was no way for Ning to forcibly soul scour her. However, Fairy Lilysoft had already given her. She suppressed her instinctive desire to fight back, not daring to resist at all, allowing Ning to investigate as he pleased. Instantly, Ning began to flip through a large amount of memories. The many things Fairy Lilysoft had experienced after being born. The vastness and the might of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. Everything was laid bare before Ning. Oh, these are the cultivation techniques. Ning finally located information regarding key refining techniques within Fairy Lilysoft's memories. These memories were sealed like bubbles. Ning wanted to go inside them, but the surface of these bubbles was covered with many mysterious runes. No matter what Ning tried, he was unable to look inside these memories. All he was able to do was see a few odds bits and pieces from the outside. In our 3 realms, people usually swear oaths to the Tao of the heavens or swear demon heart oaths that they will not divulge or reveal the secrets behind certain important techniques. Even if an enemy attempts to soul scour them, the Tao of the heavens will intervene to prevent it. This technique the Pangea Chaos Kingdom uses, however, is even tighter than that. There was nothing Ning could do. The mysterious runes covering these memories were incomparably marvelous and profound. No celestial immortal could have possibly devised these runes. It had to have been her seniors within her school who had created them. Ning's only choice was to give up and to continue viewing her other memories. He spent a full 12 hours doing so before he finally moved his hand away from Fairy Lilysoft's hair. She simply had far too many memories, and Ning had wanted to get a detailed understanding of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, which was why he had spent such a long period of time. So that's how things are. A smile appeared on Ning's face. What an unexpected surprise. After fully reviewing Fairy Lilysoft's memories, he understood quite a bit about the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. Fairy Lilysoft had a very special status. Her grandfather was the King of Pangea. The King of Pangea had 3 sons, and Fairy Lilysoft's father was the second. When wandering the world, the second prince had ravished a sacred maiden of a local school, then went on his merry way, completely forgetting about her. Generally speaking, the more powerful one was, the harder it would be for one to conceive. The King of Pangea, for example, had all 3 of his children prior to reaching the world level, and none after. The second prince had never imagined that this casual rape of his would result in the birth of a daughter. For a sacred maiden to grow pregnant and give birth. Instantly, countless people cursed her as shameless, and her life became very difficult. Fairy Lilysoft had grown up by her mother's side. She had watched as her mother was tormented, beaten, and cursed at until her mother finally committed suicide. This caused Fairy Lilysoft to feel boundless hatred towards this father she had never met. Sometime after this, The king of Pangaea had cast a spell that alerted him to the fact that there was actually a member of his bloodline outside the palace. He found this granddaughter of his, then brought her back. Fairy Lilisoft's status had instantly skyrocketed, and she was able to effortlessly destroy the school that had become a nightmarish hell for her mother. However, she actually felt even more hatred towards her father, the second prince. She had lain in wait like a viper, waiting for her chance. Finally, her chance came, and she sent the completely unprepared prince into the sea of infinite suffering. Although the king of Pangaea quickly arrived to rescue the second prince, he had still spent a full hour inside the sea of infinite suffering, and as a result, he had gone insane. The king of Pangaea had been utterly enraged by this. There were very few members in the imperial clan, however, and so instead of killing her, he had imprisoned her within a prison world. The king of Pangaea truly is incredible. He was actually able to conquer a total of 12 chaos worlds. In fact, he has actually killed at least 3 world-level experts. Ning was secretly amazed. After a chaos world was born, it would slowly grow old with the passage of time, then perish. After its destruction, however, a new Fiendgod would be born who would establish a new chaos world. Thus, the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom had actually been commanding a very large region for a very long period of time. He was able to kill someone at the level of Pangu and Mother Nuwa. The king of Pangaea is both a Fiendgod and a key refiner. He truly is incredible. Ning sighed. In terms of power, the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom was far more powerful than the 3 realms. However, I didn't expect that the 5 treasures sword art is actually this incredible. Ning's eyes lit up. There definitely was no way that Daofather Fuju came up with this sword art. He must have found it somewhere. Only after searching Fairy Lilisoft's memories did Ning realize that only those who had reached the world level could create a technique that surpassed the limits of the heavenly Daos, with emphasis on the word could. Not every chaos immortal or world god was capable of creating such a technique. Not even Mother Nuwa had been able to do so. Even the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom only had 3 techniques that surpassed the heavenly Daos in some way. The Pangaea Chaos Kingdom had a total of 3 world-level experts, with the king of Pangaea being the most powerful of them. The other 2 world-level experts, however, hadn't been able to create any techniques that surpassed the heavenly Daos. 2 of the 3 had been created by the king of Pangaea, with the third having come from a chaos world which they had conquered in the past. Techniques that surpassed the heavenly Daos. Even elder gods and ancestral immortals of the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom had to render major merits to the kingdom before they would be bestowed and taught one of the techniques. Celestial immortals and Empyrean gods weren't even qualified to learn them at all. As for true gods and true immortals, they had to have astonishing talent, have extremely high statuses, and have rendered many contributions to the kingdom before they would be taught one. Those who were taught one of the 3 techniques would have to swear life oaths that they would not teach it to any others. In the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom, the only one with the power to transmit these 3 major techniques to others was the king of Pangaea himself. All the elder gods and ancestral immortals had sworn life oaths upon acquiring them. In other words, there's no way I could possibly acquire any techniques that surpass the heavenly Daos in this prison world. Ning felt truly stunned. Daofather Fuju of our 3 realms, however, actually possessed such a technique, something which only a tremendously wise person who was on Mother Nuwa's level of power could devise. Ning suddenly thought of the fact that before Daofather Fuju had died in the primordial chaos, he had actually arranged for this legacy to be taught to others. It was as though he had known that he would be in great danger. Daofather Fuju must have acquired the 5 treasures sword art from somewhere else. However, he didn't want to divulge the location, which is why he claimed he created it. Ning mused to himself. Lilysoft stood there, not daring to say a word. She knew that the overseer before her was thinking. Finally, Ji Ning looked towards her. Excellent. I know that you are running out of spirit pills. This bottle of spirit pills should be enough for you to stay alive for a period of time. As he spoke, he produced a jade bottle in his hand, filled with pure yang spirit pills. These pills instantly caused Lilysoft's eyes to light up. Thank you, true immortal. Lilysoft was extremely respectful. This was exactly what she needed right now. In truth, celestial immortals used up very, very little energy if they focused on staying alive and didn't fight against others. However, they simply couldn't deal with the obscene amount of time they had been imprisoned here. A chaos cycle was an incredibly long period of time, and total the amount of immortal energy they used up each chaos cycle was quite shocking. "There's something I would ask you," Ning said. "Pray tell, true immortal." Lilysoft was puzzled. The man knew all of her memories. Why did he need to ask her anything? "I trust you can tell that my Jindan is the weakest type of Jindan," Ning said. "I've heard that there are ways to use chaos ingredients and special techniques to transform and upgrade the Jindan to the second tier. This prison world currently holds many prisoners. What should I do in order to acquire what I need from them and upgrade my Jindan?" Although he had seen her memories, her thoughts and her ideas remained her own. "Do you have any assistants, true immortal?" Lilysoft looked at Ning. "I'm by myself," Ning said. "If that's the case," Lilysoft pondered for a moment. "The weakest prisoners here are Empyrean gods and celestial immortals. The higher level figures are true gods and true immortals, while the highest are elder gods and ancestral immortals. The last two are able to draw upon the energy of primordial chaos and are very powerful. I imagine, true immortal, that you won't be a match for them. As for the Empyrean gods and celestial immortals, they were fairly weak members of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. No matter how special they were, and even if they do know of methods to upgrade the Jindan, they would have been forced to swear life oaths to never teach these methods to others. In addition, it's virtually impossible that they might have valuable chaos ingredients on them. Thus, only the true gods and true immortals are left." Lilysoft looked at Ning. "Only from them might you find the materials that you need, Lord Darknorth. Those true gods and true immortals generally haven't reached the level of being able to draw upon the energy of primordial chaos, and so they are also forced to rely on using spirit pills to survive. It's one thing to use spirit pills to preserve their life force, but quite another to fight in battle." Lilysoft smiled merrily at Ning. "If you continuously attack the true gods and true immortals, forcing them to use up their divine power or immortal energy, no matter how many spirit pills they have, they won't be able to keep fighting for too long. In the end, they'll end up running out of energy and dying. Milord, you can force them to submit to you. Alternately, you can kill them and take their treasures for yourself. The treasures which true gods and true immortals have are all far superior to the treasures which Empyrean gods and celestial immortals have." Lilysoft looked at Ning. "The prison world is a vast place, and there are many true god and true immortal prisoners here. Kill them or force them into servitude. If you completely sweep through all of them, I trust, Lord Darknorth, that you'll be able to find what you need." Ning gave Lilysoft a glance. What a vicious mind she had. She was merciless, even to members of her fellow race. Although Ning had access to her memories, he truly hadn't come up with an idea like this before. "Milord, all you need to do is stay outside the formation. You can attack them, but they won't be able to attack you." Lilysoft smiled at Ning. "The only outcome will be their defeat. Either they submit, or they perish. I'm far from being a match for true immortals and true gods." Ning let out a sigh. To kill a true god, or a true immortal who was equivalent to a 3 realms Tao Father. In the outside world, Ning wouldn't even dare imagine such a thing, given his current level of power. But it would indeed be possible, here within the prison world. "Milord, all you need is patience. Each of the true gods and true immortals will be defeated by you, one by one. You'll dominate them and sweep through them, aside from any who might be able to draw upon the energy of primordial chaos," Lilysoft said. "Perhaps there are some with that power in this prison world, but they are definitely in the tiniest of minorities, less than 1 in 100. Ning chuckled. "Very good." He then turned and left. Time flowed on. Ning continued to sweep through the Empyrean gods and celestial immortals, going through 6 more of them. 2 of them, upon learning that the Pangea Chaos Kingdom had fallen, went berserk and tried to kill Ning. However, Ning was protected by the 8-9 arcane art. He wasn't someone they could kill. Those two naturally ended up dying. As for the other four, they were actually delighted by this news, and they willingly allowed Ning to soul scour them. Their choice, after all, was to serve or to die. They knew what to choose. Ning had scoured the memories of a total of 5 Empyrean gods and celestial immortals, Lilysoft included. He instantly knew far more regarding the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. It seems I really do have to turn towards those true gods and true immortals. Ning sat there within the void boat. The idea which celestial immortal Lilysoft came up with is the only possible solution. True gods and true immortals were far more exalted figures than Empyrean gods and celestial immortals. Just like in the 3 realms, the difference in status was like the difference between heaven and earth. Status, power, treasures. They were on a completely different level. In fact, in the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, some powerful true gods and true immortals of certain schools were permitted to transmit the Tao on their own accord, and so they actually carried certain techniques with them. Whoosh! The void boat flew into the air above a lake. The lake was dotted with tiny little islands, one of which had a true immortal prisoner on it. Atop the island, true immortal Winterpeak was seated in the lotus position, completely absorbed in his own thoughts. Suddenly, he sensed ripples from the outside world and was startled into wakefulness. Someone's coming? True immortal Winterpeak opened his eyes. He instantly saw the white-robed figure who was a few hundred kilometers away. He was quite surprised. A true immortal? With such a puny aura? This is a true immortal of the weakest variety possible. For the denizens of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, true immortals had a much higher status than Empyrean gods and true immortals, who were considered equal to each other. Ning's true body was both a Fiendgod and a key refiner, and Winterpeak could sense the Fiendgod aura emanating from Ning's body, but he paid much more attention to Ning's pure yang aura, except the pure yang aura around Ning was ridiculously weak. You are the new overseer? The look on true immortal Winterpeak's face suddenly changed. What happened to Pangea? How could it have sent you here? I imagine you have guessed it already. The Pangea Chaos Kingdom is no more. Ning stood there in midair as he spoke. This prison world has now fallen into my hands. The previous overseers probably wouldn't have dared to assault and kill the prisoners with no cause. But I dare. True immortal Winterpeak scoffed. You? Naturally, he felt quite arrogant. This sort of puny true immortal was too weak. Winterpeak would be able to effortlessly dominate him. I'll give you 2 options. Ning could sense the aura of danger emanating from the man before him. The aura was so terrifying, it dwarfed even the combined auras of the nearly 300 Empyrean gods and true immortals the Seamless Gate had sent to kill him. This true immortal of Pangea definitely was on par with the true gods and Tao fathers of the 3 realms. The first choice is to submit to me, Ning said. The second choice is to resist me. I'll continuously assault you from outside the formation, while you will be unable to attack me at all. Your power is incredible and you are much more powerful than me. But when you fight against me, you'll use up your immortal energy. Once it is all used up, you'll die. Choose, Ning said calmly. True immortal Winterpeak's eyes flashed with cold light. In the era of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, this sort of puny true immortal would be terrified and quiver in his presence. You overestimate your abilities, you crawling insect, True immortal Winterpeak said coldly. None of the trillions of living creatures under my domain would have dared to disobey my commands. An inferior true immortal like you who was born to a lowly caste. I can stand here and allow you to attack me, and you still won't be able to injure me. His pride and his arrogance, as well as the status he had enjoyed for so long, prevented him from lowering his head before such a weak true immortal. It must be understood that even though he had committed a major offense, the exalted king of Pangea had only elected to imprison him here. Is that so? Then permit a lowly, crawling insect such as myself to see your power. Ning waved his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, a total of 729 pure yang flying swords appeared around him. 720 of them had come from the slain Goodhill. All of them were imprinted with the runes of the Greater Thousand Swords formation. With Ning's 4th stage heart force aiding his soul, he was able to activate and command all 729 flying swords at the same time. Ning's current soul was capable of controlling even the perfect Heaven Punisher, to say nothing of a few flying swords. Instantly, a jade sword took form in front of Ning. Greater Thousand Swords Formation, Level 9. Oh, so you have a bit of ability. True Immortal Winterpeak sat there in the lotus position, a cold smile on his face. This crawling vermin. If it wasn't for this formation, Winterpeak would be able to easily annihilate him. Swish. A streak of light appeared in the skies as the jade sword stabbed straight towards True Immortal Winterpeak. Humph. Winterpeak just let out a cold snort. A streak of golden light shot out from his eyes, and with a boom, the jade sword formed by Ning's 9th level Greater Thousand Swords formation was instantly blasted apart. It was as though Ning's sword light was an egg smashing against a rock. Naturally, it had been a completely one-sided fight. The difference in power was too great. He really does have the power of a true god or Tao Father of the Three Realms. Ning began to feel even more desire for the chance to upgrade his Jindan, even if it was only to the 2nd tier. At least the difference in power wouldn't be this ridiculously huge. Go, go, go! Ning formed one jade sword after another in front of him. The light of the Greater Thousand Swords formation flashed repeatedly as the swords chopped towards True Immortal Winterpeak. True Immortal Winterpeak blocked 3 successive attacks. Finally, he began to frown. I'm using up my energy too quickly. If this continues, True Immortal Winterpeak didn't want to admit it, but the truth was that controlling magic treasures to fight in this manner used up his energy far too quickly, even though it was simple. Go! A look of anger and embarrassment appeared on his face as he let out this angry roar. Instantly, a 30-meter-tall bowl-shaped treasure appeared. It covered the area where True Immortal Winterpeak was located, protecting him. For Winterpeak, cowering like a turtle in this fashion was a source of humiliation. But by hiding under a magic treasure, he was able to use up much less of his energy. Boom! 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 One flash of sword light after another came chopping down upon the bowl-shaped magic treasure. But they were unable to break through. Ning frowned. The Greater Thousand Swords formation uses up energy too quickly. If I rely on just absorbing natural energy from the outside world, it'll take me forever to kill him. If I use spirit pills to replenish my energy, I'll end up using too many pills. It seems I have to come up with a low-energy tactic. Right. Ning suddenly was struck by a thought. He was reminded of a treasure he had. The 8 Fires Chenkuan World. The 8 Fires Chenkuan World held 8 different types of true fire within it, and their blazing power was quite terrifying. All Ning had to do was use a bit of his own energy to activate and maintain the 8 Fires Chenkuan World. In addition, his foe was trapped within a region of 1,000 kilometers. He wouldn't be able to attack the 8 Fires Chenkuan World at all. His only option would be to sit there and be roasted. This was indeed a perfect method. The burning power of the 8 Fires Chenkuan World wasn't one whit weaker than Ning's sword chops with the Greater Thousand Swords formation, but it used up far less energy. True Immortal Winterpeak, hiding under the bowl-shaped treasure, discovered to his astonishment that Ji Ning had halted his attacks. He stopped. With but a thought, Winterpeak dismissed his bowl-shaped treasure. The mere act of keeping a treasure active required him to use up immortal energy. There were many prisoners here who wouldn't even use their energy on maintaining their clothes, causing them to corrode and decay over the course of time. Although it was very hard for magic treasures to be damaged, if enough chaos cycles passed, they would still end up destroyed. Winterpeak raised his head, staring at the white-robed youth in the skies. He smirked. I urge you to give up. A puny true immortal like you must be forced to consume an enormous amount of energy to release sword light of such power. Soon, your energy will be used up, and you'll have to leave the prison world to replenish it, which will take time. It will take a very, very long amount of time for you to wipe out my energy using such a method. Are you afraid? Ning suddenly asked. Winterpeak twitched. Humph. After a cold snort, he fell silent. It was true. He had no way to replenish his immortal energy, while the Overseer was able to constantly regain it. With enough time, his immortal energy would be used up in the end. Let's see just how patient you are, Winterpeak mused to himself. Ning had placed the 8 Fires Chenquin world within the star-seizing manor. He had just sent one of his clones to leave the stone steel and bring it back. Because there was a bit of distance to travel, it took him a full day of flying before he returned. Eh? Winterpeak frowned. He could see yet another white-robed figure flying towards him from afar. Taowu 18 Fiendgods? He instantly was able to guess at the technique. Do you really think it'll take me a lot of energy to attack you? The white-robed youth waved his hand, and a lotus of fire quickly soared into the skies, moving to a location that was directly above Winterpeak. The flaming lotus faced the ground and began to swivel. At the same time, it quickly expanded to become 1,000 kilometers in size as all the petals of the lotus flower began to open. A total of 8 lotus petals completely unfurled, and streams of true fire began to surge towards the ground. Shit! Winterpeak's face instantly changed, and the bowl-shaped magic treasure once more appeared around him. As the sea of flames surged towards him, every single inch of the bowl-shaped treasure was bathed in fire. The ground around him was charred into ash. Winterpeak just stood there in midair, protected by that giant bowl as 8 different types of true fire frantically assaulted him from every direction. Humph! This is much easier. Ning just stood there in midair watching. The 8 Fires Chenquin world created an independent world of its own, filling it with flame to assault its foes. However, it wasn't invincible. Once the enemy fled outside the world created by the treasure, the enemy would no longer have to fear the assaults of those 8 streams of true fire. But alas, these prisoners were completely unable to leave the region they were in. All they could do was endure the 8 punishing streams of true fire. This was a treasure that had been personally forged by Zhurong, Elder God of Fire. The combined power of these 8 types of true fire was truly astonishing. However, since the treasure itself contained and nourished these 8 types of true fire, the only attack it really had was true fire. All Ning had to do was to keep the treasure active, then occasionally replenish a little bit of energy. Shit. Shit. Winterpeak was truly beginning to panicking. This blazing treasure relies on internal flames to attack. It won't use up much of his energy. He can keep it active indefinitely. I, however, have to continuously use my treasure to defend against it. If this continues, where the hell did he find a treasure like this? Winterpeak was both furious and frantic. The 8 Fires Chenquin world held 8 types of true fire in it. This treasure, by itself, was worth more than 100 top-grade pure yang treasures. Although Ning had killed 3 celestial immortals and Empyrean gods within the prison world, he hadn't acquired a treasure like this from them. Within the star-seizing manor, a stone stele was placed within a hall. Swoosh! Ning appeared out of nowhere. He glanced at the stone stele, then willed it to transform into a streak of light that flew into Ning's forehead. Come out! Ning glanced sideways, then 15 more figures appeared out of nowhere. All of them had the auras of celestial immortals, and they all had different appearances. These 15 were 15 of the 18 bodies Ning now had, transformed using the 8-9 arcane art. When they are using the 8-9 arcane art to disguise themselves, not even true gods or Tao Fathers will be able to see through them, unless those Tao Fathers see them in person and use special ocular techniques to test them. Not even the major powers who have the ability to view the entire 3 realms and see into protocosmic spirit treasures like the star-seizing manor should be able to tell from far away that these 15 are all my clones. Ning mused to himself. It was very difficult to infiltrate protocosmic spirit treasures and see inside of them. The number of people in the 3 realms who could do such a thing could be counted on 2 hands. After activating the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art and transforming, there was definitely no way someone would be able to see through the technique when it was used within the star-seizing manor. Only when no one knows how many clones I have will the clones be safe and effective. Ning mused to himself. Ning emerged from the star-seizing manor, going back to his little thatched cottage. He dispersed the minor clone he had left there, then raised his head and looked towards the 5 treasured peaks. 9 fangs, Ning sent mentally. Instantly, a streak of light shot towards him. The bald old man, Empyrean God 9 fangs, immediately said respectfully, "Manor Lord, return to the Starsizer world for now. There's something I need to do," Ning said. "Acknowledged," 9 fangs said. And then, Ning left by himself aboard the void boat, departing from Sword Immortal world. The infinite, vast void held many enormous stars within it. The most dazzling of all stars were the solar star and the lunar star. In terms of size, even Nuwas world or Suerin's Kindlefire world were much smaller than the solar star and the lunar star. The light that emanated from these 2 supreme celestial bodies shone down upon the entire 3 realms. These were stars that were formed from the primordial chaos as well. When Pangu had established heaven and earth, he had used up an enormous amount of primordial chaos, so much so that a massive area around him became empty and devoid of all matter. This was where the seemingly infinite void came from. With all the primordial chaos sucked away, the stars that had been hidden within them now emerged. Swoosh! A void boat was traveling at high speed through the void, passing through one star after another. Soon it reached the end of the void. Although the void was often described as infinite, there was an end to it, and at the end of the void was the primordial chaos itself. The void boat plunged into the primordial chaos, continuing to fly forward. Within a world of darkness, the God King, seated upon his massive, levitating throne, mused pensively to himself, "Why has Ji Ning entered the primordial chaos?" The Nuwa Alliance had yet to notice Ning's abrupt departure from Sword Immortal world and entry into the primordial chaos, but the Seamless Gate had. This was because the Seamless Gate was worried that Ning was preparing to ambush them once more, and so they had people watching him at all times. What's he doing in the primordial chaos? The God King was puzzled. Unfortunately, there's no way for us to investigate. The God King possessed formidable divine abilities, and his invisible power could infiltrate and investigate even the void itself. There was nothing in the void that could block it, after all. But there was far too much energy and matter in the primordial chaos. There was no way for him to scan it at all. The primordial chaos was vast and truly endless, filled with limitless amounts of gray fog that contained marvelous types of energy and power. If one was able to comprehend the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos, one would be able to extract chaos energy from these chaos clouds. Ning, however, clearly was not capable of this. He was unable to replenish his energy from the primordial chaos, and so his only choice was to use up his spirit pills to do so. But of course, this was fine for a short journey into the primordial chaos. If he spent too much time within it, the end result would be that his energy would be depleted and he would die trapped. So many stars. He often encountered stars within the primordial chaos. The smallest were perhaps just 1,000,000 kilometers in size, while the largest were far larger than even a major world. Although these stars were located within the primordial chaos, they were so close to the 3 realms that the major powers of the 3 realms had already thoroughly searched and investigated them, marking them out in maps. Ning had acquired these maps from Mount Innerheart, and so he traveled the quickest route possible past the various stars. "I'll choose this star." The star which the void boat had reached was a star that was completely formed from unyielding ice. In terms of size, it was probably comparable to the Xianxia. The entire star emanated an aura of absolute ice, and the surface of the star was dotted with enormous crevices that looked like gorges, as well as bulges that looked like mountain peaks. A wild wind blew through this star, but there were no living creatures on it at all. Not even Fiendgods or Immortals would be willing to live within such an icy, harsh environment. "Go!" Ning willed it, and the stone steel instantly flew out from his forehead. As it flew out, it flew straight towards the deep abyss located in front of Ning. Soon, the gusts of wind blew it deep into the bottom of the abyss. Ning used his core sense to watch as the stone steel landed at the bottom. Very soon, a layer of icy frost appeared atop it, causing it to completely freeze within the abyss. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to use core sense to locate it. Ning, however, was the master of the stone steel. He was naturally able to sense it wherever it was. There is no way for anyone to locate the stone steel here, Ning mused to himself. Not even major powers should be able to scan and locate it from far away within the void. Even if some of them are so incredibly powerful that they can reach this place with core sense. The stone steel is an incredibly mysterious object. Others have to see it with their actual eyes. Even if a major power knew that Ning had the stone steel and had hidden it within this star, the major power would have to visually and physically search through every single inch of the star. To search through every inch of a star that was the size of the Xianxia? Ha! And of course, no one even knew that Ning had placed the stone steel here. This place shall be my base for a last stand. If I end up being destroyed, at least the 2 clones that I will keep within the stone steel will be able to continue to cultivate, eventually restoring all the other clones as well. Ning mused to himself. Swoosh! The void boat then continued its journey forward, going past several of the other stars in the primordial chaos before Ning departed from it, returning to the great void. At his current level of power, he only dared to voyage through the portions of primordial chaos that were very close to the 3 realms and had already been fully investigated by others. He didn't dare to delve any deeper into the chaos. No one knew that on this voyage into the primordial chaos, Ning had hidden a stone steel with 2 clones inside of a star. Those 2 clones would use the 8 Fires Chenkuan world and other pure yang treasures that could unleash elemental attacks to assault the true immortal and true god prisoners inside the prison world. Ning returned to the void, then passed through it to enter the Xianxia. Standing in midair, Ning produced a talisman in his hand, filling it with his energy. Disciple! Subhudi's voice rang out in Ning's ears. Ning said, "Your disciple wishes to return to the Crescent world. In addition, there's something I need to speak to you regarding, Master." Whoosh! Instantly, a whirlpool appeared in the air next to Ning. Ning stepped into it, then began to head towards the Crescent world. Ning passed through the spatial vortex. A massive, levitating mountain suddenly appeared before his eyes. Mount Innerheart. Uncle Master! Uncle Master! Grand Uncle Master! Ning occasionally exchanged a few words with familiar faces as he walked up Mount Innerheart. Eventually, he reached Subhudi's Taoist temple. The 2 novices at the entrance, Clearwater and White River, didn't move to stop him. Clearly, they had already received instructions from the old patriarch. Ning entered the Taoist monastery, then saw his master Subhudi seated in the lotus position in the distance. Master! Ning bowed respectfully. What is it? Subhudi looked towards Ning. I ambushed the Seamless Gate's forces multiple times and killed more than 10 Empyrean gods and true immortals, Ning said. I wanted to force the Seamless Gate to release my senior apprentice sister, but they still refused to agree. What I didn't expect was that I gained a surprising spoil of war. Subhudi chuckled. And why have you come in person to tell me, your master? The treasures of the Empyrean gods and true immortals weren't that special. My greatest spoils came from the death of a celestial immortal, Young Flame Freak, Ning said. Amongst Young Flame Freak's relics, I found a unique item that contained 7 great techniques. These 7 techniques are all unfathomably profound, and I had to struggle quite hard in order to learn them. After I learned them, the unique item actually shattered apart and dissolved into nothingness. Ning had pondered for a long time before deciding on explaining things thusly. He could choose to keep these 7 techniques a secret from his master, but given that both alliances were at war with each other, and that most of these techniques were useless to him, it was better for him to report it to his superiors. He wasn't afraid of the Seamless Gate acting against him. Rather, he was more afraid of someone from his own alliance acting against him. For example, if a major power who was on par with Subhudi suspected that Ning had acquired formidable treasures from alien outsiders, then killed Ning, Subhudi might be enraged, but it would be too late for Ning. Oh! Subhudi smiled and nodded. It may have been a legacy left behind by a major power. It was fairly common for a legacy teaching item to automatically shatter once the legacy was taught. This was done to prevent the legacy leaking and becoming too widespread. These are the 7 techniques your disciple has memorized. Ning produced a bamboo scroll. Your disciple has already copied them down in their entirety. Master, please take a look. Subhuti accepted the scroll, then sent his core sense into it to read. A full hour passed. Subhuti was completely occupied by his reading, while Ning simply stood there to one side, waiting quietly. Ji Ning. Finally, Subhuti raised his head, a look of surprise and delight on his face. You've just done a great deed. Ning felt a relaxed feeling in his heart. It would be good if this could help his alliance. His personal power was limited, and of the 7 techniques, the only ones that were of benefit to him were the Tao 18 Fiendgods and Armaments of Sin. Tao 18 Fiendgods could only be trained to the 2nd level if one had some extraordinarily precious chaos nectar. As for the other techniques, for now it was difficult for him to advance in them. These 7 techniques are definitely techniques left behind by alien outsiders. Subhuti let out a shocked sigh. I didn't expect that this weak little celestial immortal was actually holding techniques like this. It seems that a slain alien outsider must have left his relics and treasures behind somewhere in the 3 realms, with young Flame Freak discovering them. I know quite a few alien outsider techniques, but these 7 techniques are definitely top-tier ones. The Jewel Talisman is the most useful one of all. Subhuti's face was covered with excitement. You have quite a few alien outsider techniques? Ning looked at his master. Of course. Subhuti laughed. We've killed quite a few alien outsiders in the years since the primordial era. Some were as powerful as Rahu, and the Lord of all things was particularly powerful. He had a mighty army under his command, but we wiped them out. Naturally, we ended up with the relics they left behind. The 7 techniques you gained must have similarly been left behind in the 3 realms by a slain alien outsider. Ning nodded. However, while some alien outsider techniques are very useful, some are. Subhuti shook his head. Some require treasures that exist in the worlds where they were from, but don't exist in the 3 realms at all. Those techniques are naturally useless. For example, the Tao 18 Fiendgods. An enormous amount of treasures are needed to train to the 2nd level, some of which I've never even heard of. We've previously acquired 2 types of clone body techniques from the alien outsiders. These 2 are the 12 Heavens Fiendgod and the 1,000 Bodies Sutra. The 12 Heavens Fiendgod technique is very similar to this technique of yours, but it allows for the creation of only 12 bodies, and it's a bit easier to train as well. There are a few experts amongst the major powers who train in it. As for the 1,000 Bodies Sutra, it's extremely formidable. When mastered, one can use it to transform into 1,000 clones, each of which is as powerful as the original body. Once they merge together, the true body's power will explosively increase. But alas, just gaining a basic level of skill in the 1,000 Bodies Sutra requires a treasure known as a world heart. Where are we supposed to find treasures like that? 1,000 Bodies Sutra? Ning was shocked. To be able to transform into 1,000 clones? That was too terrifying. A world hearts is created after countless years pass in a chaos world, and the chaos world begins to grow old. When the chaos world dies, it'll transform into an extremely small gemstone, which is the source of energy for many new fiend gods to eventually be born and establish a new chaos world. This gemstone is known as a world heart. Subhuti chuckled. The 1,000 Bodies Sutra requires a world heart. We only have a single chaos world, the 3 realms. Where are we supposed to find a world heart? Ning had searched the memories of several celestial immortals and Empyrean gods of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. He knew of world hearts. World hearts were treasures that were even more valuable and rare than chaos nectar. The Pangea Chaos Kingdom might have acquired some in the past, but without question they were in the hands of the King of Pangea or the other 2 world-level experts. The ancestral immortals and elder gods could forget about acquiring them. Of the 7 techniques you acquired, the Jewel Talisman is the most useful technique of all. Armaments of Sin will also be of some use in an era like ours. I trust that it will give birth to some new protocosmic spirit treasures. Subhoodie said. However, to rely on slaughter alone to give birth to chaos treasures is far too difficult. I can't even imagine how many people you would have to kill to give birth to one. The leaders of Buddhism and Taoism, the 3 emperors, the 5 monarchs, Subhoodie, and many other mighty major powers had access to chaos treasures. Thus, they wouldn't care too much about armaments of sin. But of course, this armaments of sin technique will be of use to you. Subhoodie chuckled. Still, the jewel talisman technique allows for the creation of Dao seals. Every single Dao seal creation technique is tightly guarded. You can create Dao seals in advance, then use a large number of them in battle to overwhelm and slay your foe. Naturally, that's only possible if we can find an expert in Dao seals who can understand the mysteries of this jewel talisman. In the 3 realms, the most powerful expert in the art of formations and talismans would be human Emperor Fuxi. Subhoodie said with a smile. Even I feel delighted upon having reviewed the jewel talisman, and I'll be able to produce some new Dao seals. When Fuxi sees it, he might be able to learn everything within it. Ning was speechless. The jewel talisman was simply unfathomably profound. When he read it, he felt like he was reading gibberish. To human Emperor Fuxi, however, this would indeed be shockingly useful. Right? You said that young Flame Freak was in possession of that item. Did he learn these 7 techniques? Subhoodie's face suddenly changed. Ning hurriedly explained, Master, I had to use all my power to learn these 7 techniques. Given that young Flame Freak was a celestial immortal, I expect that he was probably just barely able to learn the Tao 18 Fiendgods and part of the 9 bug solutions. He wouldn't have the ability needed to learn the rest. That's what I hoped to hear. Subhoodie chuckled. The Tao 18 Fiendgods and 9 bug solutions aren't that dangerous. In the past, when there was peace between us and the Seamless Gate, many of us were friends with each other. In fact, some of us became lifelong bosom friends, and we exchanged many techniques. They have many of ours and we have many of theirs. They have the 12 Heavens Fiendgod and the 1,000 Bodies Sutra as well. As for the 9 bug solutions, given that a very long period of time is needed to breed these bugs, and that the process is a very expensive one, neither side has the luxury of time and resources that would be needed. Ning nodded. Still, just to ensure that nothing unexpected happens, young Flame Freak needs to be gotten rid of, Subhoodie said. Right? Ning nodded. Ning had first bound the treasures left behind by the Empyrean gods and true immortals, then began to work on the many other relics he had acquired. Only at the very end did he discover the stone steel hidden away amongst the miscellaneous items. Binding so many treasures had taken him a full day. If young Flame Freak was going to reveal it to anyone, he would have done so long ago, and so Ning hadn't been in a rush to kill his final few clones, pulling up grass by the roots. Indeed, young Flame Freak was hoping to be lucky enough to survive. Of those 7 techniques, I was only able to learn the first technique and part of the second technique. Young Flame Freak was sitting within a palace, drinking wine. I could tell, however, that these were all inconceivably profound techniques, and the aura that stone steel emanated. It was even more terrifyingly powerful than the heavenly Daos. If I was to report this loss to the Seamless Gate, in order to ensure that none of the techniques are leaked, they'll probably kill me to silence me, once they acquire the technique from Ji Ning. Ji Ning will probably hide those 7 techniques for his own use. He won't be willing to tell others about them. Right? It has to be that way. Young Flame Freak himself had kept those 7 techniques hidden without telling anyone else at all. He believed that Ji Ning would do the same. In addition, he didn't even dare to make a report. If he gave such a powerful technique to the Seamless Gate, he might be silenced and killed instead of rewarded. Young Flame Freak knew exactly how the Seamless Gate acted. They were absolutely savage and brutal. Young Flame Freak suddenly felt his head turn dizzy. What's going? Die. I might as well die. Young Flame Freak's eyes turned dim, and then his soul dispersed and shattered. He died. And the same happened to his other clone. Mount Inner Heart. Subhuti closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. He looked at Ning. The other 2 bodies of young Flame Freak have now died. All 18 bodies have perished now. Ning let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, young Flame Freak didn't possess a treasure like the Void Boat. He didn't dare to journey out within the primordial chaos, and so he kept all his clones within the 3 realms. Subhuti was thus able to effortlessly kill him, much like how Ning would be able to effortlessly hypnotize weaker cultivators. Subhuti was able to effortlessly cause a celestial immortal to commit suicide. Of course, the Seamless Gate would have deeply desired to cause Ning to commit suicide in such a manner as well. However, Ning's heart force had reached the 4th level, the same level as that of many Tao Fathers. There was no way the Seamless Gate could force Ning to commit suicide. Let's go. Accompany me on a visit to human Emperor Fuxi, Subhuti said with a laugh. When he sees this jewel talisman, he's going to be delirious with joy. A top-tier seal creation technique like this is something he dreams of. Whoosh! A spatial vortex appeared before them. Subhuti took Ning by the arm and led him straight into the spatial vortex. They emerged from the spatial vortex. In front of them, as far as the eye could see, were endless flows of primordial chaos. A short while ago, Ning had journeyed by himself into the primordial chaos, but of course he had only toured the region that was very close to the 3 realms. Fuxi is currently within the primordial chaos, working on various formations, Subhuti said. Of the 3 emperors of mankind, Shenong and Fuxi spend most of their time in the primordial chaos, with Suiren usually staying at the Kindlefire world. As he spoke, he led Ning forward at high speed. Space and time constantly shifted about them, causing them to move incredibly fast. Is that, due to the speed at which they were moving, the flows of primordial chaos around them became blurry and hard to see. However, Ning suddenly saw an enormous blazing fire appear in the distance. There we are. Subhuti's voice rang out as their speed suddenly and dramatically lessened. Ning was quickly led by his master towards those towering flames. The flames roared and hissed in a veritable sea of conflagration. It was hard to see where the sea of flames ended. Water! Ning suddenly discovered to his astonishment that there seemed to be dark, barely visible waves that were rippling above the sea of flames. Only when he stared at them carefully did he recognize them for what they were, countless waves of black water. Below was an endless sea of flames, while above were endless waves of black water. The 2 seemed to be part of a whole, and the space between the flames and the waves seemed to be continuously destroyed. Fuxi, Subhuti called out. Whoosh! Instantly, a corridor appeared within the sea of flames in front of them. The flames on each side of the corridor couldn't enter it in the slightest. Come, let's go inside, Subhuti said. Ning followed behind Subhuti, the 2 of them flying inside. Is this a formation which the human emperor set up? Ning couldn't help but ask. These flames? I can't even tell what type of flames they are. The most famous flames in the 3 realms were the 9 types of true fire. This is the eternal Kindlefire, which human Emperor Suiren developed, Subhuti said. These flames surpass the 9 types of true fire in power. As for the waves of water above them, they were formed by extracting the essence of arcane moon water from the lunar star. The Kindlefire was established with the help of Suiren, which is why the flames are so numerous. The essence of the lunar star, however, has to be extracted by Fuxi himself, which is why there is a bit less of the water. This is a formation that Fuxi has been working on for some time, and it isn't perfected yet. Ning was stunned. Eternal Kindlefire? Arcane lunar water? Most weaker cultivators, including Ning himself, had no idea that there were any flames more powerful than the 9 types of true fire. Ning himself only found out now. Solar true fire was commonly seen on the surface of the solar star. There was an enormous amount of it there. However, golden solar fire came from the very core of the solar star, and its power was far greater than that of solar true fire. Golden solar fire. Even true gods and Tao Fathers had to be careful around it. If they weren't carefully, they'd be burnt to death. Golden solar fire came from nature itself. However, the Zhurong god fire which Elder God of Fire Zhurong created was also a type of fire that surpassed the 9 mighty types of true fire. Alas, Elder God Zhurong himself had perished long ago. Human Emperor Suiren had developed the eternal kindle fire, which was another type of fire that surpassed the 9 types of true fire. The 3 realms also had 9 types of true water. Above them in power were 2 types of water: arcane moon water from the lunar star, and the Gonggong god water from Elder God of Water Gonggong. Alas, Elder God Gonggong had also died long ago. The 10 exalted Elder Gods had fought amongst themselves during the primordial era, and several of them had died in their struggles for supremacy. In truth, Pangu wasn't really an Elder God, he was a world god. However, back then the various Fiendgods didn't know what world gods even were. Because Pangu was simply far too overwhelmingly powerful, the 10 Elder Gods considered Pangu to be in a class of his own, the Pangu level, a level which surpassed all immortals, Buddhas, fiends, and gods. Pangu established heaven and earth, then died from his labors. Mother Nuwa entered the primordial chaos, never to return. Elder God Fuxi had been reborn as a human, becoming Human Emperor Fuxi. Multiple Elder Gods had died during the struggles for supremacy of the primordial era. The war against the seamless chaos world and the Lord of all things that destroyed the primordial era had resulted in the deaths of even more Elder Gods. Thus, the likes of Human Emperor Fuxi were now forced to laboriously extract arcane moon water from the lunar star. Fortunately, Fuxi was a master of the heavenly Taos of Yin and Yang, which was why he was able to draw upon the supremely Yin-aligned arcane moon water. However, clearly his skill in controlling water was not a match for Suiren's skill in controlling fire. Fuxi has focused his efforts on the art of formations. If he was to focus his efforts on water, given his power and his insights into the heavenly Taos of Yin and Yang, he probably would have long ago been able to develop a form of arcane water that surpassed the 9 types of true water, Subhuti said with a sigh. In his past life, he was an Elder God that was a master of the heavenly Tao of destruction. In this life, he is a human emperor, but he has decided to focus on formations. Ning felt extremely curious regarding Fuxi. Fuxi was someone who stood at the very peak of the 3 realms, in both this life and the previous one. Whoosh! After they passed through the flame corridor, they saw an island that was a few hundred meters long hover there in the midst of the primordial chaos. Atop the island was a tall, muscular man dressed in Taoist robes who was seated in the lotus position. His robes were covered with many Taiji diagrams, 8 trigrams diagrams, stellar diagrams, and other types of formation diagrams. The area surrounding him was filled with countless swirling runes. Fuxi was staring at the countless runes, occasionally changing them and occasionally moving them around. Don't be impatient. Wait a bit, Subhuti instructed. Understood. Ning nodded. After the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, the distant Fuxi finally came to a halt, allowing all the runes around him to disappear. Smiling, Fuxi looked towards Subhuti and Ning. Subhuti, why have you brought your treasured disciple here? Come sit. He waved his hand, producing a pair of prayer mats in front of him. In front of each prayer mat was a table covered with wine. Subhuti led Ning forward. The two seated themselves. Naturally, I come bearing good news. Subhuti handed the scroll Ning had given him to Fuxi. Take a look. Oh! Fuxi accepted the scroll, then immediately sent his core sense into it to examine it. Upon doing so, he instantly became completely transfixed. Don't be impatient, Subhuti said to Ning. This is just how Fuxi is. Let's just wait here for now. Come, taste the wine. This is wine which Fuxi personally created using his insights into the art of formations. There's no other place with wine like this. Ning lifted up his wine cup, taking a sip. Instantly, an incredibly comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. Even his soul felt more relaxed. It really is fine wine. Ning sighed in amazement. No one else can make it, Subhuti agreed. These two, master and disciple, began to chat and drink the wine. The tables were covered with what appeared to be small flagons of wine, but in truth every single flagon contained an enormous lake of immortal wine within it. The two drank to their heart's content for more than a full day before human Emperor Fuxi finally withdrew his core sense from the bamboo scroll. Good, good, good. Fuxi was so excited, he said the word good 3 times in a row. What do you think? Subhuti looked at him. The jewel talisman is nice, eh? The Dao seals recorded within the jewel talisman are all incredibly marvelous. I had to spend 6 hours to completely comprehend all of them. Once I acquire all the necessary materials, I'll be able to construct quite a few powerful Dao seals. Fuxi chuckled. Thanks to these Dao seals, our Nuwa alliance will have an extra tool to rely on. Although the benefits will be minor, when many minor effects are added together, they'll be able to influence the overall course of events. Upon hearing the words benefits will be minor, Ning instantly understood that the Nuwa alliance had an extremely deep foundation, many of which he had no idea about. The Seamless Gate had formidable abilities, but the Nuwa alliance did as well. At this point in time, there are very few things that can increase the power of our Nuwa alliance as a whole. This jewel talisman, however, is one of them. Fuxi shook his head and sighed. However, as far as I'm concerned, the most beneficial technique of the 7 was the Chenkuan reversing Gestalt formation. The reason I spent so much time just now was primarily because of that formation. What? The Chenkuan reversing Gestalt formation? It helped you significantly? Subhuti was puzzled. This formation requires 18 individuals to set up, and it also requires them to be of completely one mind. How could it have been of assistance to you? Ah, this is where you are wrong. Fuxi shook his head. Although this is an excellent formation, the formation that I'm developing is even more astonishingly powerful. I naturally won't turn towards setting up the Chenkuan reversing Gestalt formation. However, the mysteries and secrets this formation contains are completely different from those used to set up formations in the 3 realms. In addition, it is especially powerful in the Chenkuan reversal aspect. Fuxi sighed. All these years, I've been slowly working on my Waterflame Apocalypse formation and coming up with ideas on how to better combine these 2 types of supreme fire and water. The Chenkuan reversal in the Gestalt formation gave me many new ideas. Although the Chenkuan reversing Gestalt formation isn't that powerful, the person who developed it is most likely much more powerful than even myself in the Tao of formations. At Fuxi's level, when he looked at a formation, Fuxi looked at how the formation was constructed. He was able to completely disassemble it into its component parts. Clearly, Fuxi had gained what he had needed from this formation. And it was true. This Chenkuan reversing Gestalt formation had indeed been created by a major power within the primordial chaos, expressly for those who trained in the Tao 18 Fiendgods. However, when Fuxi said that this person was superior to him in the Tao of formations, Fuxi had been wrong. The major power that had created this formation had lived in a completely different environment, which was why there were naturally many differences in the mysteries this formation contained. This was the reason why Fuxi had gained so many new ideas upon seeing this formation. In terms of actual insight into the Tao of formations, however, the creator of the Chenkuan reversing Gestalt formation was just barely on par with Fuxi. Can it help you perfect the Waterflame Apocalypse formation? Subhuti was surprised and delighted. Eternal Kindlefire, Arcane Moonwater. Either of the 2 were tremendously powerful on their own. But if Fuxi was to successfully and perfectly combine the 2 of them, the results would be utterly astonishing. It would be extremely useful during the final end war, and it would give them better chances of winning it. It was indeed of use. Fuxi nodded. However, I'm still far, far away from being able to completely perfect this technique. I still need to spend some more time analyzing this Gestalt formation in detail. These 7 techniques, all of them are excellent. They clearly do not belong to the 3 realms. They should have come from alien outsiders. Since you brought your disciple over, was it Ji Ning who discovered these 7 techniques? Yes. Subhuti nodded. Swearin looked towards Ning, then sighed in a gratified manner. All people are selfish. Petty selfishness is focused on the self. Nobler selfishness is focused on one's family, one's clan, one's nation, one's race, and even one's entire world. You are merely an Empyrean god and a true immortal. For you to be willing to hand over these 7 precious techniques. This really is quite rare and admirable. Ning felt ashamed upon hearing this. He had indeed given the 7 techniques to his master for the sake of the Nuwa alliance, but he had kept the stone steel for himself. He had hidden it away without telling anyone, partially because he was worried about the Seamless Gate's formidable intelligence mechanisms, but also because he wanted to keep something in reserve for himself. It was very possible that he might die as a result of this storm that was sweeping the 3 realms. He wasn't afraid of dying, but if he died, who would protect his daughter? Of the 7 techniques you provided, the Jewel Talisman will be of benefit to the entire Nuwa alliance, while the Chinquan reversing Gestalt formation is of considerable benefit to me. I can't just take these things from you without giving anything back, Fuxi said. Fuxi pondered for a moment, then said, Ji Ning, how much of the perfect Heaven Punisher's power can you control? I can already control all of it, Ji Ning said respectfully. Oh! Fuxi revealed a small smile. This type of grand formation that involves commanding countless celestial immortals and loose immortals is extremely taxing on both heart force and immortal energy. And it also requires a powerful soul heart force technique. Of all the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the 3 realms, you are the one who is best suited to commanding these formations. Prior to this, there was no one as skilled as you in this regard, which is why the likes of the perfect Heaven Punisher formation were viewed as the apex. Ning nodded. There were several formations comparable to the Heaven Punisher formation, and his own master Subhuti had access to some of them. Since their power was on par with that of the Heaven Punisher formation, Ning hadn't asked for them. 4th level heart force and a soul heart force technique. Yes, you really are a perfect fit for these formations. Fuxi chuckled. Give me a bit of time. I'll gift you with a formation that will allow you to control even more celestial immortals and loose immortals. Naturally, the maximum power of the formation will greatly increase as well. However, controlling it will also be considerably more difficult. Thank you, Human Emperor. Ning was overjoyed. In truth, he wasn't interested in any treasures the Human Emperor could give him, because Ning already had access to protocosmic spirit treasures. In addition, 2 of Ning's clones were within the prison world and were assaulting the various true gods and true immortals. He would definitely have plenty of powerful treasures in the future. A chaos treasure would be excellent, but what were the chances that Fuxi would give him one? Many major powers didn't even have access to such treasures. A formation that was more powerful than the Heaven Punisher formation was something which Ning was in desperate need of. This was because Ning's most powerful battle mode was the Heaven Punisher mode. However, he had already completely utilized all the power available to the perfect Heaven Punisher. There was no way to increase his level of power at all. But alas, there were no superior formations of this type in all the 3 realms, and there were very few individuals who were capable of creating one. Fuxi, however, was definitely the most powerful expert in the 3 realms in the Tao of formations. This won't be too difficult for me. All I have to do is spend a bit of effort on it when I'm not working on the Waterflame Apocalypse formation. I imagine I should be able to complete it within 10 years, Fuxi said. Disciple. The nearby Subhuti looked towards Ning. You can count on one hand the number of times Fuxi has custom designed a formation for someone. This is incredibly rare. Fuxi. Ning and I won't disturb you any further. All right. Fuxi smiled and nodded. I'll have to trouble you to leave my formation first. Whoosh. A corridor appeared in the endless sea of flames in front of them. Subhuti immediately led Ning out through the corridor. Within this Waterflame Apocalypse formation, not even Subhuti was able to engage in teleportation. He had to first leave the formation area, then teleport. This was a formation that Fuxi had spent countless eons perfecting. Its power was truly terrifying. They returned to Mount Innerheart. Master, Ning said respectfully, I wonder if I can teach this Tau 18 Fiendgod's technique to Uncle White and the others. Subhuti said, this is a technique that you acquired. By all rights, I shouldn't stop you from teaching it to others. However, it's best if you do not. Your spirit beasts are all too weak after all. It's impossible for the seamless gate to stealthily steal this technique from your mind, but your spirit beasts haven't even undergone the celestial tribulation. That God King would probably be able to steal away those techniques from them in their dreams. How about this? If you want to teach them something, teach them the 12 Heavens Fiendgod technique. There are others in the 3 realms who have mastered it and are able to transform into 12 bodies that each have the power of the original. Understood, Ning said. I'll go pay them a visit. Then I'll leave the Crescent world. Go. Subhoodie nodded. First, Ning carefully read through the entire 12 Heavens Fiendgod technique. This technique was very similar to the Tao 18 Fiendgods. Both were divided into 3 levels. The first level allowed the true body to divide into 12 clones, with each clone being much weaker in power than the original. This state was actually not a very good one. The only benefit was that it allowed the user to have a much better chance at staying alive. The second level allowed for all 12 bodies to rise in power, returning to the level which the original body had been at. The third level allowed for all 12 bodies to merge back together into a single true body once more, with the true body instantly and explosively increasing in power. This was almost identical to the Tao 18 Fiendgods formation. However, it was noticeably easier to train in, and it required less materials. In fact, all of the ingredients needed to train to the second level could be located within the 3 realms. But of course, all of those ingredients were still quite rare and expensive. In addition, the more powerful one was, the more of the ingredients would be needed, as the cost of training would increase. After soul-scouring the prisoners of the prison world, Ning had learned quite a bit. Fairy Lilysoft, for example, had been the king of Pangea's daughter. The other Empyrean god and celestial immortal prisoners were similarly extraordinary figures who also knew many things. For example, Ning had learned from them that to train to the second level of the Tao 18 Fiendgods, a celestial immortal of the first tier would generally need a full bottle of chaos nectar. Ning had roughly used up a full bottle as well, but a little was left over. This was because Ning was the lowest tier true immortal. In terms of the quality of his immortal energy, he was merely on par with the highest tier celestial immortals. But in terms of how much energy he actually had much less. This was because first-tier celestial immortals formed their jindans through absorbing the energy of an entire vast world. Their jindan regions were quite shocking, and the amount of immortal energy they contained was huge. First-tier true immortals would generally need 100 bottles of chaos nectar to succeed. In every aspect, be it the jindan or the soul, first-tier true immortals were far more powerful than first-tier celestial immortals. First-tier true immortals. Their core sense was enough to cover an entire chaos world. In the 3 realms, only true gods and Tao fathers had this sort of power. One could judge the power of one's soul from the strength of one's core sense. To split such a powerful soul into 18 parts, then have all of them return to the power level of the original soul. The amount of chaos nectar that would be consumed was enormous. If a first-tier ancestral immortal was to train in the technique, the price would increase 100-fold. The more powerful one was, the greater the price one would have to pay to acquire 18 clones of tremendous power. Thus, even the king of Pangea had only been able to train to the second stage as a true immortal. After becoming an ancestral immortal, he had wandered through the primordial chaos and experienced many hardships before being lucky enough to acquire the resources to master the 3rd stage of the Tao 18 Fiendgods. His power level had instantly exploded, making him an absolute hegemon amongst ancestral immortals. After he broke through to the world level, he was thus able to build up an extremely powerful nation and slay other world-level experts, with 2 such experts electing to follow him. In the entire Pangea Chaos Kingdom, only the king of Pangea had fully mastered this technique. Within a quiet little city, a black-robed Ning was seated within a winehouse, staring far away while holding a wine cup in his hands. He watched as a woman was leading a girl forward through the distant streets. The woman was Autumn Leaf. The girl was Bright Moon. Junior apprentice brother, Uncle White. Ning looked towards Mu North Sun and Uncle White. Wait here for now. I'm going to make a short trip, but I'll be back soon. All right, senior apprentice brother. Go ahead. We'll keep an eye on things here, North Sun said with a laugh. "Don't worry, son," Uncle White said. They had spent the past period of time wandering the crescent world alongside the childlike bright moon. Everyone had been quite relaxed, and this caused both North Sun and Uncle White to both become more amiable and gentler. The black-robed Ning nodded, then disappeared without a trace. Although some people in the winehouse were watching, none of them thought that anything was amiss. Outside the little city, there was a seemingly ordinary-looking immortal estate. This was a pure yang treasure which Ning's primal twin was controlling, their temporary home. Because he wanted to give his daughter Bright Moon a good upbringing, he naturally couldn't just let her wander about the crescent world willy-nilly. She had to have a permanent place to call home. The black-robed Ning flew into the immortal estate. A white-robed Ning was already inside, having come here to deliver a bottle of chaos nectar. Just half a day later, within a private room inside the immortal estate, 18 black-robed Nings were seated in the lotus position. All of their auras were completely suppressed, and they seemed to be ordinary mortals. All of them opened their eyes, smiling at each other. The second level is complete. After handing them the copy of the 12 Heavens Fiendgod technique, Ning's true body had immediately left. The primal twin had used up a bottle of chaos nectar to master the Tao 18 Fiendgod's technique. However, all 18 clones had completely suppressed their auras. When Ning had broken through to become a pure yang true immortal, none of the other major powers of the three realms had been able to find out, because of this aura-suppressing technique which Patriarch Subhuti had taught him. Ning continued to keep his aura suppressed. So long as Ning didn't voluntarily activate these 18 clones, no one would be able to find out how powerful Ning's 18 primal twin clones were. Sword Immortal World. The 5 Treasured Peaks. Ning had returned. All the arrangements have been made. Ning stood there in front of his thatched cottage, staring at the distant, towering 5 treasured peaks. The 5 peaks continuate to emanate that shocking, breathtaking aura of majesty. The stone steel has already been hidden away. I now have a better chance of surviving this great storm. My primal twin has now successfully manifested 18 clones as well. I only have slightly more than 16 bottles of chaos nectar left. Within the star-seizing manor, those 15 clones of his true body were all seated in the lotus position, completely focused on meditating on the 5 treasures sword art. Within the stone steel, the 2 clones of his true body were using some of their energy to maintain the 8 fires Chenkuan world, but they didn't have to spend much attention on it, and so they were also meditating on the 5 treasures sword art. Within the crescent world, 17 clones of his primal twin were all meditating on the 5 treasures sword art, with the final clone spending all of its time and energy on taking care of Bright Moon. It could be said that right now, 35 Nings spread across his true bodies and primal twins were simultaneously meditating on the 5 treasures sword art. Or, to put it another way, compared to before Ning had started to train in the Tao 18 Fiendgods, Ning's training speed was now 35 times faster. This sword art is incomparably arcane and unfathomable. The 35 clones all shared the same mind and memories. When one gained an insight, all of them gained the insight, and so a non-stop flow of insights was entering his mind. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Next to a towering, cloud-piercing mountain peaks, Ning stood atop a cloud, staring upwards towards the sword art left behind on the mountain wall. Bottlenecks were terrifying things for cultivators to face. There were many who would be stuck at a bottleneck for countless years without being able to advance. Time alone wouldn't necessarily suffice for a cultivator to break through a bottleneck. If one could constantly improve, then logically speaking all celestial immortals should eventually become true immortals. Clearly, however, this wasn't the case. The reason why Ning had been able to break through the final bottleneck and master the complete Tao of the sword was because he had battled in the Nilam zone for 18 years, and had mastered first-level sword force. This was why things proceeded so smoothly for him. This next breakthrough won't be so easy. What should I do? Ning frowned. At this point, not even his many clones could help him. Standing here like an idiot won't be of any use. Breakthroughs require luck and destiny. Ning immediately sent a mental message. Nine fangs. Swoosh. A streak of light flew over, landing atop the cloud. It was the bald old man, Nine Fangs. Empyrean God Nine Fangs immediately said respectfully, "Manor Lord, I wish to travel through the three realms," Ning said. Travel through the three realms? Nine Fangs was startled. He gave Ning a close look. He had thought that Ning wanted to once more ambush the seamless gate. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. Let's go. Ning immediately led Nine Fangs away from Sword Immortal World. Within a vast world of darkness, the God King, seated upon his great, levitating throne, immediately received word of Ning's departure. Ji Ning has left Sword Immortal World. The God King immediately released his powerful core sense to investigate Ning's whereabouts. He's already gone to Tigerfang Major World. After having suffered such severe losses last time, the Seamless Gate would naturally be prepared for a reoccurrence. They wouldn't succumb to the same trick twice. The Tigerfang World. A wooden ship was drifting through a wide river. Atop the wooden ship was a white-robed youth who was drinking wine by himself. Next to him stood an old, respectful, bald-headed servant. This Tigerfang world belongs to the mighty immortal Tigerfang. He rose to sudden prominence during the primordial era, and even took part in the war that ended that era. However, he likes to travel alone and does as he pleases, and so he dislikes taking apprentices. There are still two Empyrean gods who are willing to follow him, and he is quite a powerful figure of the three realms. The Xia Emperor had relied on his experts and his background to unify the Grand Xia. Mighty immortal Tigerfang, however, had completely relied on his own personal power. If I didn't rely on the Heaven Punisher formation, I probably wouldn't be a match for him either, Ning chuckled. The three realms had many Empyrean gods and true immortals, the most supreme of which all had formations of their own that were comparable to the Heaven Punisher formation. In this regard, none of them were able to overcome Ning. But in a purely one-on-one fight, there are indeed quite a few who were stronger than Ning. In fact, in his very own school, Mount Innerheart, there were a number of fellow disciples who were superior to him. Reds now, Patriarch Lu, Immortal Tigerfang. They were at the very precipice of becoming true gods or Tao fathers. In terms of the Tao or in terms of techniques, they were significantly superior to Ning. Ning had to admit to their superiority in these areas. He simply hadn't spent enough time cultivating, and his mind had been focused on cultivating his sword force and heart force. After all, he simply didn't have enough time slowly meditate on many Taos in the midst of this great storm. Manor Lord, be wary of the Seamless Gate, Nine Fangs cautioned mentally. Don't worry, Ning said. Once they entered the Tigerfang, Ning had immediately sent his heart force out to cover the entire world. The Seamless Gate is currently quite cautious. When I was in Sword Immortal World, there was someone using his core sense to watch over me at all times. They probably knew the moment I left the world. Although Tigerfang World has quite a few bases of the Seamless Gate, only one of them has Empyrean gods and true immortals. That base has a total of 19. They should have just hurried over there a short while ago. If 19 Empyrean gods and true immortals hide behind protective formations, there's no way for me to breach their defenses at all. Ning shook his head. In his heart, however, Ning sighed. He had succeeded in his first ambush, but it would now be far more difficult for him to give the Seamless Gate a few more vicious cuts. Come, try again. Tired already? Is this all you have? Come on. Voices could be heard from far away. Ning turned to sweep towards that area with his gaze. Far away, there was a village located next to the side of the river. The villagers relied on the river to make their living. Within the village, there was a tall, muscular, fur-clad man who was training a youth in using the sword. The muscular man was calling out repeatedly, "Come on! Hit harder! Hit smarter! Your sword arts need to be more direct and forceful. All those fancy flourishes are useless." Boom! The youth's sword came chopping down, but he instantly was knocked flying. He landed on the ground, then quickly and grimly clambered to his feet and charged forward again. Each time they collided, he was knocked flying. Each time he was knocked flying, he rose to his feet. And each time, the tall man continued to berate him. Ning watched this scene from afar, aboard his boat. He could tell that the man and the youth looked similar. Most likely they were father and son. This scene caused Ning to think of how his own father, Jiachuan, had taught him how to use the sword all those years ago. Compared to the tall man, however, Ning's father's sword arts were slightly superior. Still, in terms of actual power, this man wasn't any weaker than Ning's father had been. This was because this man had already reached the Zifu level. His only weakness was that his sword arts weren't a bit weaker than Ichuan's had been. This is quite an ordinary little village, but this man is a Zifu disciple. It seems he's brought his son here to live in seclusion, Ning mused. If father was still alive, if I could still train in the sword alongside father, how wonderful it would be. Suddenly, Ning rose to his feet. Manor Lord, Nine Fangs immediately called out. Ning took a single step forward. Whoosh! He instantly appeared next to the tall man and the youth. Bufong stared in astonishment at the white-robed youth who had suddenly appeared. Although he had been training with his son, as a Zifu disciple he had kept a continuous watch on the surrounding area. He had seen long ago that a wooden boat had appeared a few kilometers away, drifting about on the river, and he had also noticed the white-robed youth who was seated on the boat, drinking wine. But that youth had suddenly appeared before him in the blink of an eye. No spatial ripples. It wasn't teleportation. Although Bufong was merely a Zifu disciple, he had come from a major school. He relied simply on pure speed to instantly arrive here, and the wind around us is still very calm and gentle. Skill like this, not even primal Taoists can accomplish it. Who are you? The mud-splattered youth looked towards Ning. Yuner! Bufong barked. The youth was instantly terrified, no longer daring to make a sound. Ning, however, simply smiled towards the tall man. Don't panic. I've just come to compete with you in sword arts. Compete? Bufong was completely flabbergasted. Was this a joke? Just come on, Ning said. Bufong didn't dare to disobey. This person could probably wipe him out with a single finger. He immediately suppressed all of his other thoughts, focusing entirely on the sword. Be careful then. A heavy sword suddenly appeared in front of Bufong. Ning reached out with his two hands, and a pair of long swords suddenly manifested in front of him. These long swords had been formed by Ning out of natural energy. At his level, any swords he casually created would be far tougher than mortal-ranked swords. Upon seeing this, Bufong felt even more stunned and terrified. What the hell is this senior playing at? But he didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately activated his Zifu-level key, sending his heavy sword howling forward like a streak of light as he stabbed towards Ning. Clang! Ning's twin swords instantly seemed to transform into flowing water as the heavy sword came stabbing towards him. He blocked multiple times in succession, but was still knocked flying backwards. In fact, after he landed on the ground, he actually staggered back a few steps. Father seems to be very afraid of this white-robed man. But why is it that he seems so weak? The mud-splattered youth was puzzled. How can this be? Bufong, however, couldn't even believe it. As for Ning, he softly mused to himself. It seems as though when using Hochin-level strength to execute my sword arts, even I will find it very difficult to resist the magic treasures of a Zifu disciple. He hadn't used any spells of silence, and so Zifu disciple Bufong was able to hear what he said. Bufong couldn't help but feel speechless. The man had merely used Hotian-level strength to resist the treasures of a Zifu disciple? Hotian, Xiantian, Zifu. The gap between each level was enormous. Continue, Ning instructed. Bufong didn't dare to disobey. He immediately launched yet another attack. His heavy sword, controlled by his Zifu-level key, attacked with absolutely savagery. However, although Ning's sword arts seemed simple, they went straight to the essence of the sword. In truth, Ning would be able to manifest sword force from his long swords with but a thought, But if he did that, there was no way this fight could continue. Thus, Ning forcibly kept all of his power suppressed, ensuring that his strength would be no more than that of a Hotian-level expert. This naturally meant that even the speed of his sword had dropped drastically. His sword was slow and weak. He had to completely rely on his sword arts in order to block. Fortunately, his foe was merely a Zifu disciple, and Ning's own understanding of the sword was far greater than his foe's. I didn't expect that this sudden whim of mine would have actually... Ning had never experienced something like this before. He kept himself at a Hotian strength, with his foe's heavy sword completely eclipsing Ning's swords in both speed and power. The end result was that Ning was forced to use every single scrap of skill and talent he had in order to defend. He had a feeling that he was improving. He had found the right path. Through this path, he might be able to break through this bottleneck and reach an even higher level of sword arts. How powerful! How can sword arts be this marvelous, this miraculous? This is impossible. Bufong frantically unleashed all the most powerful sword arts he had, and in fact he even began to use some of the rare, unique flying sword techniques he had learned. That way, the mysterious white-robed youth in front of him would reveal even more sword arts for him to see. The sword arts of this white-robed youth had completely broadened his horizons. It was as though an entire new universe had appeared before him. He discovered, for the first time, that the sword could be used in manners like this. It was precisely because Ning continued to use a mere Hotian speed and strength that a Zifu disciple like Bufong was able to see all these things clearly. However, although he was able to see it clearly, he still felt that it was all unspeakably arcane. Even the simplest of sword stances caused Bufong to feel befuddled, no matter how hard he worked to comprehend it as he continued to unleash more attacks. And yet, despite that, he could sense that his own insights into the sword were rising non-stop. Karmic luck. A tremendous stroke of karmic luck. I, Bufong, was forced to flee with my son, but I actually ended up stumbling into such a tremendous stroke of karmic luck. The Tao of the sword. I can embark upon the Tao of the sword. I can reach a higher level of understanding, and I'll be able to quickly become a Wanxiang adept or even a primal Taoist. By then, I'll be able to go back. I'll rescue my woman. Bu Feng's heart was filled with wild joy, but he then immediately suppressed all other thoughts. He focused all of his efforts on attacking Ning, while also doing his very best to memorize some of Ning's sword stances. Although these were all techniques which Ning casually came up with and displayed on the spot, to Bufong these stances were like a Pegasus soaring through the skies in a bold, unconstrained manner. Every single technique was incomparably exquisite. Ning was a peerless genius of the Tao of the sword who had long ago mastered it. Right now, his foundation was the Five Treasures sword art, a sword art which surpassed the limits of the heavenly Taos themselves. For someone who was studying the art of the sword, even the tiniest part of Ning's insight was enough to give that person limitless benefits. Perhaps this is the true essence of the sword. Forget about heart force, forget about sword force, forget about all outside sources of power and strength. Only then can you truly find what the essence of the sword truly is. The Five Treasures sword art is something which truly guides one towards the very essence of the sword itself. Yes, from today onwards, I shall roam the three realms, competing against countless people with the sword. As a ray of clarity suddenly shone down upon Ning, Ning immediately came to his decision. Bufong and Ji Ning battled for a full day and night. Empyrean God Ninefangs used a technique to completely separate this area from the outside world, ensuring that the commoners in the village wouldn't be able to see the battle. The only ones that could see were Ninefangs and the mud-splattered youth. Huff! 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 Bufeng's face was turning pale as he panted. He had been working hard to unleash as much power as he could. The key in his Zifu region had long ago been used up, and so he had been using spirit pills to replenish it. Finally, the last of his spirit pills was gone, causing him to mentally panic. He knew very well that spirit pills weren't worth a damn, compared to this chance to spar against this mysterious figure. This was a tremendous opportunity for him, and he wanted to make use of it to fight for a bit longer. All right, you can stop now, Ning said. He could sense that his opponent's attacks had grown quite weak. The man was clearly out of key. Bufong had no choice but to stop. Here are some spirit pills for you to replenish your ki with. Ning tossed a bottle of spirit pills to him. Bufong hurriedly accepted the bottle, and as he took a look inside, he was instantly shocked and overjoyed. Good heavens! Not even primal Taoists would be able to produce as many pills as this. What he didn't realize was that this was something Ning had acquired when he had slaughtered countless immortals and fiendgods during the Realm War. Back then, every single white-faced flood dragon he had slain contained 100,000 loose immortals, each of who had been carrying a large amount of immortal pills with them as they fought. Ning had simply pulled out a random bottle, one which belonged to a loose immortal. To a puny Zifu disciple like Bufong, however, this was something that utterly shocked and overwhelmed him with joy. "Senior, I can keep fighting," Bufong said hurriedly. "I've had enough," Ning said with a laugh. "Nine Fangs, let's go." "Yes, Manor Lord," Nine Fangs said respectfully. Whoosh! The white-robed youth and the bald old servant disappeared into thin air. But Bufong was incredibly agitated. This bottle of pills was probably comparable in value to the entire fortune of an average primal Taoist. This would give him the resources he needed, and the mysterious, profound sword stances had managed to memorize would serve as lampposts that would guide him on his immortal path. He would be able to walk much farther along his path, and would be able to make his dreams a reality. "Father!" The mud-splattered youth looked at Bufong. "Let's go home right away," Bufong said hurriedly. He immediately pulled his son back into their home within the village. He wanted to immediately and fully memorize and record the many sword arts he had seen during the battle, for fear that he might forget them. In the days to come, Bufong continued to teach his son swordplay. Eventually, he would manage to gain a basic level of insight into the grand Tao of the sword. 16 years later, when Bufong returned to his former school, he was already an expert of the Tao of the sword. Atop a wooden boat within the river. "Manor Lord, the techniques you put on display came from the 5 treasures sword art, a technique that surpasses the heavenly Taos which was created by the number 1 sword immortal in the history of the 3 realms. Learning even the tiniest little morsel of that sword art represents a tremendous stroke of karmic luck for that Zifu disciple," Nine Fangs said. He had personally witnessed the mighty power of the 5 treasures sword art. Generally speaking, not even celestial immortals could endure seeing the power and majesty contained within the full sword art. As for a few scattered techniques and stances, even if they saw it, they wouldn't be able to understand it. Ning had personally put the sword art on display, and had sparred with Bufong for a long period of time, which was why Bufong had managed to understand how truly formidable these sword stances truly were. Naturally, it had been much easier for him to understand them than others. "I gained some insights of my own," Ning chuckled. In truth, after spending just an hour sparring against Bufong, Ning had already been able to completely understand and defeat all of Bufang's stances. The reason why Ning had spent a full day and night fighting against him was because he was testing new ideas and gaining new insights. 3,000 kilometers from here, there's a Zifu disciple who is quite skilled in longsword techniques. Come. Ning's heart force had already discovered a Zifu disciple 3,000 kilometers away who was training in quite an extraordinary flying sword technique. Atop a distant mountain peak, a scarred, gray-robed woman was standing here, controlling a flying sword from afar. Suddenly, a white-robed youth and an old, bald servant appeared next to her out of thin air. "Eh?" The scarred woman was badly shocked, but she hurriedly said respectfully, "Respectful greetings to you, senior. Use your flying sword to attack me at full force," the white-robed youth said. "Ah!" The scarred woman was stunned. This mysterious figure was very strange. Still, she didn't dare to refuse, and so she immediately began to attack. Time flowed on day after day. The Seamless Gates God King continued to maintain a close watch over Ning, taking a look at him every so often. After half a month of doing so, the God King finally ran out of patience. To him, Ji Ning wasn't a true threat, after all, just a troublemaker. The truly dangerous figures in the three realms were the true gods and Tao fathers of the Nuwa alliance, as well as the many preparations they were making in secret for the end war. Ji Ning is actually dueling some laughably weak cultivators in order to train in the sword? What a joke. Even if he gains any insights, how strong could they be? The God King could no longer be bothered to pay any more attention. Day after day, month after month, year after year, Ning roamed the three realms. Although low-level Zifu disciples and Wanxiang adepts were weak, different places had different battle styles. In the trillion minor worlds in particular, the differences in combat styles were particularly noticeable. In fact, there were certain sword art techniques which caused even Ning to feel tongue-tied and speechless. Ning sparred against countless combatants and against countless styles. He never used any of his immortal energy, his heart force, his sword force, or anything else. He simply relied on his Houqian-level strength to battle against the Zifu disciples, and on Shentian-level strength to battle against the Wanxiang adepts. This caused Ning to gain quite a few more insights into the Five Treasures sword art. His many clones were all focused on meditating and visualizing new techniques, extracting the essence of his insights from battle. 9 years later, Ning was within a beautifully scenic minor world. This minor world was in a very remote region, but occasionally immortals and fiendgods of the three realms would pass by here, as did Ning. However, this was a place with many people. In terms of population size, it was comparable to Ning's previous home of Earth. Here, experts were divided into several different ranks: mortal rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and the legend rank. In truth, this was essentially equivalent to the Houtian, Xiantian, Zifu, and Wanxiang levels. The energy cultivation methods in this world were extremely coarse. Anyone who was able to reach the legend level was actually comparable to the primal Taoists of the Xianxia in terms of their insights into the Tao. In fact, some legends had even mastered a complete Tao. It was precisely because they had such deep insights into the Tao that they were able to forcibly train their way into the Wanxiang level, despite having such terrible energy cultivation methods. Swordforge Mountain Villa. This was viewed as a sacred place within this minor world. The lord of the Swordforge Mountain Villa was given the exalted title of Sword Saint. He was a legend, and the entire world only held 3 legends. Sword Saint, however, was publicly acknowledged as the most powerful of the 3. Master. 13 disciples were standing there respectfully. In front of them was a middle-aged man dressed in simple clothes who was seated in the lotus position. This middle-aged man was Sword Saint, the number 1 expert of the world. These 13 disciples were 13 of the 15 celestial swords of Sword Saint's school. "Number 6, you first," Sword Saint said. "Yes, master," the 6th disciple said respectfully. Right at this moment, whoosh! A white-robed youth and an old, bald man suddenly appeared next to them. Because Sword Saint was seated facing them, he was the first to see them appear out of nowhere. His face instantly changed. How could they have suddenly appeared here without me detecting them? Upon seeing the look on Sword Saint's face, the 13 disciples all followed his gaze. They also saw the youth and the old servant, and they too were startled. However, although they were startled, they didn't panic. This was because everyone knew that Sword Saint was the undisputed number 1 expert in the world. Still, it was true that there were some people who were especially skilled in stealth. The 6th disciple instantly barked, "This is a restricted area of the Swordforge Mountain Village. Who are you two? Report your names." The white-robed youth, however, just looked towards Sword Saint. "I heard that you are the strongest person in this world, and that your sword arts are the best. Use your sword and display your strongest sword arts." "Didn't you?" he dashed. The 13 disciples all grew angry, but Nine Fangs just glanced at them, then said softly, "Sleep." Thud, thud, thud. The 13 disciples all collapsed, having fallen asleep. This scene completely stunned Sword Saint. The majority of his 13 disciples were all at the heaven rank, but they were all actually sent into a deep slumber in an instant. An ability like this was utterly inconceivable. Ugh! If this was a major world, things wouldn't be such a pain. Ning shook his head, then released his aura. Instantly, Sword Saint felt as though he was nothing more than an ant drowning within a sea that was vaster than the heavens themselves. In fact, he could sense that his body couldn't even move in the presence of this boundless aura of might. Moments later, Ning finally retracted his aura. If he didn't reveal a bit of his power, most likely this Sword Saint, who had long ago become accustomed to being the #1 in the world, wouldn't be able to realize what the situation was in a short period of time. If they were in a major world, the man most likely would have immediately begun to respectfully address Ning as Senior. Attack! Ning commanded. Senior, your power is truly tremendous. I would clear have roamed the world for 100 years. I thought that I was the #1 expert in existence, but now I see that I was nothing more than a frog in a well gazing towards the heavens. Sword Saint looked towards Ning. Over the course of my many years, I have developed a technique known as the 99 Swordforged Swords. Please have a look. Although he knew the difference in power between them, his many years of pride at being the best in the world compelled him to want to prove himself through his sword arts. A short while later, how can this be? But he was completely stunned and speechless. He's able to block my sword arts while merely using earth-ranked strength and speed? Sword Saint was truly dazed. He was proudest of his accomplishments in sword arts, but compared with the youth before him, this youth used seemingly simple stances, but no matter how hard Sword Saint tried, he simply couldn't understand or comprehend any of them. Still, he was unconsciously inspired in many ways by this battle, and in the short period of time they sparred, he had already come up with several different sword arts in his mind, all of which were far more powerful than the 99 sword-forged swords he had spent so many years working on. Although this Sword Saint is from a minor world, he's really quite strong. He's mastered an ordinary Dao, and he's even gained a basic level of insight into the grand Dao of the sword. Of the Wanxiang adepts I've dueled, this is the one with the best sword arts thus far. Ning was very cautious. He continued to use Shentian-level strength against Wanxiang adepts, but he naturally was beginning to choose increasingly powerful Wanxiang adepts to fight against. This was the first time that he had fought against a Wanxiang adept who had already gained insight into a grand Dao. Whoosh, whoosh. Ning's sword arts were like a black hole, devouring any and all attacks which Sword Saint attempted to unleash, no matter how berserk they were. Finally, my defensive sword art is beginning to take embryonic form. Ning felt joy in his heart. Over the past few years of dueling, he had gained an even deeper understanding of the sword. In fact, he began to have a vague idea of the path that he would take in the future, and the outlines of a sword art had begun to take shape in his heart. Ning could sense that this sword art would have a total of 5 different stances. But of course, he hadn't developed any of the 5 senses yet. Today, however, as he dueled against this Sword Saint, Ning finally began to gain an idea of how one of the 5 stances should be shaped. The 3 realms, the Celestial Realm, the Dao Palace in the eastern regions was extraordinarily lively on this day. Many major powers had gathered here. Even Buddhas Tathagata and Amitabha had arrived to celebrate, along with many others. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Eastflower, you've finally made your breakthrough. Congratulations. Haha, Eastflower, you finally broke through. I've been waiting for this day since the primordial era. The Dao Palace was bustling with activity. The man of honor for this occasion was not Taoist 3 purities. Rather, it was someone who the Taoist path had placed great expectations in, Patriarch Lu Dongbin. For some time now, Lu Dongbin had been journeying through the primordial chaos. Upon returning, everyone discovered that he had already broken through to reach the Dao Father level. Thus, upon his return, almost all the major powers had learned of Lu Dongbin's breakthrough. Fushi, long time no see. The major powers all chatted amongst themselves in small groups. Some had come in person, while others had sent their clones or incarnations. Subhuti, Fushi. Subhuti and Fushi ran into each other in the Dao Palace. Subhuti had come in person, while Fushi had merely sent over a clone. Eastflower caused quite a stir when he returned from the primordial chaos. It seems he encountered quite the stroke of karmic luck. Fuxi said with a laugh. And from what I saw, it seems as though Eastflower should have mastered the 5th level of Taiji Force as well. Amazing, truly amazing. He wished to merge the teachings of Buddhism and Taoism together. Eastflower truly is an ambitious man. Subhuti sighed with emotion. However, it was precisely because his ambitions were too great that, despite possessing deep insights in both his previous life as Eastflower and his current life as Lu Dongbin, he remained unable to make the final breakthrough. This time, thanks to a lucky encounter in the primordial chaos, he was able to make a fortuitous breakthrough, merging Buddhism and Taoism into one, with the Taiji supporting him. Upon making this breakthrough, he has now become one of the top-tier Tao fathers of the 3 realms. No wonder 3 purities, Carefree, and the others all viewed him with such favor. Fuxi nodded as well. Everyone felt quite moved. True gods and Tao fathers could roughly be divided into 3 levels of power. The first level of power was the level which ordinary true gods and Tao fathers were at. Most true gods and Tao fathers were on this level, and unless they made a qualitative, transformative breakthrough, they would find it very difficult to improve any further. The second level was the level often described as the top-tier level. The 5 monarchs of the human race, Tao Father Carefree, War God Xingtian, and other extraordinarily powerful figures were considered to be on this level. The third level was the Overlord level. This was the level the 2 leaders of Buddhism and Taoism were on, along with the 3 mighty human emperors. In truth, it was certain that the likes of Subhuti, Old Man Yuan, and Hui were significantly more powerful than the likes of War God Xingtian. Most people usually viewed them as being very close to the Overlord level, but because their exact power level was a mystery, it was hard to say if they had reached the Overlord level or not. Lu Dongbin had managed to combine his cultivation in both Buddhism and Taoism, and his Taiji force had reached the 5th level. He definitely had reached the top-tier Tao Father level of power. There had been others who had made such powerful breakthroughs in the past. Xingtian was another example, as was Hui, whose breakthrough was even more ridiculous. Yudu was another example. As an Empyrean god, he had trained in the 12 heavens Fiendgod and reached the 2nd level, and so he had 12 clones that were all equal in strength to his true body. After he broke through to become a true god, he had combined his 12 bodies and also become a top-tier Tao Father. But of course, what the Nuwa Alliance had, the Seamless Alliance also had. That disciple of yours has formidable heart force, Fuxi said. If he can break through to the 5th stage of heart force, he'll instantly have the power of a top-tier Tao Father as well. It's not that easy. Eastflower only succeeded because he's been building up a foundation for countless years. Honestly, if it wasn't because he was simultaneously training in so many things at once, he probably would have become a Tao Father long ago. Eastflower is simply too ambitious, which is why it took him this long to make his breakthrough. Subhuti shook his head. As for Ji Ning, he hasn't trained for long enough. It's far too difficult for anyone to reach the 5th stage of heart force. To be honest, I've always felt that his talent lay more in the sword than in anything else. To this very day I feel that way. Compared to the Tao of the sword, heart force is too ephemeral and formless a path. Fuxi nodded in agreement. How's he doing in his Tao of the sword? He's still building up his experiences, Subhuti said. Oh right, here's the formation I promised Ji Ning. Fuxi waved his hand, producing a bamboo scroll. I brought it along with me to give to you. The Seamless Gate was naturally aware of Lu Dongbin's breakthrough. All they could do, however, was gnash their teeth in silence. The Nuwa Alliance had gained yet another powerful ally. In truth, they had wanted to get rid of Lu Dongbin long ago. But he was the true immortal which the Taoist path cared about the most. Everyone knew that given Lu Dongbin's cultivation path, he would become incredible as soon as he made that final breakthrough. And so the Taoist path had treated them as a precious treasure. In addition, Lu Dongbin hadn't been as suicidal as Ning, and so the Seamless Gate had never had the chance to do anything to him. For him to make his breakthrough just as the storm arrives, Lu Dongbin is going to be a threat. Still, in the end, victory will be decided in the end war. The God King was absolutely furious, but on the whole was still calm and level-headed about it. In this war between the 2 alliances, The addition of a single top-tier Taofather was something they could still handle. If, however, an overlord-level Taofather was to appear within the Taoist path, he really would go crazy with shock and rage. As for Ji Ning, the God King had all but forgotten about Ji Ning by now. Based on Ji Ning's current actions, it seemed as though Ning was completely focused on training in swordplay and was no longer going to ambush the Seamless Gate. Ji Ning has finally wised up. The news that a new Taofather had been born was mainly circulated amongst the major powers themselves. Very, very few Empyrean gods and true immortals knew of this matter. Because Ning was completely focused on his training with the sword, Subhuti didn't tell him about this matter. In fact, he wasn't even in a rush to give Fushi's formation to Ning. It'll be easy for him to learn this formation. This disciple of mine is currently wandering the 3 realms, training in the sword like a madman. It's best if I don't bother him for now. After he's completed his training, I'll give it to him. Subhuti's judgment was quite accurate. Ning had indeed entered a berserk state. When he had mastered the Tao of the sword, he had just reached the first stage of sword force. Upon reaching the second stage of sword force, a new world had opened up before his eyes. And so, Ning wandered the 3 realms, constantly training and competing against others in swordplay. He began to gain an increasingly clear picture of the path he had to take. As for all the insights he gained, he merged all of them into those 5 stances he had visualized. As Ning saw it, the essence of all sword stances in the world, including those of the 5 treasures, can be merged into these 5 stances. This sword art that I, Ji Ning, will create, let it be called the Bright Moon Sword Art. In the many years to come, I will spend much of my time constantly improving and perfecting these 5 stances. This was what Ning's idea, for these 5 sword stances to encompass all the mysteries of swordplay which the 3 realms contained. In truth, sword arts were quite simple when broken down. The most fundamental sword stances were to chop, pierce, scrape, sweep, break, tap, cleave, support, intercept, twist, lift, draw, and sheath. Although they were seemingly simple, like the Tao itself, these simple concepts gave birth to countless different things, and were capable of transforming into infinitely powerful sword arts. Based on his own experiences, Ning had come up with 5 all-encompassing stances. Strictly speaking, these 5 stances represented 5 different types of sword intent. What mattered the most was the intent, not the actual technique. The 15th year of Ning's training with the sword. Careful! A primal-level Fiendgod roared as he charged towards Ning. Ning was using Zifu-level strength to fight back with a sword in each hand. When his sword struck out, it was like a black hole had been created, draining and weakening his opponent's massive strength. No matter how fast the opponent attacked, he remained unable to escape. Bang! In fact, the Fiendgod's own power was beginning to work against him. He couldn't help but stagger back by 2 steps. The 5 stances of the Bright Moon. I didn't expect that the first one to take form would be this one. I shall call it Soul Heart. Ning nodded slowly. The Bright Moon Sword Art. He had named it after his daughter. His decision to do so reflected the fact that to Ning, she was that which he had to protect above all others. The Soul Heart stance of the 5 stances of the Bright Moon was a sword art that was meant for defending in a one-on-one battle. It represented the most profound insights Ning had gained in defensive sword arts. When his sword struck out, it was as though a black hole had formed that would absorb and trap the enemy's strength. But of course, this sword art was still very crude and unfinished. But it was still the most powerful sword art which Ning currently possessed. In this moment, Ning silently and soundlessly reached the 3rd stage of sword force. However, Ning actually didn't care too much about that. The only thing in his heart right now was his Bright Moon Sword Art. This sword art represented the crystallization of all his blood, sweat, and effort. This would be the true foundation of his sword arts in the future. Only after creating all 5 sword stances would Ning rest. I finally subdued that true immortal winter peak. Ning suddenly cracked a smile. within an ice-locked stone stele that was located deep within a gorge of an icy star that was within the infinite primordial chaos. Prison World 17. 8 lotus petals were high in the sky, facing the ground as they continued to unleash 8 streams of true fire. The streams of true fire completely filled the ground beneath the lotus petals, blazing away at a bowl-shaped treasure. A white-robed youth was located outside the restrictive formation, eyes closed as he continued to meditate on his sword arts. Every so often, he would add in a little bit more energy to keep the treasure active. Although his opponent was only a pure young true immortal, this sort of top-tier true immortal was comparable to the Tao Fathers of the 3 realms. Once he hid himself under the bowl-shaped magic treasure and began to fill it with his energy to defend against the 8 blazing streams of true fire. He had been able to hold on for 15 full years. I admit defeat. The embarrassed, enraged, and resentful voice of true immortal Winterpeak finally rang out from underneath the bowl-shaped treasure. His energy and his pills had all been used up. He would at most be able to endure for another 3 days. Ji Ning waved his hand, and the 8 downward-facing petals instantly withdrew their streams of true fire. The 8 petals then shrank in size and flew back into Ning's hands. Heh! As the saying goes, it looks like you wouldn't shed tears until you saw your coffin. You knew that you were eventually going to die if you fought against me, but you still just had to fight against me until now. Still, Ning had to sigh at how strong his foe was. Ning had 8 types of true fire to rely on, while the enemy had to actively control a magic treasure to defend. This true immortal was using up far more energy than him, but thanks to his Deofather equivalent level of power, he had been able to survive for 15 years. From this, one could see how vast a gulf in power there lay between Ning and a Deofather. If it wasn't for the fact that this person was imprisoned, there was no way Ning could have forced him to bow his head. Whoosh! The bowl-shaped magic treasure disappeared, and true immortal Winterpeak reappeared. A hint of anger and humiliation was in his eyes as he stared at Ning. I admit defeat. I'm willing to serve. Anger. Humiliation. All sorts of complicated emotions filled his mind. For him to prostrate himself before Ji Ning was like having Ji Ning prostrate himself before a celestial immortal. Experts had their own pride and arrogance. Fortunately, he had been imprisoned here for many chaos cycles, which had whittled it away a bit. Otherwise, he would have chosen to die rather than to bow his head. Even the current him had spent 15 years resisting before submitting after realizing that he had already reached the end of the line. There's no need to feel so upset, Ning said. I'm unable to allow you to leave your prison cell, and so you'll continue to live here as before. Winterpeak knew that Ning was trying to console him and make him more pliable and less resistant. He said calmly, What do you wish for me to do? Do you want magic treasures? Or to ask me certain questions? I can give you any treasures you desire. Imprisoned here, they are of no use to me anyways. I need you to not resist me whatsoever. Open up your soul to me. Let me see your memories, Ning said. You? Winterpeak's face completely changed. Overseer, don't go too far. It's a mere memory search, Ning said. Winterpeak ground his teeth as he stared at Ning. Impossible. I can give you all of my magic treasures, but a soul-scouring, impossible. To completely open up his soul meant that this person would know everything about him. He wouldn't be able to fight back against a chaos immortal or world god who wished to do this to him. But this person was far weaker than he was. To completely expose himself in such a manner to a weakling, an expert like Winterpeak truly couldn't accept it. To you, I'm nothing more than an outsider, Ning said. Those private memories of yours are useless to me. Winterpeak shut his eyes. Memories and scenes began to flash through his mind. Junior apprentice brother. Grandfather. Disciple. He would never be able to forget these people. These were the most important people in his life. Perhaps the Pangea Chaos Kingdom had truly been destroyed, but even so, perhaps some of the important people in his life were still alive. He wanted to go see them, go search for them. Fine. Winterpeak opened his eyes. He looked coldly at Ning. I accept. but I imagine you wouldn't dare to come inside and soul scour me. Ha ha! Ning chuckled, then immediately stretched out his arm. Whoosh! His arm instantly expanded to become hundreds of kilometers long, stretching out to land on Winterpeak's head. Coward! Winterpeak sneered. Even after training in the Tau 18 Fiendgods, you are still so cowardly. If a prisoner like you was to suddenly wipe out one of my clones in a desperation attack, that really wouldn't be worth it for me. Ning stood there outside the formation, but his incredibly long arm had reached Winterpeak. Even if his foe wanted to suddenly counterattack, Ning could instantly and voluntarily separate that arm. The severing of an arm would only result in the loss of some divine power, and in fact some of the divine power from the arm would make it back to him. Come then. Winterpeak shut his eyes, still seated in the lotus position. Ning's hand was pressed against the top of Winterpeak's head. He began to invade the man's soul, and Winterpeak didn't fight back at all. Instantly, magnificent scenes of an expert's rise to power began to appear before Ning. As a top-tier true immortal, Winterpeak's life experiences had been far more exciting than those of the Empyrean gods and celestial immortals, and his status had been much higher as well. A full day and a night passed before Ning withdrew his hand. He closed his eyes in thought. It seems there really is no hope of gaining a top-tier Jindan. Ning sighed to himself. Although he had expected this, after searching through Winterpeak's memories Ning became certain of it. To form a first-class Jindan, one of the prerequisites was that a Chaos Immortal had to be by your side, assisting you. In addition, in Pangaea the technique of forming a first-class Jindan was only known to the 3 world-level experts. Not even elder gods or ancestral immortals were qualified to learn this technique. Second-class Jindans. There were quite a few who knew the technique for this, including true gods and true immortals. Winterpeak, however, was not one of them. This made sense. The Jindan creation techniques were only needed by mortals who wanted to train to become celestial immortals. Ji Ning, for example, had long ago become a pure Yang true immortal. These techniques really were of no use to him. The reason why Ning had searched for more information about them was so that he would be able to transmit them to Bright Moon and the others, assuming they all survived this great storm. And there truly are very few ways of upgrading a true immortal's Jindan. Ning shook his head. A Jindan upgrade method was what Ning truly want. However, in truth, these upgrade methods were also fairly valuable as well. This was because there were some immortals in backwater regions who were incredibly talented, but who had already become celestial immortals or true immortals using inferior methods. The various powers in the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom would often recruit them, then work with them to upgrade their Jindans. Still, since even the best techniques only allowed them to upgrade the Jindans to the second tier, they weren't that valuable. Almost all the true gods and true immortals imprisoned here possessed the most elite level of power at their rank. They had incredibly high statuses, and so there was a chance that some of them knew these techniques. The chances that an elder god or an ancestral immortal knew these techniques were even higher, but alas there was nothing Ning could do to any of them. Let's take it slow. If I can't find it from one true immortal, I'll go find a second true god or true immortal. 10. 100, I'll just keep searching. Eventually, I'll definitely succeed. Ning then looked towards Winterpeak. Did you find what you wanted? Winterpeak looked at Ning. Give me your flashing sky stars, Ning said. Winterpeak ground his teeth. You've already soul-scoured me. Now, you want my protocosmic spirit treasure. Hand it over, Ning said. Humph. Winterpeak truly didn't want to give it up, but he waved his hand. Instantly, a large amount of 8-cornered, deep blue stars appeared in midair. There were a total of 99 of them, and each of them seemed to contain the vast skies within them. This was the most important treasure which Winterpeak possessed, a protocosmic spirit treasure set. Take it. Winterpeak dispersed his soul imprint on the treasure set, then tossed it towards Ning. Ning's hand expanded to become 300 meters in size as he caught the various treasures. Here is a bottle of immortal pills and a message talisman. The pills should be enough for you to stay alive for a period of time. If there's anything urgent, you can shatter the talisman to summon me. Ning waved his hand, tossing these 2 items. Winter Peak immediately accepted them. He had completely used up his spirit pills. This was exactly what he needed right now. Humph. Winter Peak gave the items a look, then snorted. Ning knew that this person was feeling rather frustrated after having been soul-scoured, then forced to hand over his most powerful treasure. Thus, Ning didn't quibble about his attitude, instead transforming into a streak of light and departing. Judging from true immortal Winter Peak's memories, hierarchical stratification is extremely strict in Pangaea. Ning flew forward atop a cloud, thinking to himself. True gods and true immortals all generally use protocosmic spirit treasures, but only first-class true immortals like Winter Peak are allowed to use entire sets of protocosmic treasures, such as these 99 stars. Most importantly of all, Pangaea actually has methods of producing even higher-class treasures. Ning sighed in amazement. In truth, it was actually quite simple to upgrade the power of a protocosmic spirit treasure. The method was to add more seals into the treasure itself. His own gold star beads of the heavens, for example, had the 9 chaos seals infused into them. This was a method strengthening spirit treasures. But of course, you had to be capable of binding and infusing the necessary seals. Or, for another example, Taoist 3 Purities had devised his immortal slaying sword's sword diagrams using a total of 7 seals. The more profound the seals were, the more powerful they would be. This set of flashing sky stars also contained seals within them, and their power was extraordinary. However, this set of treasures isn't a good fit for me, Ning murmured softly to himself. Still, the more treasures my side has, the stronger my side will become. I have to take away all the protocosmic spirit treasures these true gods and true immortals have. In the 3 realms, only some of the major powers had access to chaos treasures, and the majority of them weren't meant for combat. Thus, the absolute vast majority of major powers still used protocosmic spirit treasures in battle. Treasures like the gold star beads of the heavens were actually rather useless to most major powers. For Ning, of course, the beads were quite suitable thanks to his powerful heart force. To the others, however, treasures like the flashing sky stars were more valuable, and the seals they contained inside them would delight quite a few major powers. I can trade this to the emperors of mankind for other treasures, Ning mused. Once I acquire a few more treasures, I'll go and do a trade. The emperors of mankind, the Taoist path, and the Buddhist Sangha all had vast treasuries. If he went with treasures of his own, he could trade the ones he didn't need for ones which he could. But of course, the value had to be equivalent. Now that the storm had descended, all of the various headquarters of the New Alliance had placed the various items they didn't need within those treasuries, including many precious materials, chaos ingredients, immortal pills, and other things. That way, members of their alliance could trade for what they needed, making the alliance as a whole grow more powerful. I succeeded against a true immortal. Now, let me see if I can deal with a true god. Ning's cloud flew straight towards a large mountain. Atop the mountain, there was an emaciated, green-haired man seated in the lotus position. As soon as Ning landed, the man opened his eyes. What a true god! Ning felt a bit breathless. The true gods of the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom were comparable to the true gods of the 3 realms. Overseer. The green-haired man's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as he carefully scrutinized Ning. What happened to Pangaea? Why have they sent you? The Chaos Kingdom of Pangaea has already been destroyed. Ning stood there atop the mountain as he spoke. I am now in control of the entire prison world. You have 2 choices before you. The first is to resist me. The second is to submit to me. Just now, true immortal Winter Peak submitted to me, and I have already acquired his protocosmic spirit treasure, the flashing sky stars. Ning revealed the 99 deep blue 8-sided stars that were hovering above his hands. The green-haired man narrowed his eyes. Winter Peak, that useless piece of... He actually submitted to you? Will you? Ning looked at him calmly. The green-haired man let out a snort, then shut his eyes. He just sat there at the mountain top, not moving at all, as though he couldn't even be bothered to pay any attention to Ji Ning. If that's the case, I have no choice but to attack. Ning shook his head, then waved his hand. A streak of sword light instantly slashed across the skies, leaving behind an enduring scar in the heavens. This sword strike looked simple, but Ning had filled it with his fourth-stage heart force. It instantly traversed hundreds of kilometers and stabbed directly against the green-haired man. Clang! It was as though it had stabbed into a magic treasure. A ringing sound could be heard, but the green-haired man didn't even budge. He opened his eyes, glancing sideways at Ning, then smirked. "Is that all you have? I can just sit here, and you won't be able to harm me at all. Hurry up and beat it." "Oh!" Ning shook his head and laughed. Although the power of that sword attack wasn't great, if you didn't resist its power at all, you would have been knocked flying. Don't tell me you didn't use up any of your divine power at all in order to ensure that you were able to sit there without budging an inch. He knew exactly how powerful his sword attack had been. A minor world like Earth probably would have been smashed into dust by it, even if his enemy's body was as tough and unbreakable as a magic treasure. Once a blow of such power landed, it should have been knocked flying, just as a magic treasure would have been. "Humph! I have the body of a true god. You can't possibly damage it at all," the green-haired man said calmly. "I simply care about my image and my face. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't use up any divine power at all, no matter how you strike me." "None? What a joke. Any expert, no matter how formidable, has to use up divine power or immortal energy to stay alive." Ning smirked. "Key refiners use up their key energy, while you need to use up your divine power. Why are you so emaciated? Isn't it precisely because you are trying to converse your divine power? Even if I don't act against you, in a few chaos cycles, your divine power will be used up and you'll still die." The green-haired man's face turned ugly. All living creatures had to use up energy to stay alive. The reason why gods and immortals could stay alive was because they were able to absorb the natural energy of heaven and earth. If, for example, they were trapped in primordial chaos without being able to draw upon either the energy of chaos or natural energy, they would die after their immortal pills were all used up. If you want to stay alive, you have to continue to use up your divine power. Every attack I launch against you will speed that process up. Let's see how long you can hang on for." Ning stretched out his right hand. A lotus flower appeared within it, and then the 8 petals of the flower quickly flew into the air above the mountain peak. They transformed to become 3,000 meters in size, then began to swivel facing the ground. The petals bloomed open, releasing streaks of flame that roared downwards like divine dragons, completely covering the area where the green-haired man was. The 8 streams of true fire blazed around the green-haired man, but he was able to easily resist their power. "Stop wasting your time and effort," the green-haired man growled. "These flames can't hurt me. No rush. I have plenty of time." Ning responded coldly. "Your divine power will be consumed quite quickly by my 8 fires Chenkuan world." The green-haired man had an ugly look on his face. His divine body was comparable to a pure yang artifact. In hardness, it was comparable to Ning's own body, after he had mastered the complete 8-9 arcane art. Although this true god had access to an even better protective ability, that divine ability required even greater resources, and so he hadn't been able to master it yet. Thus, his body was like a magic treasure, but even untouched magic treasures would eventually decay and break apart after the passage of multiple chaos cycles. This was why many of the elder gods and ancestral immortals here had damaged-looking clothes. They only needed to use up a little bit of energy to repair them, but they weren't willing to do so. Nothing could truly exist perpetually. Even chaos worlds would eventually decay and perish. When Ning battled, he allowed people to strike his body with impunity, and it could be described as not using up divine power. But in truth, everything used up energy and power. Even speaking used up power. However, the amount of power consumed was very tiny. At Ning's level, the enormous amount of energy he could draw from the natural world with a single breath was more than enough to render irrelevant the amount which he had lost. Shit! Shit! The green-haired man's face was ugly. He had been imprisoned here for a long time. He had slowed down the rate at which he used up his divine power, allowing him to stay alive for a long period of time. However, the 8 Fires Chenquin world was capable of burning Empyrean gods to death. Although true gods wouldn't die, the amount of divine power they would be forced to consume to defend against it was very significant. By comparison, he was now using up his divine power at an explosively greater speed than before. If he was in the outside world, he would be able to replenish his lost energy tenfold with but a single breath. But alas, here, there was no source of energy at all. "Submit to me and you'll have a chance to leave this place in the future," Ning said calmly. "Continue to resist, humph. Your only exit will be death." Damn, this treasure with fire inside it. The green-haired man was both frustrated and nervous. This overseer can rely on these 8 types of fire to attack me while using up very little energy, and he can go to the outside world whenever he needs to in order to replenish his power. I, however, am stuck here. Who the hell came up with this treasure? Anyhow, these 8 types of fire are clearly quite weak, but when they are combined they actually become as powerful as this. Seeing that the green-haired man wasn't responding to him, Ning fell silent as well. This was yet another who wouldn't shed tears until he saw his coffin. Hurry up and submit. Yet another clone of Ji Ning, in another part of the prison world, was standing in midair, surrounded by a bottle, a gourd, a bracelet, and 3 other types of magic treasures. These 6 magic treasures were releasing true fire, godwind, true water, and other types of attacks. The world was filled with fire and water, and a dark wind howled forth. All of the attacks were aimed at a female true immortal who was hiding behind the protection of a magic treasure. True immortal Winterpeak has already surrendered. If you continue to waste my time like this, don't blame me for being merciless. Ning barked. The woman just gave Ning a cold glare. As for Ning, he could only sigh to himself. He had 2 clones here. One was controlling the 8 Fires Chenquin world, while the other was carrying many other types of magic treasures. Clearly, the second clone's treasures couldn't compare to the 8 Fires Chenquin world, which was indeed a perfect treasure to use against these prisoners. It primarily relied on the true fire it contained, after all. There was very little need for Ning to use his own energy. This process of sweeping through the people in the prison world was guaranteed to be a slow one. These true gods and true immortals were all comparable to the Tao Fathers of the 3 realms. Ning would have to use up an enormous amount of effort to deal with each and every one of them. Still, dealing with these prisoners didn't use up too much of his mental energy, and so his clones were all mainly focused on meditating on sword arts. The 32nd year of Ning roaming the 3 realms. Be careful, senior. A primal-level Fiendgod was wielding 2 massive warhammers in his hands. He bound through a forested region as he charged towards Ning. The trees around him all blasted apart and knocked down by his might. In fact, some were immediately reduced into dust. The white-robed youth, Ji Ning, held 2 swords in his hand, and he moved at the speed of a Zifu-level Fiendgod. His swordlight was like a black hole drawing a warhammer aside. And then, with another flash, the swordlight stabbed towards the Fiendgod. Clang! A warhammer was able to block in time. That was close. The Fiendgod was badly terrified. This senior clearly isn't using much power, and his blows seem weak. But that sword just now, why was it so bizarrely fast? I was almost unable to block in time. Ning, however, frowned. He then continued to battle against the Fiendgod. Every so often he'd launch that stab once more. Ning's stabbing attack had far exceeded the mysteries that were contained in an ordinary mastery of the Tao of the Sword. This was a sword art that contained some of the mysteries of the 5 treasures sword art, which itself had exceeded the heavenly Taos. Even when using Zifu-level strength, the power of the stab was enough to cause the primal-level Fiendgod to feel uneasy and nervous. Slash. Finally, a terrifyingly fast sword managed to lash out with enough speed that it stabbed straight through the forehead of the Fiendgod. The terrifyingly fast speed brought a shocking penetrative power with it as well. Right? That's the feeling. Ning revealed a hint of a smile. Senior. The primal-level Fiendgod was completely stupefied. This junior admits to being vastly inferior. "Senior, your sword arts are simply inconceivable. This junior has never even heard of such powerful sword arts before." "Continue," Ning instructed. Slash, slash, slash. Poor Fiendgod. He was repeatedly lacerated and stabbed over and over. This sword stance of the 5 stances, it looks the simplest, but it is the fastest and most direct sword stance. It is the second stance to take form. Ning nodded. "This sword stance, let me be known as blood dropped. The blood drop stance. The fastest, most savage, most penetrating sword stance of the 5. The 36th year of Ning training in the sword. Within a minor world. Go! 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 A violet-robed maiden was controlling a pair of azure and violet flying swords from afar, sending them streaking towards Ning as streaks of light. Boom! Boom! Ning had 2 swords in each hand. These 2 swords were both shockingly heavy. When Ning wielded it, he felt as though he was striking out with a hammer or a mace. When his 2 swords collided against the flying swords, 2 deep booming sounds could be heard as he smashed the flying swords back, knocking them far away. How can this be? This senior clearly isn't that strong. His power is merely at the Zifu level. I'm a primal Taoist. How could he have smashed back my flying swords with raw force? The violet-robed maiden was completely stunned. This 3rd sword has finally taken form as well. Ning revealed a smile. This sword stance shall be the Heavenbreaker stance of my 5 stances. All magic treasures could change in weight. Even the most ordinary of mortal-ranked or earth-ranked treasures could, through the usage of certain seals, transform to weight 10,000 kilograms or become as light as a feather. As for protocosmic spirit treasures like the gold star beads of the heavens, they could be as heavy as a small star or as light as a bubble. Of course, not even Ji Ning would be able to control the 3,600 beads if he made all of them weigh as much as a small star. Thus, a weight that was a good fit would be the best weight. The Heavenbreaker stance involved changing the sword to make it heavier, then using that weight to strike. If a sword was ridiculously heavy, it would become very slow. But if a sword was too light, there would be limits on how fast it could be. To reach the fastest speed possible, one had to find the perfect weight for a particular cultivator, based on his or her actual strength. The Heavenbreaker stance was very fast, but it also contained tremendous force. It was capable of splitting apart heaven and earth. The 43rd year of Ning training in the sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless divine needles, more than 10,000 in total, had completely surrounded Ning. Ning was holding those 2 twin swords in his hands. 2 streaks of sword light lit up. Instantly, 2 vortexes of water that were spinning in completely opposite directions appeared in midair. When the 10,000+ needles struck, they were completely blocked by these 2 curtains of water that were spinning in opposite directions. This stance shall be called Yin-Yang. Ning nodded. Yin-Yang stance, a defensive sword stance to be used when faced with countless simultaneously attacks. Oh! The 51st year of Ning training in the sword. What's up with this senior? His strength and speed are both quite low, merely at the Zifu level, but he's able to simultaneously fight with us 13 brothers at the same time. He really is odd. But he's quite formidable. In close combat or in ranged combat, we are completely unable to harm him. 13 primal dire monsters had joined forces against Ning, each of them Fiendgod body refiners. Ning still held those 2 swords in his hands. Occasionally, the swords would transform into black holes. At other times, they would transform into vortexes of water that surrounded him. All attacks were blocked, and at the same time he continued to battle against the 3 primal-level dire monsters closest to him. This attack went on for a full day and 2 full nights. Still not quite there yet. No, that's not it. Ning could sense that he was close to the critical component, and so he hadn't stopped. Suddenly, 3 strange sword flashes suddenly appeared out of nowhere. All 3 of the nearby dire monsters had their heads severed apart. Although those heads quickly flew back and reconnected to their bodies, the 13 dire monsters were completely stunned. They had surrounded and attacked this man, but he was still able to sever the heads of 3 of them, all primal-level dire monsters? Finally. That's more like it. Ning grinned. This sword stance. Let it be known as Shadowless. Shadowless stance. The strangest stance and a very fast one. Its speed was second only to the blood drop stance, and it completely surpassed the speed of the other 3. The blood drop stance, by comparison, was honorable and open, whereas the shadowless stance was strange and unpredictable. A wooden boat was drifting about within a river. Ning was seated within the boat, meditating. His old bald servant, Empyrean God Ninefangs, was quietly standing guard next to him. I've been training for 51 years with the sword. I used the 5 treasures as the foundation, coming up with 5 stances of my own, based on my insights into the Tao of the sword. Finally, these 5 stances have all taken form. Ning felt a joyful feeling in his heart. Years ago, a vast, broad world of the sword had opened up before him. Only today had he finally managed to truly separate that world into 5 major parts. All sword arts could be divided up as belonging to one of his 5 stances. The 5 treasures sword art had been infused by Ning into these 5 stances as well. As a result, all 5 of these sword stances were incredibly fast. The 5 sword stances of the Bright Moon sword art, Soul Heart, Yin-Yang, Blood Drop, Heavenbreaker, Shadowless. Ning had a feeling that any of the 5 sword stances, when trained to the utmost limit, would far surpass all other types of sword art that existed in the 3 realms. But of course, that would only happen if he was able to continuously improve upon them and perfect them. They were nothing more than rough outlines right now. Disciple. A spatial vortex suddenly appeared within the wooden boat, with Patriarch Subhoodie emerging from within it. Ning hurriedly rose to his feet. Master! Patriarch! Empyrean God Ninefangs was shocked as well, and he immediately bowed with respect. You succeeded? Subhoodie sat down in the lotus position, facing Ji Ning. Sit. Ning sat down in the lotus position as well. Nodding, he said, Still, it's just an outline for now. What's the name of this sword art? Subhoodie asked. The Bright Moon sword art, Ning replied. Subhoodie nodded. The sword art you created isn't bad. It has a certain quality about it, as though a school can be founded around it. Although it's still quite new and young, its future potential is limitless. Haha. The method you used to come up with this sword art was quite amusing. You actually suppressed your own power to go spar against Zifu disciples, Wanxiang adepts, and primal Taoists. And you actually succeeded in developing a set of sword arts. Before you, all we would ever see was major powers of the 3 realms occasionally providing some guidance to young cultivators through sparring. There has never been anyone who actually sparred against them in earnest and thus developed a peerless sword art. I'm a bit embarrassed, Ning said. I thought about it carefully, actually. Weak cultivators do indeed have slow, weak swords. When you suppressed yourself to make yourself even weaker to spar with them, you were forced to constantly ponder ways to improve your sword arts, given the disparity in strength and speed. Subhoodie nodded. However, in the end, you won't be able to accomplish great things solely by sparring against weaklings. Your future opponents won't be as weak as them. Ning said, Your disciple understands. I only competed against them for the sake of creating a rough outline for my sword arts. When 2 experts competed, it was easier for both sides to see what their strengths and weaknesses were. Ning had discarded sword force, heart force, immortal energy, and all other sources of power in his quest to find a sword art that belonged to him. Now that the rough outlines of the sword art had taken shape, in the future he would compete against true experts. That would be how he would perfect his sword arts. Haha. I have to say, you were quite patient. Subhoodie nodded. It's good that you understand this principle. Now, I've come here today because of Fushi. Ning instantly felt a surge of joy. Fushi? When he had offered up those 7 mighty techniques, Fushi had promised to create a special formation just for him. However, he had said that it would be done within 10 years. You've been meditating on the sword all this time, and so I didn't wish to disturb you. Subhoodie pulled out a bamboo scroll. This was created just for you. It's a formation that is very suited to you. Study it carefully. Yes. Ning reverently accepted the scroll, then sent his core sense into it. All the information regarding the formation was rapidly transmitted into his mind. This was a formation that was far more complicated and profound than the Heaven Punisher formation. It was based on some of the mysteries behind the divine body of the deceased alien invader, Rahu. When executed, the formation would allow for the creation of a Rahu body. And so, this formation was known as the Rahu formation. The Rahu formation had a total of 3 levels. The first level allowed one to command 6,000 celestial immortals and 360,000 loose immortals. This level alone was already comparable to the perfect Heaven Punisher. The wielder would have just barely reached the Tao Father level. The second level allowed one to command 30,000 celestial immortals and 2.1 million loose immortals. At this level, the Rahu's strength and divine body would be comparable to that of an actual true god or Tao Father. The third level allowed one to command 90,000 celestial immortals and 8 million loose immortals. At this level, the Rahu would actually be a bit stronger than most true gods and Tao Fathers. But of course, Ning himself had a lower level of insight into the Tao than true gods and Tao Fathers had. Thus, if Ning was in command, the strengths of the formation would counteract Ning's weaknesses in the Tao, and in turn, that meant that Ning would be able to battle against actual true gods and Tao Fathers without being at any disadvantage. But of course, that was only if he could command and control the power of 90,000 celestial immortals and 8 million loose immortals. This was incredibly difficult. 100 times more difficult than controlling the perfect Heaven Punisher. Even amongst true gods and Tao Fathers, there weren't many who could succeed. So many loose immortals and celestial immortals. Ning was rather dazed. How am I supposed to command so many? Take it slow, Subhoodie advised. Oh right, at present, you don't even have that many loose immortals and celestial immortals under your command. Ning nodded. As Fuxi developed this formation for you, he also arranged for an immortal army to be placed under your command, Subhoodie said. You can head to the human world of you the Great and go speak with Tao Father Hasbear. Fuxi has already notified Tao Father Hasbear. If you go see him, you will be given an immortal army of 90,000 celestial immortals and 8 million loose immortals. Ning was shocked and delighted. Fuxi's gifts truly were extraordinary. But it made sense. Even Tao Father Crimsonbright had nearly 1 million celestial immortals and countless loose immortals under his command, and he was considered one of the weaker Tao Fathers. The likes of the 5 monarchs had far, far more soldiers under their command. As for the human world of Yu the Great, that was the central headquarters of the primordial imperial clan. Yu the Great was also known as Xia Yu. He was the founder and ancestor of the Xia clan, also known as the imperial clan of the human race. His world was thus the place where the primordial imperial clan was based in. This world, the human world of Yu the Great, was essentially an enormous military base for the primordial imperial clan, and so it possessed tremendous power. To the primordial imperial clan, Fuxi giving Ning an army of this size was like him giving away a single strand of hair from a yoke of 9 oxen. Right? You still wish to act against the Seamless Gate, yes? Subhoodie looked at Ning. Why haven't you done anything for so long? After I ambushed them last time, the Seamless Gate became incredibly careful. While I was roaming the 3 realms, they kept a continuous watch on me through core sense. Even if I did try to ambush them again, it would be hard for me to succeed, Ning said. Of course Ning wanted to attack them again. In truth, he felt very impatient. But he knew that being impatient would do him no good. If he made a single misstep, he would pay a calamitous price. Subhoodie nodded. It seems you are still cool-headed. Good. Take it slow. To force the Seamless Gate to bow its head before you won't be an easy task. Work hard on your sword arts, especially the 5 treasures sword art. If you can completely master the entire 5 treasures, then you'll be able to receive Fuju's legacy. Fuju was always a secretive, mysterious man. I have no idea what he left behind. Both our side and the Seamless Gate has tried to find out, but we weren't able to reach it at all. It seems that the only method really is for a Fiendgod body refiner to master the 5 treasures sword art. Ning nodded. He, too, was curious as to what Father Fuju had left behind. Father Fuju's death made no sense, after all. And it was as though he had actually arranged for everything to be taken care of perfectly. A while later, Subhoodie left. As for Ning, he first had Empyrean God Ninefangs return to the Starsizer world, then traveled by himself to the main headquarters of the primordial imperial clan, the human world of Yu the Great. Whoosh! Seated upon his void boat, Ning traversed through the void, heading towards the human world. By now, Ning wouldn't even be able to teleport if it wasn't for the void boat. This was because he had already completely forgotten everything he had learned regarding the Grand Tao of Chenkuan, due to the effects of training in the 5 treasures sword art. What an imposing aura it has. Standing atop his void boat, Ning stared at the distant, vast world. As far as the eye could see, there were interconnected cities that were spread out throughout the world. Some of the cities were even levitating in midair. All of the cities were drawing in enormous amounts of natural energy, so much so that one could see with the naked eye a vortex of energy swirling around each city. Clearly, the number of immortals within those cities was simply massive, resulting in a storm of energy that testified as to the stupendous level of consumption of natural energy here. After the primordial era ended, the primordial imperial clan moved to this place. Now that the storm has arrived, this has become an enormous military camp. Ning sighed with emotion. So its fellow Taoist Dark North. A distant figure suddenly appeared via teleportation, then flew towards Ning's direction. It was a muscular, fur-clad man who had a bare chest. This particular expert of the primordial imperial clan had gotten used to dressed in animal furs when he was young, and so even after he became a divinity, he continued to dress in this manner. Empyrean God Futsu, Ning called out to him. This was the headquarters of the primordial imperial clan. He didn't dare act rashly here. After appearing here, Ning had been waiting for someone to welcome him. Whenever anyone entered this world, the primordial imperial clan would immediately know. I've already received Tao Father Hasbear's command. Fellow Taoist Dark North, come. Let's go meet Tao Father Hasbear, Empyrean God Futsu said. Ning nodded. Tao Father Hasbear. He had quite a high level of status amongst the human race. Although he rarely engaged in battle, he was one of the truly ancient figures of the primordial imperial clan. When Mother Nuwa had created the human race, Tao Father Hasbear was one of the first humans who she had personally created. He had been born in an area which had wild bears, and so he was given the name Hasbear. In that era, the human race had been incredibly weak and primitive, and so they had chosen names for themselves in a very casual manner. Back then, Tao Father Hasbear was an ordinary mortal, but he still founded a small tribe of his own, the Hasbear tribe. In fact, an incredible figure actually ended up emerging from Tao Father Hasbear's tribe, Huangdi the Yellow Emperor, one of the 5 monarchs of the human race. The Yellow Emperor came from the Hasbear tribe, and after his rose to prominence, he actually unified the human race for a time. Hasbear thus supported the Yellow Emperor, allowing him to stabilize the world. Hush! A wild wind howled, and the distant army banners fluttered in the wind. There were citadels scattered everywhere, each of which had armies of immortals and fiendgods stationed within them. Some of these armies had existed since the primordial era, while some had recently been moved here from other major worlds. The human world of Yu the Great didn't just have many immortal and fiendgod soldiers. It also more than 20 true gods and Tao Fathers who were permanently stationed here, with Tao Father Hasbear being one of them. This is Tao Father Hasbear's territory. These armies are all under Tao Father Hasbear's command, Futsu said with a chuckle. Tao Father Hasbear himself is located inside the largest city over there. Guided by Empyrean God Futsu, Ji Ning was led before an ancient figure of the human race, Tao Father Hasbear. Although Tao Father Hasbear was as old as Swearin and also had very high status, he was even more low-key than Swearin. There were many stories in the 3 realms of the power of the 5 monarchs, but there were many celestial immortals who had never even heard of Tao Father Hasbear. Tao Father, Ji Ning has arrived, Futsu said respectfully. Ji Ning pays his respects to you, Dao Father, Ning said respectfully. They were within an enormous, plainly adorned palace. A muscular old man was seated on a prayer mat in the lotus position, dressed in simple animal furs. His beard and hair looked as hard and tough as iron, and he had the face of someone with an explosive temper. When he opened his eyes, however, a look of eternity could be seen within them. In fact, the ancient aura that emanated from him caused Ning to unconsciously calm down and feel peaceful. As Dao Father Hasbear looked towards Ning, a loving look slowly but naturally took form with his gaze. Good. Dao Father Hasbear smiled. Mother Nuwa had created the human race. Hasbear was one of the first humans to be created, and he had watched as the human race had struggled, survived, and thrived. In his heart, he naturally felt very loving and protective towards every single dazzling human descendant he saw. Although this was Ning's first time meeting Dao Father Hasbear, he couldn't help but feel a natural veneration towards him. Fuxi has already spoken to me. This is a minor matter, and I've already made the arrangements. Dao Father Hasbear smiled as he looked at Ning. It's rare for our human race to produce someone so talented in heart force. You were able to reach the 4th stage of heart force despite having trained for less than a century. I want you to make sure you make something of yourself. Before the end war comes, I want you to make a breakthrough to the 5th stage. Let the myriad races of the 3 realms know that our human race is capable of giving birth to a heart force expert of the 5th stage. I shall do my utmost. Ning couldn't help but say, good. That's the attitude I like to see. Defeat isn't frightening. What's frightening is not even having the courage to try. Dao Father Hasbear smiled and nodded. Seize every moment to train. If you can become a true god or Dao Father before the end war comes, our side will be all the stronger for it. Yes. Ning didn't speak any modest words at all. In his heart, he truly desired to become a true god and a Dao Father. The 3 realms had far, far too many Empyrean gods and true immortals. It must be understood that the primordial chaos had given birth to 10 great elder gods, 81 mighty true gods, and 108,000 Empyrean gods. 108,000! Although many died during the countless wars of the primordial era, as well as in the war which destroyed Pangu's chaos world, many others eventually trained to reach the Empyrean god and true immortal level. The Seamless Alliance itself also had many Empyrean gods and true immortals within their ranks. Thus, there were currently many at this level of power in the 3 realms. The addition of Ning by himself had almost no effect on the overall balance of power as a whole. In the face of a massive army, a single person's power wasn't even worth talking about. Only when one became a true god or a Dao Father would one have the ability to have an impact on the end war. Master! A short, muscular man with a great axe on his back walked into the palace. Luozu, Dao Father Hasbear said. Give it to Ji Ning. The short, muscular man looked towards Ning, then produced a palm-sized city within his hands. He handed the miniature city towards Ning, then said, Dark North, I heard that you are skilled in commanding soldiers in a formation. Don't let these immortals down. Don't worry, Empyrean God Luozu, Ning said. During the primordial era, when the human race was still young and primitive, its cultivation methods were imperfect and flawed. They learned many of their techniques from Fiendgods, which was why many humans from the earliest days of the primordial era trained as Fiendgod body refiners. Later on, after key refining techniques became better, more celestial immortals and true immortals began to slowly appear. Go! Dao Father Hasbear looked towards Ning, a look of eagerness in his eyes. Ning bowed respectfully, then departed. The city had a total of 100,000 celestial immortals and 10 million loose immortals inside of it. Ning sent all of these immortals into his own Starsizer world and made arrangements for them, then transmitted the basic components of the Rahu formation to them. Most likely, the celestial immortals and loose immortals would only need half a year to master it, at which point they would be able to set up the formation. Sword Immortal World. 5 treasured peaks. In truth, when he had gone to meet Dao Father Hasbear, he had done so with a sense of pressure weighing down upon him. Within a vast world of darkness, the God King, seated atop his towering throne, gently strummed the fingers of his left hand against the armrest. Tap, tap, tap. The tapping sounds echoed throughout the entire dark world. I didn't expect that Ji Ning would end up making a play like this. He actually gave up alien outsider techniques to Fuxi, who developed a formation just for him and gave him 100,000 celestial immortals and 10 million loose immortals. The God King pondered silently to himself. What sort of techniques did he hand over? And what sort of a formation did Fuxi give him? Although their intelligence methods were formidable, there was no way it could be detailed to such a level. They weren't even able to find out the details of the formation Fuxi had created. And it seems Ji Ning has finished developing his own sword art. Swordfather Darklight evaluates it as being extraordinary. Third stage sword force? This kid, Ji Ning. Through sparring with those puny little cultivators, he actually ended up reaching the third stage of sword force. Sheesh. The God King shook his head. He himself didn't know much regarding the Tao of the sword. Swordfather Darklight, however, was a terrifyingly powerful member of the Seamless Alliance who, in the Seamless Chaos world, had been their #1 expert in the Tao of the sword. However, the Seamless Chaos world and the Pangu Chaos world were both destroyed, resulting in the birth of the three realms, and by then, everyone acknowledged that he was a bit inferior to Daofather Fuju. I knew that Ji Ning was formidable in heart force, but he's actually this impressive in sword force as well? Still, he's merely at the third stage. That's nothing. The God King shook his head. Not much of a threat. And then, the God King cast Ji Ning to the back of his mind, turning his attention to other matters. He was responsible for the entire Seamless Gate, and compared to his many other concerns, Ji Ning truly was a minor figure. The Stone Steel. The Prison World. The prison world held two of Ning's bodies. One was dealing with a true god, while the other was dealing with the female true immortal. Ji Ning opened his eyes, ceasing his meditations on his sword art. He looked downwards. The bottle, gourd, bracelet, and other magic treasures around him continued to unleash torrents of fire, water, and wind against the foe below. The enemy's magic treasure was shuddering, and its defensive force was beginning to weaken. 56 years. Finally, she's unable to hold on any longer. Ning felt a hint of eagerness in his heart. Perhaps this female true immortal would be able to help him by providing him with extremely powerful techniques or magic treasures. Ning willed it, and whoosh! Instantly, the fire, water, and wind all returned to their respective treasures. Everything returned to normal. Ning definitely didn't want to accidentally roast the woman to death. Submit. Ning looked at the female true immortal. The female true immortal dispersed her own magic treasure as well. She gave Ning a cold look. Ning could sense how resolute she was. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "Why must you be like this? You are going to be imprisoned here for countless ages, no matter what. So what if you choose to serve me? All I need are some of your magic treasures and some of the techniques you hold in your memories. I won't harm you or lower your own personal power at all. In the future, you'll have a chance to escape this place. Stop dreaming." The female true immortal continued to look at Ning coldly. "You lowly, crawling insect, forget about making me. Shui Jin. Submit." Empress Jean. Ning was stunned. When he had scoured true immortal Winterpeak's memories, he had learned of some of the more famous true gods and true immortals of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. The woman before him was extremely emaciated, and her aura was unfamiliar to Ning. This was why, prior to this moment, Ning had no idea as to who she was. She was an extremely domineering true immortal who was even more powerful than Winterpeak, and so she was referred to by others as Empress Jean. Empress Jean. A reminiscent look appeared in the female true immortal's eyes. That's all in the past now. All in the past. Pangea is gone. Everything is gone. You want me, Shui Jin, to submit? Submit to someone as weak as you? Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. She began to laugh loudly, laugh wildly, laugh in a dreary, desolate way. Whoosh. She suddenly vanished, her soul dispersing. The only thing left behind was the echoes of her desolate laughter. which reverberated in the empty world. Ning couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. Upon learning that she was Empress Jean, Ning had realized right away that it was highly unlikely that she would submit. In truth, every single top-tier true immortal possessed incredible pride and self-confidence. The only reason why there was even a chance for them to submit to Ning was because their souls had been tormented by their chaos cycles of imprisonment within this prison world. Some, however, would still rather die than submit. But despite this, Ning didn't waver in his decision. He needed to acquire more power from this prison world. He wanted to survive this tribulation, to survive the end war. He wanted to rescue his wave, to ensure that his daughter Bright Moon would be able to live a long and happy life. He wanted to ensure that his master and his other loved ones would survive as well. Thus, Ning would only give these alien outsiders a single chance to survive. Submit to him. If they refused to choose to submit, then they could all go die. After the female true immortal known as Empress Jean perished, Ning carefully went through the relics that she had left behind. Although his gains were significant, he didn't find any important techniques or chaos items which he was in desperate need of. Clearly, prior to coming to this prison world, she had exchanged items that she couldn't use for large amounts of spirit pills and immortal pills. Here in this prison world, those were what really mattered. Although I used 6 types of treasures at the same time to unleash fire, water, and wind against her clearly, the power was vastly inferior to that of the 8 fires Chenkuan world. Ning shook his head. I'll let my other clone deal with the true gods and true immortals. I should have this one deal with the Empyrean gods and celestial immortals. Although their treasures are much less valuable, and although the chances that they are in possession of a powerful technique are very low, at least I can kill them or force them to submit in a much shorter period of time. I can also use them to train and temper my Bright Moon sword art. In addition, he created the Bright Moon sword art through dueling weak immortal cultivators. Only by battling against experts on his level in actual life and death duels would he be able to further perfect this sword art. Obviously, outside the prison world it would be hard for him to find so many experts on his level to spar against. The prison world, however, had many. Overseer, a skinny, weak-looking youth, sat there, head raised as he stared at the distant Ning. A true immortal, but with such a weak aura? Strange. Logically speaking, a position as important as Overseer should be given to core members of Pangea. How could a core member be a true immortal of the weakest possible level? Can it be that the prison world has fallen into enemy hands? Die! Ning let out a loud roar, and his twin swords howled through the skies towards the youth. Upon seeing Ning attack him without even speaking to him, the skinny youth was shocked, and then a mad look appeared in his eyes. So it really is an enemy. You want me to die? Puny true immortal, you go die first. The skinny youth let out a low growl as the muscles on his tiny frame suddenly began to bulge out. His rune-covered skin became pure white as he instantly transformed from a skinny, beggar-like youth to a figure that looked like a god of war. His body went blurry for a moment, then 4 different faces appeared on him, as well as a total of 8 arms, each of which was wielding a strange, black, staff-like weapon. He growled, then pounced towards Ning. Outsider, die! Ning viewed these people as alien outsiders. They, too, viewed Ning as an alien outsider. Clang, clang, clang. Sword light flashed everywhere, as did dancing staff shadows. Ning was knocked flying backwards in their very first clash. He smashed hard against the ground, creating a deep ditch within it. Ning's body then blurred momentarily before he, too, gained 3 heads and 6 arms, with a sword in each hand. Master's words were wise. If I wish to truly perfect Bright Moon, I have to fight against more experts. A blazing light was in Ning's hands as he once more charged forward. The two battled non-stop. It seemed as though the skies would collapse and the earth would shatter. The fight was absolutely frenetic. This prisoner had 4 faces and 8 arms, and his staff techniques were extremely profound. Imprisoned here for countless eras, the only thing he had to do was to meditate and cultivate, resulting in his staff techniques become even more formidable, far more so than Ning's bright moon sword art. Ning was at a complete disadvantage in their battle. Fortunately, however, Ning was protected by the 8-9 arcane art, and so even when he was struck he wouldn't be injured at all. Ning didn't use the star-seizing hand or his heart force. The star-seizing hand used up too much divine power, while heart force was quickly depleted in a battle. In addition, what Ning really cared about right now was to further perfect his sword arts. By relying on the protection of the 8-9 arcane art, Ning was able to continue the fight, even though he was being completely outclassed. Damn. What the hell type of protective ability is this? As a Fiendgod body refiner, he's clearly just an Empyrean god. How the hell is his divine body this tough? The youth was beginning to panic. Even in the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, protective divine abilities were extremely precious. It was incredibly difficult for someone at the Empyrean god level to be able to train his body to become comparable to a top-grade pure yang treasure. For example, the true god which Ning's other clone was dealing with only had a body that was on Ning's level as well. In truth, the only reason why Ning himself was able to completely master the 8-9 arcane art was because of his accomplishments in the realm war in the Xianxia. Dao Father Crimsonbright wished to express his thanks, which was why he had gifted Ning with the many great firmament pills Ning needed. If this continues, my divine power continue to be depleted. Once it is all used up, I'll die. The youth was both furious and frantic. But even if I die, I'm not going to let this alien outsider off. Outsider die! The youth's entire body suddenly began to glow with red light. Clearly, he had used some sort of divine ability that allowed his power to increase by an explosive amount. However, Ning was extremely skilled in defensive techniques, and his 8-9 arcane art continued to render his opponent's attacks ineffective. He was still able to endure the blows and continue fighting. After battling for another hour, Ning had become completely familiar with this foe's techniques. The youth had begun to repeat them over and over, and they were of no further use to Ning in terms of perfecting his sword arts. Star-seizing hand. Heart force. Shadowless. Ning's swords suddenly became blurry. Whoosh! The youth's four-faced head was instantly severed and sent flying into the air. The severed head's eyes were filled with a look of shock. He had clearly been dominating his foe. How was it that his foe had suddenly exploded with power that far surpassed his own? He had no idea that when Ning used both the star-seizing hand and his fourth-stage heart force, Ning's power was vastly superior to his own. When he had overpowered Ning, he had struck Ning more than 100 times without being able to breach Ning's 8-9 arcane art in the slightest. When Ning had overpowered him, a single sword had lopped his head off. This made it obvious how important a protective divine ability was. Alas, the indestructible body technique which Ning had learned from the stone steel required an incredible price to be paid for mastery. Even the likes of Fushi and Subhuti, upon seeing the price, had instantly discarded the notion of training in it. This was because they hadn't even heard of some of the chaos materials necessary to master it. Swoosh! The severed head came flying back, reattaching itself to the body. Eh? The youth frowned in puzzlement as he stared at Ning. Outsider, why didn't you kill me? Given that Ning was able to sever his head with a blow, Ning clearly was capable of completely crushing and destroying his body. And yet, Ning had not, allowing his head to fly back and reattach to it. Ahahaha. I've long heard that the immortals and gods of Pangea are incredibly formidable. My hands were a bit itchy, so I wanted to see it for myself, Ning said with a laugh. See it for yourself? The youth was speechless. Why you? Aren't you afraid of me killing you? Are you able to? Ning rebutted. The youth was stunned. Yes, given how formidable the man's protective divine ability was, it would be impossible for anyone on his same level to overpower and kill him. The only solution would be to keep him suppressed. Right? Even if I suppressed you with my power, eventually, my divine power would be used up and I would still die. The youth shook his head. What he didn't know was that Ning actually had another body here. Even if the Empyrean gods and celestial immortals of Pangea were powerful enough to suppress him, the other clone could come and, by relying on the 8 Fires Chenkuan world, slowly roast to death any and every Empyrean god or celestial immortal. To roast the energy out of a true god or true immortal might take dozens of years, but to do the same to an Empyrean god or celestial immortal would be far quicker. What exactly has happened to Pangaea? And what exactly do you want? The youth looked at Ning. A short while later, the youth succumbed to Ning's combination of threats and blandishments, electing to serve Ning. Ning was more powerful than him, which naturally made it so that he didn't feel as opposed to serving Ning as more powerful figures might. If you really just wanted to spar against me, you could have first recruited me, then fought me. Both of us could have simply lowered the amount of energy we used to keep things safe. Wouldn't that be easier? The youth still felt a bit of resentment. That battle just now had used up an enormous amount of his divine power. If I had first recruited you, would you have been willing to go all out against me? Ning shook his head. If the youth hadn't had the desire to go all out and try to kill Ning, the battle would have been completely different. After recruiting the youth, Ning searched his memories, then went to the field of primordial chaos to replenish his divine power. The chaos region inside the stone steel was just a few hundred meters in size, but it was completely split apart from the prison world itself. This was because this chaos region was meant for overseers to use. Because the chaos region had been created by the king of Pangaea, it naturally converted the primordial chaos within it into elemental energy. The previous overseers would occasionally wander the prison world, but they generally spent most of their time in the chaos region. After replenishing his divine power, Ning spent a bit of time pondering the 5 treasures, then improved his bright moon sword art before once more seeking out that youth for more sparring. Only after a full month did Ning leave to go deal with the next Empyrean god or celestial immortal. And so, just like that, Ning began a voyage through the prison world in which he would sweep through all the Empyrean gods and celestial immortals. Although the prison world was vast, it actually didn't have that many Empyrean gods or celestial immortals. There weren't many, after all, at that level of power who would be qualified to be locked up in a place like this. Ning took every single battle very seriously, and after each battle he would gain many new ideas for further perfecting his sword arts. The bright moon sword art continued to improve, and its power grew greater and greater. In the blink of an eye, another 40+ years had passed. Ning had swept his way through more than 400 Empyrean gods and celestial immortals. It must be understood that the entire Prison World 17 only held a bit more than 1,000 individuals at that level of power. These 400+ Empyrean gods and celestial immortals offered Ning many treasures, and he even acquired a pair of protocosmic spirit treasures. As for the number of pure yang treasures he acquired, the number was ridiculously high. Ning couldn't help but sigh at how different the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom was from the 3 realms. In the 3 realms, these pure yang treasures would be considered quite rare and valuable. Powerful Empyrean gods and true immortals would generally all have protocosmic spirit treasures on them. In the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom, however, protocosmic spirit treasures were very rare, but extremely powerful pure yang treasures were very common. Judging from the memories Ning had sifted through, Pangaea had far superior methods for manufacturing and producing magic treasures, which was why there were so many top-class pure yang treasures. Boom! 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 8 streaks of true fire dragons continued to blaze away at the green-haired man. It had been 82 years. Ning had used the 8 fires Chenquin world to burn away at the green-haired man for 82 years. As far as this true god was concerned, every one of these years had been more difficult to endure than 1,000,000,000,000 ordinary years. His divine power continued to deplete without any replenishment at all. Stop it! Finally, the green-haired man called out. Ning's clone had been analyzing some sword arts. The past 82 years had been quite boring. All he did was occasionally add a bit of key into the treasure while spending most of his energy on his sword arts. Upon hearing the green-haired man's call, Ning immediately woke from his meditative trance. Upon seeing the green-haired man looking towards him, Ning smiled. If the man intended to commit suicide, he probably wouldn't have called out to Ning. He would have rather been burnt to death than speak. Since had spoken out, he was most likely about to submit. Prior to him, Ning had dealt with 2 true immortals. This would be the first true god who would submit to him. Perhaps there might be an unexpected surprise. The green-haired man's eyes were like those of a starving hawk's as he glared at Ji Ning. He said hoarsely, "If I submit to you, what do you wish of me?" Ning laughed. Clearly, the man was considering submitting. However, he was also a true god. If Ning went too far in humiliating him, he'd probably rather die than submit. Ning explained, "I need the treasures that you have on you. Here in this prison, your treasures are of no use to you anyhow. You might as well give them to me. Also, I need to search your memories." Memories? The green-haired man's face changed. "To you, I'm an alien. To me, you are an alien." Ning smiled. "Your personal secrets might be very important to you, but they are completely meaningless to me. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about them." The green-haired man stared at Ning. "I guarantee," Ning said, "that these two requests are all I want. If you accept, you continue living a peaceful life here. In addition, I'll provide you with spirit pills to ensure that you'll be able to continue to survive. If you stay alive, you'll have a chance to leave the prison world in the future." "Fine," the green-haired man said hoarsely. "I accept." Ning was pleasantly surprised by how forthright the man was in accepting. The green-haired man shut his eyes, continuing to sit there within the formation. Ning reached out with his right hand from outside the formation, his arm instantly expanding to become hundreds of kilometers long. His palm pressed down against the top of the green-haired man's head as he sent his soul energy forward, beginning to execute the soul-scouring technique. The green-haired man didn't attempt to fight back at all. If he did, there was no way Ning would be able to accomplish the soul-scouring. This true god had an awe-inspiringly large number of memories. Countless thought bubbles filled his mind space, each of which represented major memories. Some of the bubbles were covered with complicated seals, none of which Ning was able to see through. Empyrean gods, celestial immortals, true gods, and true immortals all had to swear life oaths after learning powerful spells and techniques. Even if they wanted to teach them to others, they wouldn't be able to. No wonder he was willing to submit. So he harbors such tremendous enmity in his heart. And his foes are all elder gods and ancestral immortals. Even if Pangaea really was destroyed, some of those elder gods and ancestral immortals must have been able to successfully flee. After searching through the memories, Ning understood who this true god was and the hatred this true god harbored. This man wanted to leave, to find his foes, to kill them all. Even if Pangaea was destroyed, he would still search its ruins to find his foes. He wouldn't feel satisfied until he was certain they were all dead. Ning didn't pay too much attention to the exact details of this feud. He discarded that information, focusing his attention in a different direction. Whoosh! After Ning's soul energy entered a particularly thought bubble, a profound technique suddenly entered his mind. Sword Immortal World. The 5 Treasured Peaks. A white-robed Ning was seated within the thatched cottage, meditating on sword arts. He was suddenly startled awake as the information pertaining to that technique entered his mind. "Master, Bright Moon is causing trouble again." She saw injustice occurring and insisted on intervening, resulting in her offending several immortal cultivators. After she beat them up, their elders came. She just went kill, kill, kill and ended up slaughtering quite a few of them. She's in real trouble now. The patriarch of their clan is a celestial immortal. I'm not worried about his flunkies, but if he personally appears, we're going to be in serious trouble. Neither I nor Autumn Leaf have undergone our tribulations. Little Qing frantically reported the above to the black-robed Ji Ning. "Oh, it's fine. Don't worry." The black-robed Ning nodded. "Bright Moon has a kind heart. It's good to let her experience more of the world. Still, keep a close eye on her. Don't let her embark upon the path of evil." "Don't worry. Autumn Leaf and I are keeping a close watch on her." Little Qing nodded repeatedly. "All right, I'm going to go back now." Swoosh! She disappeared into thin air, teleporting away. The black-robed Ning just chuckled. After so many years, Bright Moon had become much more mature than before. In fact, She didn't like to roam about in her natural childlike form, and so changed her appearance into that of a young woman. In addition, she had been blessed with talent by her parents. Given that Patriarch Subhuti doted on her as well, she had long ago reached the void level. However, due to her extraordinary background, it was guaranteed that her celestial tribulation would be an extraordinary one. Thus, she was still building up power in preparing for it. Ning allowed Bright Moon to roam the outside world, only asking that she keep little Qing and Autumn Leaf by her side. In truth, there was something which none of the three realized. Ning's primal twin had been split into 18 clones, and one of them was hidden within an ordinary-looking jade talisman which Bright Moon was carrying. In reality, this jade talisman was a pure yang treasure, one which Ning had gone to Mount Innerheart to ask his senior apprentice brother Lord Jiang to forge. Lord Jiang had set up seals atop this jade talisman, making it look like an ordinary item that was completely unremarkable. After binding the jade talisman to himself, Ning had gifted it to his daughter. It was very rare for Ning to give her gifts, and so Bright Moon loved this one and carried it with her at all times. What she didn't realize was that this ordinary jade talisman was actually a pure yang treasure which contained a pocket dimension inside it. Within that pocket dimension was a clone of Ji Ning, which primarily focused on meditating and training in sword arts while being prepared to protect his daughter at all times. However, Ning didn't want his daughter to know that he was with her. Once she knew, this adventure would no longer be much of a tempering for her, and she would probably be angry with him as well. Bright Moon is really sheesh. Whenever he thought of his daughter, he couldn't help but smile. But then the look on his face froze. A profound technique had suddenly filled his mind. 18 clones of his true body. 18 clones of his primal twin. Every single clone learned this technique at the same instant, and all of them were stunned. Ning had spent more than 90 years sweeping through the prison world, dealing with more than 800 Empyrean gods and celestial immortals, as well as 3 true gods and true immortals. Upon soul-scouring this true god, finally, Ning gained something of true value. Within the prison world. After completely learning and memorizing the entire technique, Ning suppressed his excitement and continued to search through the rest of the true god's memories. Only after finishing his search did he stop the soul-scouring. A look of delight and joy was in Ning's eyes. His body was actually quivering slightly, and he murmured to himself, "Great fortune, a great fortune. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me." Ning's eyes were filled with blazing excitement. Ning had always believed the Pangea Chaos Kingdom to be even more formidable than the 3 realms, which meant that it had to have some truly powerful divine abilities and spells. The 3 realms had the Star-Seizing Hand, the 8-9 Arcane Art, and other techniques. Logically speaking, Pangea should have techniques which were even more powerful. And it was true. Pangea did indeed have formidable divine abilities at its disposal, but the ones which Ning had discovered thus far had all been sealed away with life oaths, preventing him from reading them. This time, however, Ning had finally acquired a technique, and it was a technique which he deeply desired. The 9-horn lightning serpent evasion technique, Ning murmured softly to himself. Within the primordial chaos, there are seas of lightning, and within those lightning seas there are spirit snakes with 9 horns on their heads. I can train in this. I can absolutely train in this. This is something that can be used in the 3 realms. Ning hadn't expected that he would encounter such a tremendous stroke of fortune. In the 3 realms, evasion techniques were extremely important. The more formidable an evasion technique, the faster one would be able to move. The most famous techniques in the 3 realms included the somersault cloud of his senior apprentice brother, Sun Wukong, as well as the wings of the Garuda of the great golden-winged rock. These were some of the most supreme evasion techniques of the 3 realms. When one reached the apex of the somersault cloud or wings of the Garuda, one would be able to move 150,000 kilometers in a single instant. This was a level of speed which even many true gods and Tao fathers found difficult to reach. Ning, however, knew the truth, that the truly supreme, number 1 evasion technique of the 3 realms was a legendary technique known as the Golden Sunstreak. The most supreme of stars, the solar star, would give birth to a type of god beast known as the golden crow. Only golden crows which were completely born from the energy of the solar star were considered true, perfect golden crows. As for lesser golden crows that had mixed heritage or which were born after true golden crows copulated with other living creatures, there was no way their bloodline could ever reach the level of perfect purity. During the primordial era, the solar star had once given birth to 10 golden crows at the same time. These 10 golden crows all possessed incredible power. By relying on their innate divine abilities, they were able to roam the primordial world without fear. One of them actually reached the true god level, and was given the respectful title of Emperor of Monsters. The 10 golden crows all radiated infinite amounts of blazing heat. They were like 10 suns that baked the primordial world, causing the entire world endless amounts of anguish. In addition, all 10 of them had an incredibly powerful evasion technique. The golden sunstreak, the power of a true god, combined with the golden sunstreak divine ability. Not even Mother Nuwa and the other elder gods had been able to catch them. And then Hoi had acted. Hoi was just as terrifyingly talented as the golden crows, and he possessed a level of power that was enough to stun and shake the primordial era. His arrows were the fastest in the world, and they possessed enough power to cause even major powers to feel fear. Of course, not even Hoi was certain that he would be strong enough to slay the golden crow that had been titled the Emperor of Monsters. Thus, Hoi had spent quite a long period of time producing 10 arrows of incredible power. And then, Hoi had struck. It was as though space-time was completely incapable of impeding his arrows. Even the Emperor of Monsters had been unable to escape and had perished to his first arrow. As for the remaining 9, although they were ridiculously fast, there was no way they could escape Hoi's arrows. Hoi slew 8 of them. In the end, Mother Nuwa interceded, resulting in the last one being spared. However, the fact that they died didn't mean that the golden sunstreak was a weak divine ability. The golden sunstreak, in truth, simply converted the user into a streak of light. Its speed was the speed of light itself. Once one merged one's body into the golden sunstreak, the body would go wherever that streak of light went. As for the speed of this technique, it allowed the user to travel 300,000 kilometers in an instant. This was the absolute limit in terms of raw speed. Not even major powers were able to surpass the speed of the golden sunstreak. Their only options were to use their control over space-time or certain treasures and spells to slow down the golden crows, causing them to fly slower. Only then would they be able to catch up. None of them, however, were capable of catching up to the golden crow that had reached the true god level. Not even Hoi. Hoi had to produce special arrows of terrifying power in order to catch them and kill them with his shots. Golden sunstreak. The speed of light. This was definitely a technique that allowed one to move faster than any other living creature of the 3 realms. Ning's third apprentice brother was a golden crow that had been birthed from the solar star during the era of the 3 realms, and he was a master of this divine ability. Many Major's powers deeply desired to train in it, but only golden crows that were born from the solar star could do so. 9-horn lightning serpent? Ning was incredibly excited. This technique was an evasive divine ability that was on the same level as the golden sunstreak. The golden sunstreak involved a streak of blazing light that only golden crows could control. The 9-horn lightning serpent, in turn, involved a bolt of living lightning. It was incredibly difficult to train in, and in fact it could be said that cultivators had a 90% chance of dying when attempting to train in it. Upon mastering it, however, one would be able to enter the lightning serpent and move far away in a single lightning bolt. The speed of this lightning bolt was just as fast as the speed of light. Both had reached the utter limit of speed possible. If I was to master this technique, I'd be able to roam the 3 realms and attack the seamless gate spaces as I pleased. They wouldn't be able to catch me. Ning knew that this evasion technique was extremely difficult to train in, but he instantly decided that he was going to master it, no matter the cost. After a period of excitement, Ji Ning began to ponder as to how he should train in this technique. The 9-horn lightning serpent evasion technique was definitely a first-class technique even in the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. It had already reached the utmost apex of speed. An incredible technique like this The price one would have to pay to get even a basic level of skill in it would be similarly shocking. The first requirement, for example, was to transform the divine body, making it so that the lightning serpent could swim about within it without harming it at all. This, however, was incredibly difficult. The golden sunstreak, for example, consisted of golden solar fire that had gained sentience. Golden solar fire was a type of fire that surpassed the 9 mighty types of true fire. Not even true gods or Tao fathers would dare to use their bodies to take it head-on. Even if they tried to use spells or artifacts to block it, they might still be roasted to death. The golden crow, however, was born within the deepest depths of the solar star. Ordinary mortals would drown when they fell into the sea, but fish would swim within it with ease. In a similar manner, golden crows would be able to bathe in golden solar fire as though they were at home. They were naturally gifted with the ability to be completely unharmed by it, which is why they were able to master the golden sunstreak technique. The wild and untamable 9-horn lightning serpents held the same level of power as golden solar fire. Even though Ning had the 8-9 arcane art protecting him, he would still be instantly reduced to dust by the power of the lightning serpent. Thus, he had to first transform his divine body. But the transformation process was the most dangerous part of training in this technique, with a 90% chance of death. If he made just the slightest mistake, his divine body would be reduced by the lightning serpent into ash. The second requirement. Once the lightning serpent became able to roam within the divine body without harming it, the cultivator could begin to nourish and create the divine tattoo of a lightning serpent egg. This would give the lightning serpent a home, as it would be able to coil up within that egg. In addition, the divine tattoo of the egg would slowly transform the lightning serpent, making it evolve and change in a qualitative manner. It would be as though the lightning serpent was a blade that had been put in a scabbard, no longer capable of causing any damage. Otherwise, given how wild and violent these lightning serpents were, there would be no way to control them at all. The lightning serpent had to be tamed and rendered harmless. Only then would it be docile, at which point it could be used to execute the evasion technique. The same was true of the golden sunstreak technique which the golden crows used. After being tamed by the golden crow, the streak of sentient sunlight would no longer have its inherent, terrifying offensive power. It would become very docile and gentle, under the complete control of the golden crow. It would allow the golden crow to go wherever it wanted to go. But of course, taming and transforming something like the 9-horn lightning serpent was an incredibly dangerous process. This was because during the taming and transforming process, the lightning serpent would be incredibly violent. An external source of power would be needed to help subdue it, and within the 9-horn lightning serpent evasion technique there was a record of methods involving myriad thunders godgems, thousand-rot godfruits, or chaos nectar, thousand-rot god trees. When they reached the end of their lifespan, they would begin to rot away and decay, but after they completely rotted away, a brand new sapling would emerge from within and begin to grow. This new tree would become even taller and greater than the previous one, but eventually it too would begin to rot away. Each rotting would lead to the next tree growing ever larger and filled with ever more vitality and energy. Finally, after 1,000 rottings and rebirths, the god tree would reach the maximum limit of power, at which point in time it would bear fruit. This sort of fruit was known as the thousand-rot god fruit. The total time needed for the fruit to be created was a full chaos cycle. After ripening, it would instantly fall down from the tree. However, as soon as it landed and touched anything besides primordial chaos, it would instantly transform into dust. Thus, one had to wait there in advance and prepare to catch the god fruit. After the fruit ripened and fell, the thousand-rot god tree would once more decay and rot away, beginning a completely new cycle. Thousand-rot god fruit possessed incredible, unfathomable, miraculous power. In the Chaos Kingdom of Pangea, it was something which only the 3 world-level powers were permitted to possess. Myriad Thunder's god gems, by comparison, were even rarer than thousand-rot god fruits. Within the infinite primordial chaos, seas of lightning would appear on occasion. In this regions, large amounts of lightning would come together, resulting in the emergence of lightning sea serpents of tremendous power. These things were on the same level of power as golden solar fire. If the lightning sea serpents gained sentience, they would grow 9 horns on their heads, at which point they would be known as 9-horn lightning serpents. Only the sentient lightning serpents with 9 horns were tameable. If the sea of lightning was vast enough, and there were enough 9-horn lightning serpents present, sometimes myriad thunder's god gems would be crystallized. 9-horn lightning serpents love to swim around these god gems. Thus, if one acquired one such god gem, one would be able to easily tame a lightning serpent. Alas, the primordial chaos was infinitely vast, and seas of lightning would only be encountered every so often. Seas of lightning that contained myriad thunder's god gems were even rarer, and whenever they were discovered, the major powers who found out would immediately think up ways to seize them for themselves. Chaos nectar was also incredibly mysterious. One had to establish a vast world, then use it as the foundation for a grand formation meant to extract essence from the primordial chaos. Each chaos cycle, only 6 bottles of chaos nectar could be harvested. In addition, since chaos nectar possessed no elemental qualities of its own, it was usable in many different ways. The primordial chaos gave birth to all things, after all. Thus, chaos nectar could also be used to tame a 9-horn lightning serpent. To tame a 9-horn lightning serpent, one would normally need either 9,000 rot god fruits, a single myriad thunder's god gem, or 6 bottles of chaos nectar. In the 3 realms, I've never even heard of this god fruit or this god gem. I do, however, have chaos nectar. Ning pondered to himself. No matter what, I'll need a 9-horn lightning serpent, first to transform my body, then to tame it for riding. The 3 realms does, however, have a 9-horn lightning serpent within it. Time to pay a visit to exalted celestial thunder god, Ning mused to himself. In the 3 realms, there was a major power who was capable of controlling 9-horn lightning serpents. He was exalted celestial thunder god. This was an incredibly mighty major power who perpetually kept to himself in seclusion. Even to this day, with the 3 realms gripped by a storm, he rarely intervened. In truth, there were many major powers like him who kept to themselves in seclusion. They were all preparing quietly, waiting for the end war to come before they would erupt with their full power and slay their foes. Sword Immortal World. The 5 Treasured Peaks. Ning was seated within the thatched cottage. Rising to his feet, he called out, "9 fangs!" A streak of light flew towards the cottage from far away, landing in front of it. It was 9 fangs. "Accompany me to the Thunder God Major World," Ning instructed. "Yes," 9 fangs acknowledged. The 2 entered the void boat, then exited Sword Immortal World via the void, hastening towards the Thunder God World. Long ago, in the distant past, before the primordial era had even begun, the primordial chaos had given birth to 10 mighty elder gods and 81 true gods. The 81 true gods were all born with mastery over a grand Tao. One of them was exalted celestial thunder god, who was born with control over the grand Tao of lightning. He naturally possessed tremendous talent in thunder and lightning. However, although his divine body was capable of withstanding many lightning bolts, it was unable to withstand the power of the lightning sea serpents or the 9-horn lightning serpents of the primordial chaos. He only had a true god's body, after all. Elder god of fire Zhurong, for example, was able to withstand the golden solar fire and golden sunstreaks. Alas, Elder God Zhurong did not have any methods at his disposal for actually taming any of those streaks of fiery light. The Golden Crow's ability to do so was an innate one. Boom! A vast world, filled with countless bolts of lightning that were thundering down from up high. One could see with the naked eye 1,000 lightning bolts at any given moment. The void boat was currently in the skies of this world. Although lightning bolts continuously hammered against it, they were unable to damage it at all. "Let me take a look first." Ning spread out his heart force. "Exalted celestial thunder god is over there. Let's go," Ning said. Although Thunder God possessed tremendous power and was one of the top-tier Tao Fathers, his skill in heart force was inferior to Ning's. Swoosh! The void boat flew through the skies, quickly arriving before a levitating mountain. The peak of this levitating mountain was surrounded by a large amount of electricity, and there were armored soldiers guarding the peak as well. "Who goes there?" a celestial immortal soldier barked out. "I am Ji Ning. I wish to pay my respects to exalted celestial thunder god," Ning said respectfully. Ji Ning. The group of soldiers was quite surprised. They had all naturally heard of the famous sword Immortal Dark North. Ji Ning. The soldier immediately replied, "Sword Immortal Dark North. Please wait a moment. I'll go make a report right away." Instantly, the soldier quickly departed to relay the message. As for Ning and Ninefangs, a cloud appeared beneath their feet. They stood atop the cloud and waited patiently. This was the territory of a top-tier Dao Father. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit discourteous. A short while later, the celestial immortal flew back. "The exalted celestial has instructed for you to go see him, Sword Immortal Dark North. Ninefangs waited for me here," Ning instructed. Ning then flew by himself towards the top of the mountain peak, where the celestial immortal was waiting for him. "Sword Immortal Dark North, please follow me." As Ning was led forward, he secretly sighed to himself. Generally speaking, most major powers would beautify their residences. The Dao Palace of the East, Mount Ling of the West, Mount Innerheart, the Celestial Court. These were all beautiful places. Exalted Celestial Thunder God, however, had chosen a place that was nearly pitch black. This levitating mountain didn't even have a single speck of vegetation. "The Exalted Celestial is over there," the soldier said hurriedly. Ning took a look. He saw a tall, towering figure seated in the distance. The figure had to be at least 30,000 meters tall. True gods were born with bodies of this size. It could be considered a normal height. "Good." Ning smiled and nodded, then walked towards the figure. He soon arrived at the dais before the figure, then said respectfully, "Ji Ning pays his respects to you, exalted celestial thunder god." The towering, muscular figure, dressed in pitch-black armor, opened his eyes. Sparks of lightning could be seen within them as he gazed down at the minuscule Ning. "Ji Ning, I've heard of you before. Subhuti is indeed talented in teaching his disciples. Go ahead and speak. Why have you come to my place?" Ning secretly let out a sigh of relief. From the sound of it, this person would most likely be willing to give Ning's master, Patriarch Subhuti, some face. "This junior is in desperate need of a 9-horn lightning serpent," Ning said respectfully. "Of the major powers of the 3 realms, only you, exalted celestial thunder god, are in possession of these lightning serpents. This junior would like to beg you, exalted celestial, to bestow one such serpent. I am willing to use protocosmic spirit treasures to trade for it." The towering thunder god just closed his eyes. He said in a calm voice, "Leave. Immediately." Ning was stunned. Exalted Celestial Thunder God wasn't even going to discuss this, and instead had ordered Ning to leave immediately? What was he supposed to do? "Exalted Celestial, this junior is willing to use treasures to trade for it. Please Kansi," Ning said frantically. Exalted Celestial Thunder God opened his eyes. His gaze was like ice. "If you don't leave, don't blame me for showing no mercy." For a moment, Ning didn't know what to do. "Scram!" Exalted Celestial Thunder God glared coldly towards Ning as he roared at him. Ning's face turned ashen. He immediately bowed, turned, and left. Empyrean God Ninefangs was waiting outside the levitating mountain atop his cloud. Suddenly he saw his manor lord, Ji Ning, appear from within the distant mountain peaks. Ning was hurriedly walking in his direction. Ninefangs couldn't help but feel surprised. Why has the manor lord returned so quickly from his meeting with exalted celestial thunder god? Swoosh. With a single step, Ning moved to Ninefangs' cloud. "Manor lord," Ninefangs whispered softly. "Let's leave." Ning didn't waste time explaining. He immediately released his void boat, entered it alongside Ninefangs, then departed through the void. A void boat suddenly appeared amidst the clouds of the major world, known as the Hu Kingdom. When exalted celestial thunder god first saw me, he was clearly quite courteous. But as soon as I mentioned the 9-horn lightning serpent, He immediately turned hostile. Ning carefully pondered what had just happened. Given that the three realms had been swept into a storm, most of the major powers in their alliance were fairly friendly towards the younger fellows. Ning had already met with figures like Daofather Crimsonbright, Fuxi, and others. All of them were very friendly to him. Although Exalted Celestial Thunder God was famous for his explosive temper, he had also been quite friendly at first as well. Why did he turn so hostile when I mentioned the nine-horn lightning serpent? I was willing to use treasures to trade for it, but he wasn't even willing to consider it. Ning frowned in thought. What should I do? The only major power in the three realms that possesses nine-horn lightning serpents is Exalted Celestial Thunder God. If I can't acquire one from him, then I'll have no choice but to go to a lightning sea if I want to train in this technique. Capturing nine-horn lightning serpents was incredibly difficult. Not even the major powers who were skilled in capturing creatures were generally willing to spend the effort necessary, as the nine-horn lightning serpents were of no use to them. The only one who was willing to spend so many years on this task was Exalted Celestial Thunder God, who had captured quite a few of them over the countless eons. Manor Lord, Ninefangs asked, puzzled. Why have we come to the Hu Kingdom? To visit true immortal Hu Yu, of course, Ning said. The Hu clan was a clan that was subordinate to the primordial imperial clan of humanity. Although it was quite flourishing, it had never given birth to a true god or a Tao Father. After the primordial world was destroyed and the three realms were born, the Hu clan had moved here to this major world, taking it over. Given the Hu clan's power, conquering a major world was very easy. Even back during the primordial era, the Hu clan had more than 18 Empyrean gods and true immortals amongst their ranks. By now, they had more than 30. True immortal Hu Yu? Ninefangs was puzzled. He didn't understand why Ning wished to meet with true immortal Hu Yu. Whoosh! Ning spread out his core sense to encompass the entire major world, quickly discovering true immortal Hu Yu's location. Within a secluded mountain valley, there were a few thatched cottages scattered throughout the valley. A few women could be seen teasing each other, some of them playing around within the waters of a creek. Fellow Taoist Hu Yu. A voice suddenly rang out within the valley. One of the women playing around within the water, a green-robed woman, unleashed her core sense. She immediately located the white-robed youth and the bald elder located outside the formation protecting this valley. Ji Ning. The green-robed woman immediately recognized him. That bald old man by his side should be Empyrean God Ninefangs, one of the 7 Empyrean gods led by Empyrean God Redsnow, who appeared within the realm war for the Crimson Bright realm. Big sister, what is it? Big sister. The other women all emerged from the creek and from their respective houses, gathering around her. In truth, women were all celestial immortals who were under the tutelage of true immortal Hu Yu. However, true immortal Hu Yu disliked referring to others as disciple or being referred to as master. And so these women usually referred to her as Big Sister. No more playing around, true immortal Hu Yu instructed. Instantly, the female celestial immortals all fell silent, no longer daring to run around. However, they were all curious. Who was this visitor? True immortal Hu Yu waved her hand. Whoosh! An opening suddenly appeared at the end of the gorge. This gorge had been covered by a protective barrier which wasn't easy to penetrate. From the opening emerged 2 men, a white-robed youth and a bald old servant. Fellow Taoist Dark North. True immortal Hu Yu smiled merrily. Fellow Taoist Hu Yu, I've come with a request, Ning said. Oh? Come inside and speak. If there's anything I can help you with, fellow Taoist, I definitely won't just stand by idle. True immortal Hu Yu was extremely curious. What did this famous sword immortal Dark North wish of her? She immediately guided Ning into a thatched cottage. The interior of the thatched cottage was decorated in a very refined manner. Ning and Hu Yu both sat down facing each other, with Hu Yu pouring some immortal wine for Ning. Before I came to your place, fellow Taoist, I paid a visit to your master, Exalted Celestial Thunder God, Ning said. I visited him with the intention of trading him some treasures for a 9-horn lightning serpent. But I didn't expect that he immediately ordered me to leave without even letting me finish my words. I was out of options, so I came here to meet with you, fellow Taoist, in the hopes that you might have an idea. Who you was the disciple which Thunder God doted on the most. Exalted celestial Thunder God was born from the primordial chaos with control over the grand Tao of thunder. His temper was equally explosive as his Tao. Although there were some disciples he doted upon, there were others he was extremely strict with. The one he doted on the most was his one and only female disciple, true Immortal Hu Yu. This was why Ning had come to meet with Hu Yu, in the hopes that she might have an idea. You want a 9-horn lightning serpent? Hu Yu was surprised. Yes. Ning nodded. That's going to be hard. Hu Yu shook her head. It's true that the only person in the 3 realms who possesses these serpents is my master. But to master, these serpents are incredibly important. Once, long ago, Taoist 3 Purities asked for Master to provide him with a 9-horn lightning serpent for use in forging a certain magic treasure. Master was extremely unwilling. In the end, Taoist 3 Purities gave my master multiple chaos ingredients that he needed before my master accepted. However, that was a long, long time ago. Now that the storm has decided, there's no way even Taoist 3 Purities would be able to acquire another serpent from him, to say nothing of you. Oh, Ning was surprised. Don't you know that Master's most important treasure is the Hammer of Punishment Thunder? Hu Yu asked. I do know. Ning nodded. Exalted Celestial Thunder God wields the Hammer of Punishment Thunder, releasing lightning to punish wicked immortals and fiends alike. Ning was puzzled. But what does that have to do with the 9-horn lightning serpents? Where do you think the lightning of the hammer comes from? Hu Yu shook her head and smiled. Master can simply summon some of the weaker types of lightning from the natural world, but he has to work hard to extract the more powerful types of lightning from lightning seas in the primordial chaos. This is especially true for the supreme type of lightning, the 9-horn lightning serpents. After extracting them, he has to refine them before he can smelt them into his hammer of punishment thunder. This allows him to release them at a critical moment to assault his foes, then draw them back after the attack is finished. Ning was startled. It was true that of the various types of thunder, the most powerful types were the lightning sea serpents and 9-horn lightning serpents. The lightning sea serpents were not sentient, while the 9-horn lightning serpents were. Thus, comparatively speaking, the horn serpents were easier to refine and smelt, as the mindless lightning sea serpents were completely uncontrollable. This was why even the likes of Elder God Zhurong was unable to take control over Golden Solar Fire, forcing him to devise his own Zhurong God Fire. Suiren had similarly been unable to control Golden Solar Fire, which was why he had to devise his own Eternal Kindle Fire, which was equally powerful. The reason why they couldn't control it was because it was simply too explosive and wild. Golden Solar Fire didn't possess any sentience. Thus, it was too explosive and wild. Even Fushi, the number 1 formations expert of the 3 realms, was merely able to guide the Golden Solar Fire into his formation, and the guiding process was still extraordinarily tiresome. He had completely mastered and fused the heavenly Taos of both Yin and Yang, and his skill in formations was tremendous. But that was still all he was capable of. Lightning sea serpents were just like Golden Solar Fire. They were both too wild and untamable. 9-horn lightning serpents were sentient, which was why one could bind them. However, they were extremely rare. Only a tiny percentage of the already rare lightning sea serpents would gain sentience and transform into 9-horn lightning serpents. As far as Master is concerned, these serpents are part of his killer weapon, his most powerful attack. Master has spent an enormous amount of blood and sweat binding every single serpent and infusing them into his hammer. Hu Yu continued, if it wasn't for this great tribulation, there might be a tiny chance that Master would be willing to give up one of them. But the tribulation has arrived, and he might very well die in the end war. There's absolutely no way he would give up any of them at all. This is something that will have an impact on his chances of his survival. Given Master's temperament, it's useless for anyone to try to convince him. Hu Yu gave Ning a look. I'm just his disciple. There's nothing I can do at all. Ning nodded. So that's why. I was rash and foolish. Fellow Taoist Dark North. I urge you to give up your hopes of acquiring the 9-horn lightning serpents. Who said. Aside from master serpents, the only way you can find them is by going to the lightning seas within the primordial chaos. However, those lightning seas contain many lightning sea serpents, with a small number of 9-horn lightning serpents intermingled within. Not even major powers would dare to go too deep within. Master has the body of a thunder god, and thus he is most likely the number 1 figure in the 3 realms in terms of catching these serpents. Despite that, it took him a long time and much work before he was able to catch a few. I know. Ning nodded slowly. Sorry to have troubled you, fellow Taoist I'll leave now. Ning ordered Ninefangs to temporarily return to the Starsizer Major World, then went by himself via voidboat into the primordial chaos. Chaos mist billowed everywhere around him. If he went too far and too deep into the primordial chaos, it was entirely possible that he would become lost. Thankfully, Ning had some maps regarding the chaos regions around the 3 realms. 2 lightning seas were marked down on the maps, and so Ning naturally headed towards the closest one. However, this still took him much deeper into the primordial chaos than he went last time. Thus, he advanced very carefully, for fear of becoming lost. He advanced continuously through the primordial chaos in his void boat, tearing through space and using the various stars as his signposts. He advanced for 12 full hours, and the amount of space he traveled past in the void boat was most likely several times larger than the 3 realms themselves. Here I am. Ning stood up within the void boat, staring into the distance. A vast, endless sea. A sea of lightning and thunder. As far as he could see, there were countless streaks of jagged white lightning that came together to form an endless sea of electricity. The deeper one went into the sea, the darker it became. At the deepest parts, one could even see black flashes of lightning. These black flashes of lightning were all shaped like giant serpents. These were the lightning sea serpents, living lightning beings that even major powers feared. A single lightning sea serpent was one thing, but the depths of the lightning sea held countless black streaks of lightning within them. The lightning sea serpents there were simply uncountably numerous. Even the mightiest of major powers would have to go all out in order to go deep into the lightning sea. However, 9-horn lightning serpents were incredibly rare, with less than 1 in 10 million lightning sea serpents giving birth to one such sentient serpent. From this, one could tell how difficult it was to find and catch them. I have no other choice. I'll have to take the risk. Ning stood atop the void boat, gazing deep into the endless lightning sea. I have to enter the lightning sea in order to train this divine ability. Ning had no other options. Ning had 15 other clones of his true body by his side, hidden within the star-seizing manor. One of them emerged from the manor, then flew towards the endless sea of lightning. After flying for a short while, the clone reached the borders of the lightning sea. Phew! Staring at the countless flashes of white lightning before him, Ning couldn't help but feel his heart shudder. Time to go in. With a boom, Ning charged forward into the endless flashing streaks of lightning. Whoosh! 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 Countless lightning bolts surged around him. Ning had long ago put away his magic robes, leaving him completely nude within the sea of lightning. He allowed the white lightning bolts to crash down upon his body repeatedly, and almost instantly close to 1,000 lightning bolts came hammering down against him. These lightning bolts were countless times more powerful than the lightning bolts Ning had encountered during the 9th 9 set of his Empyrean Tribulation. Fortunately, Ning had already mastered the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, and so was able to take them with ease. Time to begin training in the 9-horn lightning serpent, and transform my divine body. Ning allowed his nude body to bathe in the lightning, shutting his eyes and focusing on activating the divine ability. Instantly, a series of divine golden tattoos began to appear on the surface of his body. As the divine tattoos continued to appear, the white lightning around Ning that had been attacking him seemed to become more gentle. Slowly, Ning's entire body became covered in countless golden tattoos. These golden tattoos were all linked together, and one could vaguely make out a single massive character. The character for lightning in the script of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. Whoosh! 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 Once the barrier of golden tattoo light was formed, the surrounding white lightning all began to swirl around it. Slowly, a vortex of lightning was formed, and at the center of this vortex was what looked like a cocoon of lightning, with Ning located within the cocoon. Inside the lightning cocoon, the muscles and skin of Ning's naked body were all twitching and shuddering as strands of white lightning continuously flowed into them. Previously, Ning's body had been capable of easily withstanding the white bolts of lightning thanks to the 8-9 arcane art, which completely blocked all the lightning. But to transform his divine body, he had to allow the lightning to enter every single part of it. Only then would his divine body undergo a qualitative change. Right now, his body wasn't truly defending against the lightning. It was just lowering the power of the lightning dramatically. One slip-up, however, and the body would instantly be reduced to dust. This was just the beginning. The body's elemental composition had to be completely changed. All bodies had elemental affinities and natures. Some, for example, were born with bodies of water, while others were born with bodies of fire. Generally speaking, at Ning's level, the nature of the body didn't really matter. For example, even exalted celestial thunder god, who was born with control over the grand Tao of thunder, didn't have a body that could allow lightning sea serpents or 9-horn lightning serpents to roam within it without causing damage. What Ning had to do was to change his body to become a perfect lightning vessel, capable of allowing lightning sea serpents and 9-horn lightning serpents to roam about it with impunity. Perhaps in terms of power, there was no way he could match exalted celestial thunder god, but his affinity towards lightning would become closer than even the thunder gods. In truth, this alone was testament to how difficult it was to transform one's divine body. The major power who developed this evasion technique was definitely an extraordinary individual. The only reason why the true god which Ning had acquired this technique from even had accessed this technique was because he had been extremely lucky when adventuring in a dangerous area. Arg! Ning could sense his entire body being racked by pain. The divine body had to be transformed in a procedural manner. The first step was to use weak lightning bolts to transform it. Next, he would slowly upgrade the power of the lightning, allowing his divine body to become even more perfectly affiliated with lightning, until finally it was suitable for 9-horn lightning serpents to reside within. The other types of lightning were easily encountered. 9-horn lightning serpents, however, were incredibly rare and precious. Ning had been planning to slowly train within the 3 realms, but he was now forced to enter the lightning seas. The power of the lightning within the lightning seas would increase the further he went in, making it quite a suitable place for him. However, what awaited Ning within the heart of the lightning sea wasn't the 9-horn lightning serpents. It was the even wilder race of mindless lightning sea serpents. As for the final step of perfecting his divine body, Ning had planned to use the 9-horn lightning serpent to do this. The lightning sea serpents were simply too wild. Clearly, using them to transform the body would be much more dangerous. However, since he didn't have a 9-horn lightning serpent, he had no choice but to accept the dangerous alternative. Time slowly passed on. His divine body transformed at a very slow pace, and every so often a small part of his body would break apart. Ning would hurriedly use his divine power to repair the damage, then continue with his efforts. He spent more than a month within the white cocoon of lightning. Still completely naked, he allowed the white lightning to roam across his body and even inside his body, suffering no damage at all. Continue. Ning soon began to advance towards the deeper parts of the lightning sea. Slowly, the color of the lightning began to turn darker and darker, and they began to increase in power as well. Ning came to a halt, then once more began his cultivation. He guided the dull white lightning bolts into his body, allowing them to transform it. He spent merely half a year before succeeding, then once more headed deeper into the sea. Once Ning reached an area where all the lightning was gray, he came to a halt. He began to use the gray lightning to transform his divine body. This time he succeeded after just a few days. The final step is before me. Ning stared forward. Past this region of gray lightning was the region of black lightning. The black lightning serpents swam everywhere. Once they moved at full speed, they would be moving at the speed of light, giving them extraordinary power and savagery. No matter where Ning looked, he could only see these lightning sea serpents. He was unable to see any nine-horn lightning serpents at all. Using lightning sea serpents to transform my body is very dangerous. Ning stared forward, sensing a certain pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. His 8-9 arcane art was completely incapable of withstanding such terrifying lightning bolts. Even major powers would fear them. Ning was nothing by comparison. If I had a 9-horn lightning serpent, my chances would be comparatively greater. Well, there's nothing for it. Ning once more activated the body transformation technique. Once more, the golden tattoos appeared atop his skin, quickly forming together into a cocoon of golden light, causing the lightning around Ning to begin to swirl towards him. Ning continued to advance forward, moving towards the region where the black lightning intersected with the gray lightning. Whoosh! Whoosh! Crackle! The lightning sea serpents were wild and unbridled. They were in the shape of serpents but possessed no sentience. In truth, they were nothing more than peculiarly shaped bolts of lightning. Finally, a lightning sea serpent at the border region brushed past Ning's body. The black lightning was instantly attracted towards the golden barrier formed by the divine tattoos, resulting in a cocoon of black electric light surrounding Ning, who immediately retreated back into the region of gray lightning. Time to begin. Black electricity crackled within the cocoon. Ning carefully guided a strand of black lightning from the cocoon into his own divine body, allowing it to invade. Lightning sea serpents and 9-horn lightning serpents were both types of lightning. The only difference was that 9-horn lightning serpents were sentient. If he was able to succeed in transforming his body via lightning sea serpents, it would also become suitable for 9-horn lightning serpents. Boom! The nude Ning's arm instantly blew apart, and then the cocoon of black lightning collapsed as well. When the vestiges of black lightning brushed past Ning's body, it instantly collapsed and transformed into dust, leaving nothing else behind. Failure. Outside the sea of lightning, Ning was still seated atop his void boat, and his face turned pale. The pain his clone had felt as it was destroyed filled Ning with utter agony. The lightning sea snakes were simply too terrifying. Even the portion of true soul within the clone had been reduced to nothing. Damn, the lightning sea snakes are far too wild. I just guided a tiny part of their energy into my body, but wasn't even able to succeed in transforming one of my arms. Let's do it again. Ning once more sent a clone forth. Although he had sent just a single clone into the lightning sea, all of his other clones had shared in the experience. They had all begun to ponder on how to increase his chances of succeeding in transforming his body. Although the 9-horn lightning serpent evasion technique had very detailed notes, once the time came to actually apply the technique, experience made a tremendous difference. This death had given Ning experience in using a lightning sea serpent to transform his body. Next time, he would avoid certain mistakes and do better. After 3 months, the second clone died as well. Again. The other bodies were all pondering carefully on what to do. His true body's clones continued to enter the lightning sea, testing and trying new techniques. But this was indeed the most dangerous part of training in this divine ability. The technique's notes didn't exaggerate at all. The stated 90% chance of death wasn't just talk. This was even more true for Ning, who was using the extremely dangerous method of using lightning sea serpents to transform his body. In the blink of an eye, more than 4 years had gone by. Ning remained within the void boat, staring at the distant, vast sea of lightning. It's been more than 4 years. My other 15 clones have all died, but I still haven't succeeded. I was just a tiny bit off. Ning gritted his teeth. His true body's clones had all died. Only one of them remained alive, and that one would be able to slowly grow out new clones. This was a process that allowed for the rebirth of the true soul, and the divine body. However, a fairly long period of time was required. To completely recover all 15 bodies would take countless years. This was the reason why young Flame Freak had felt such despair when he lost his 16 clones. There was one other method that could be used to quickly replenish the clones. To use the incomparably marvelous Chaos Nectar. Ning was able to use Chaos Nectar to break through from the first level of the Tao 18 Fiendgods to the second level. To use it to merely rebuild his clones was a waste of precious resources. But the great storm had already descended. Ning simply didn't have the time he needed to allow his clones to recover. I'll have to use Chaos Nectar. Swoosh. Ning spent a full hour traveling towards an enormous star within the primordial chaos. He located a mountain estate, then temporarily secluded himself within it. He then entered the star-seizing manor, beginning his training. Chaos Nectar can be used to train in the second level of the Tao 18 Fiendgods. I, however, am wasting it in replenishing my divine body. Ning himself felt heartache at the waste. However, this was all for the sake of learning the nine-horn lightning serpent. This was an evasion technique that would make even major powers grow red-eyed with envy. An absolutely first-class evasion technique that would allow him to always have the initiative. When those 10 golden crows had devastated the primordial era, not even Mother Nuwa had been able to do anything about them, precisely because the golden sunstreak was simply too powerful. Ning pulled out the stopper to a black bottle. Pop! The stopper came out, and Ning stopped worrying about the cost. Closing his eyes, he began to employ the regenerative technique included in the Tao 18 Fiendgods. Instantly, one drop of chaos nectar after another began to fly out of the black bottle. Every single drop contained countless bubbles that were like worlds unto themselves. The bubbles would appear and disappear in a marvelous, unending cycle of creation and destruction. Ning slowly absorbed the chaos nectar into his body. Whoosh! An illusory figure flew out from within Ning's body, then solidified. Instantly, a second Ning appeared. As more time passed on, additional bodies were restored and rebuilt. In the end, a total of 16 Nings appeared within the star-seizing manor. This was the limit. There was no way he could regain any more. The amount of chaos nectar needed to replenish my clones is actually the same as needed to break through to the second stage of the Tao 18 Fiendgods. Ning truly felt heartache at the cost. Again. I refuse to believe that I'll fail this time as well. Ning left the cave, then rode the void boat back into the primordial chaos, heading once more towards the Sea of Lightning. The void boat once more came to a halt at the borders of the Lightning Sea. Yet another clone flew out into the countless streaks of lightning, beginning to slowly transform its divine body. In truth, Ning could have transformed one clone to the level of being able to withstand the gray lightning, then halted the transformation process and used it as the base template for restoring his other clones. That way, all of the recreated clones would start with enough affinity for lightning to immediately go and try to be transformed by using the black lightning sea serpents. That would allow for more time to be saved. Ning, however, didn't do this. He continued to have every single clone go through the slow transformation process. That way, with each attempt Ning would continue to accumulate more experience. At present, the reason why Ning was able to endure the gray lightning was thanks to his divine body having trained in the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, rather than due to him being experienced in lightning. He only succeeded due to his incredibly tough body. By testing things out time and time again, he was accumulating experience. He would rather spend an extra 3 months gaining experience than potentially waste a tiny bit of chaos nectar. Atop the void boat, Ning frowned. He once more sensed the agony of his soul being destroyed. Yet another failure. Again. Swoosh. Another streak of light flew out and entered the Sea of Lightning. Clones of Ning's original body continued to advance, each of them being felled in turn by the lightning sea serpents. Clearly, using them to transform his body was incredibly difficult. However, as he continued to gain experience and perfect his technique, each time he was able to endure the lightning sea serpents for increasingly long periods of time. 9 dead. 10 dead. Ning felt tremendous heartache as well. Every single clone represented some of his chaos nectar. I just need to hold on for a while longer. Just now, if I was slightly luckier, I might have succeeded. Ning did his best to maintain complete calmness as he continued his attempts. Within the region of gray lightning, there was a cocoon of black lightning. Within the cocoon, Ning's nude body was covered with dim flickerings of black lightning. His skin and his muscles would occasionally be destroyed, but they would almost instantly recover and heal. Ning's eyes were closed, and all of his heart force was focused on guiding the strands of black lightning. The power of the lightning sea serpents was simply too terrifying. He wasn't able to forcibly command even the tiniest part of it, just guide it. Clearly, Ning had gained increasing amounts of experience in this technique, at the cost of paying with his life over and over. Starting with his hands, his entire body began to transform. His torso, his four limbs, his head. Whoosh! Ning's eyes suddenly opened. Swish! Swish! Black lightning shot out from his eyes, not damaging them in the slightest. I finally succeeded. Ning willed the barrier of golden tattoo light to disappear. Instantly, the cocoon of black lightning collapsed as well. The black lightning sea snake lashed out chaotically, some of it sweeping past Ning's body as well. However, the lightning simply shot through Ning's body without damaging it. Ning continued to stand there, completely unharmed. In fact, some of the black lightning even swirled around inside of his body. I finally succeeded. Ning excitedly clenched his fists. After having been completely stonewalled by exalted celestial thunder god, his only hope was to risk the sea of lightning. At first, he had failed multiple times, causing him to begin to worry. What if he died dozens of times without succeeding? Was he supposed to use up all of his chaos nectar on this single technique? Fortunately, as his experience increased, he was able to withstand the transformation process of the lightning sea serpent for increasingly long period of times. Ning felt more confident in himself upon seeing that he was improving, and today he had finally succeeded. The remaining steps will no longer be dangerous. Ning let out a relaxed chuckle. The next step will be to tame a 9-horn lightning serpent. I don't have 1,000 rock god fruits or a myriad thunders god gem, but I do have chaos nectar. Clearly, the only issue before me is actually finding one of them. Time to go. This time, Ning headed straight towards the field of endless black lightning in a fearless manner. The black lightning bolts were all in the shape of serpents, and they flew about with wild abandon with utterly heaven-wrecking power. However, no sea wave, no matter how vast, could drown a fish. This region of lightning sea snakes could be described as an lethally dangerous zone for others, but it was no longer of any danger to Ning. Still, upon actually entering the region, Ning still slowed down his advance and advanced cautiously. One lightning sea serpent after another flashed past Ning, some brushing against him. Ning, however, simply felt a warm, gentle feeling throughout his body. Ha! He let out a chuckle, then flew all the way into the region. Time to search for a 9-horn lightning serpent. As Ning flew through the region of black lightning, he continuously released his heart force to search the region. Heart force was inherently formless, and so not even the lightning sea serpents were capable of damaging it. Given how far Ning's core sense stretched, he was quickly able to locate a 9-horn lightning serpent located deep within the sea of lightning. Not hesitating at all, Ning immediately flew in that direction, boring deep into the heart of the lightning sea. Prior to this, Ning was still able to see the primordial chaos if he raised his head. Now, however, the only thing he could see anywhere were those flashes of black lightning. After flying for a full hour, a 9-horn lightning serpent drew close to Ning's direction. Perfect! Ning had long ago formed a serpent egg of divine tattoos within his body. So long as a 9-horn lightning serpent touched his body, it would immediately be drawn inside. Swoosh! Ning did everything he could to move closer to that 9-horn lightning serpent. Whoosh! The giant black serpent had 9 horns on its head and was incredibly agile. It was happily swimming about within the sea of lightning, sometimes flying fast, sometimes flying slow. What caused Ning the most despair was that it had suddenly begun to fly towards a different direction. Given how fast it was, Ning wasn't even able to catch a glimpse of it, to say nothing of catch it. Ugh! Failed. Once the 9-horn lightning serpent began to move away from him, given how fast its speed was, there was no way Ning could possibly catch up to it. Thus, actually encountering and acquiring one had an element of luck to it, especially in the encountering part. I'll keep going in deeper. Ning continued to advance into the depths of the Lightning Sea. The entire Lightning Sea did have a coremost region. In a Lightning Sea of sufficiently vast size, myriad thunders godgems would crystallize within these core regions. However, this one had been discovered by the three realms long ago. Given how able the likes of Swerin and Taoist three purities were, if there were any godgems within it, they would have been able and willing to pay the price necessary to enter the core regions to harvest the godgems. Mother Nuwa in particular was completely capable of easily traversing the sea. Thus, Ning didn't believe that he would encounter a myriad thunders godgem within the core. He continued to fly deeper and deeper towards core. He flew fairly slowly within the Lightning Sea. Given that the Lightning Sea was also quite vast, he flew for 2 full months. Although he encountered more than 100 nine-horn lightning serpents, not a single one of them touched him. One of them was so close that Ning was able to see it with the naked eye. But alas, with a swish, it flew past Ning without touching him. Ning frantically expanded his body to become 10,000 kilometers in size, but was still unable to touch it. The serpent was simply too fast. After flying for more than 2 months, Ning finally arrived at the core region of the Lightning Sea. He spread out his heart sense. He was able to sense that a series of terrifyingly powerful ripples were emanating from the core. Clearly, this was the wellspring of power for the Lightning Sea. There was a large number of nine-horn lightning serpents around the wellspring as well. In this place, nine-horn lightning serpents were far more common than in any other place. This was the reason why Ning had come here. As expected, there are no myriad thunders godgems here. However, Ning only felt excitement. Now that I've finally arrived here, I can see that there are plenty of nine-horn lightning serpents here. I should be able to touch one. Whap! Suddenly, an enormous serpentine tail brushed past Ning. It touched the divine tattoo of a snake egg within Ning's body. And then, the entire enormous nine-horn lightning serpent was completely drawn towards it. Its sentience caused it to choose to burrow straight inside Ning's body. The titanic, massive serpent had actually completely burrowed itself within the divine body of the human-sized Ji Ning, entering the divine tattoo of a lightning serpent egg. It was as though that divine tattoo had become its home. Ning used his core sense to investigate the tattoo, only to see that the nine-horn lightning serpent had lazily coiled around itself within the tattoo, seemingly asleep. I really wonder how the person who devised this technique was able to come up with this lightning serpent egg tattoo. It's capable of making nine-horn lightning serpents behave like ordinary little serpents that are still asleep within the egg in such a docile manner. Ning felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had accomplished his task. He had finally managed to capture a nine-horn lightning serpent. However, Ning knew very well that it was the tattoo that kept the serpent docile and slumbering. He himself was completely unable to control it as of now. If he wanted to control it, he'd have to tame it and transform it on a fundamental level. Only then would it truly become part of his evasion technique. Time to go. Ning slowly began to fly towards the outside. After spending 3 full months in flight, he finally flew out of the depths of the Lightning Sea, past the borders and onto the void boat. Within the star-seizing manor, Ning was seated in the lotus position within the main hall. Before him were 7 black bottles. According to the records, taming a nine-horn lightning serpent should only require 6 bottles, but Ning was worried about running out midway. Thus, he added an extra bottle. Ouch! Still, this divine ability will be worth it. Even the most supreme of existences in the 3 realms would want to acquire it. To trade 6 bottles of chaos nectar for it? Worth it. Ning closed his eyes, beginning to tame the serpent in accordance with the notes recorded regarding the technique. Whoosh! Drops of chaos nectar began to fly out, each filled with extraordinary power. The drops burrowed their way into Ning's body. Under Ning's guidance, they flew straight towards the divine tattoo of a lightning serpent egg, then penetrated into the body of the nine-horn lightning serpent. Once the chaos nectar entered its body, the serpent felt an incredibly comfortable sensation. As this happened, a golden tattoo suddenly appeared as well. Ning had manifested it, and he sent the tattoo flying forward, imprinting it onto the serpent's body. One golden tattoo after another began to appear, landing on the serpent's body non-stop. At the same time, drops of chaos nectar continued to flow into the serpent's body. Because of the chaos nectar, the serpent felt incredibly relaxed and comfortable. Thus, it didn't fight back at all. Otherwise, it would have been shocked and immediately fled the lightning serpent egg, at which point Ning would only be able to stare blankly. Time flowed on. Ning's chaos nectar continued to be used up, and more divine golden tattoos appeared on the 9-horn lightning serpent's body. It slowly began to transform, becoming friendly towards Ning. In fact, Ning's soul could vaguely sense its presence. It was a sensation akin to sensing his own spirit beast. However, the sensation was still very weak as of now. One bottle of chaos nectar after another continued to be used up. The serpent grew increasingly gentle, and its violent, offensive power began to disappear. Phew! Ning opened his eyes, revealing a smile. He could sense the spiritual connection between himself and the 9-horn lightning serpent that lay coiled within the lightning serpent egg inside his body. However, although the little serpent was sentient, its intelligence level was too low. All it had was a vague sense that Ning was the most important thing in the world to it. I really did use up 6 bottles of chaos nectar. Ning took a look and did a tally. In fact, a little bit of the 6th bottle is still left. Ning stood up within the empty region outside the lightning sea. With but a thought, he instantly caused the black lightning serpent to appear and swirl around his body. In fact, the little serpent even used its head to brush against Ning's face in a very friendly manner. Let's move. Ning willed it and swish, a streak of black light flashed, and Ning suddenly appeared far away. Then, with another flash of black light, Ning reappeared at his original position. With this divine ability, Ning had a look of anticipation in his eyes. Senior Apprentice Sister, I'll definitely force the seamless gate to let you come back. Prior to this, his chances of successfully forcing the seamless gate to lower its head were quite low. All he could do was try his best for her sake. Now, however, Ning truly felt confident. Seated aboard the void boat, Ning shuttled through the primordial chaos, quickly arriving at the icy star, which contained the stone steel for the prison world. Swoosh! A black lightning serpent suddenly appeared, covering the void boat around it. In a flash, it moved millions of kilometers to reach a desolate plain which was covered with pristine, untouched ice. Ning put away his void boat, landed atop the plain, then laughed as he looked at the ground. Come out! Boom! 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 3 streaks of light shot out from the icy ground, then flew towards Ning. It was a trio of divine swords. Master! Greetings, Master. Master, are you going to take us into battle now? 3 black-robed children appeared atop the 3 swords. They looked to be 4 or 5 years of age. Each of them was very handsome, with adorable faces that were just asking to be pinched. However, the black robes they wore gave them a cold, severe aura, and yet, their words were filled with excitement and liveliness. Ning grinned. These 3 swords were the Dark North swords. Ning had kept the Dark North swords within the prison world this entire time. Quite a few alien outsiders had died by Ning's hand within the prison world. And even a first-tier true immortal who was equivalent to a Tao Father of the 3 realms had been slain. The amount of baleful energy generated by their deaths was enormous. The armaments of Sin technique had been applied to the Dark North swords, and all 3 of them had broken through the apex of the pure yang level to become protocosmic spirit treasures. Once top-grade pure yang treasures advanced to become protocosmic spirit treasures, they would immediately become high-grade protocosmic treasures. The 3 Dark North swords were now all high-grade protocosmic spirit treasures. However, Ning could sense that they were very close to becoming supreme protocosmic spirit treasures. The amount of baleful energy generated by the death of that female true immortal within the prison world had been truly enormous. Ning was going to deal with the seamless gate again, but he didn't have any particularly powerful swords with him, which was why he had sent one of his incarnations to go and bring out his 3 Dark North swords. Ning had to be very careful during this extremely dangerous period of time. There was no way that he would go to the Stone Steel's location without a very good reason. It was entirely possible that one of these days, a major power might be following him or spying on him. If he was followed when pulling out treasures from the Stone Steel, resulting in the Stone Steel being discovered, he would be in serious trouble. Thus, he had already secreted his treasures in the surrounding area. That way, even if someone followed him to this star, they wouldn't know about the Stone Steel. But of course, given that Ning had 4th-level heart force, it would be extremely difficult to follow him without him noticing. The Seamless Gate did have some individuals who were capable of it, but for now at least Ning wasn't important enough for those figures to lower themselves to sneak after him. Of course I'm talking you battle. Number 1, number 2, number 3. This time we're going to let the Seamless Gate get a good taste of your power. Ning laughed. Those Seamless Gate imbeciles. They are so dead. We definitely have got to let them know our power. Right on. The 3 little fellows were all extremely excited. The process of gaining a soul via the Armaments of Sin upgrade was a fairly slow one, and the Dark North swords hadn't been with Ning for that long to begin with. Sufficiently old pure Yang treasures would be able to gain souls even without any special techniques. Now that these 3 had all broken through to become protocosmic treasures, they all gained spirits of their own. In truth, protocosmic spirit treasures could be considered living creatures. They could exist on their own, and they could even engage in cultivation. The big bear of the star-seizing manor, for example. Ning had seen it cry, which had made him feel as though the bear was an actual living being. And it was true. Thanks to his extreme age, the giant yellow bear had long ago broken through and had begun to cultivate on his own. After Ning had barged into the underwater estate and become the heir to Daoist's 3 lives, the giant yellow bear had naturally wanted to take care of him. Prior to Ning becoming an Empyrean god, though the giant yellow bear refused to let him completely bind the estate. This was the reason why, when Ning had taken on Subhuti as his master, Subhuti had said that it was not yet the right time for the giant yellow bear to leave the manor. It was because once the bear escaped the manor and lived on his own, there would be no way for Ning to control it. Now, Ning had complete control over the manor. But since they were in dangerous, stormy times, the giant yellow bear was willing to remain as the spirit of the treasure, accepting Ning as his continued master. If he was to venture out alone, his chances of dying would be too high. Let's go. 3 Dark North swords in hand, Ning headed out. Upon returning to the 3 realms, Ning immediately used his talisman to contact his master. He then returned to the Crescent Major world. Mount Innerheart, the Taoist monastery. Master, Ning said respectfully. Subhuti looked at Ning. Master, please take a look. Ning handed a furled scroll over to his master. Can it be yet another technique? Patriarch Subhuti chuckled upon seeing this. Still, he accepted the scroll with a smile. He immediately sent his core sense into the scroll, and then he fell silent. Ning just stood there quietly, waiting. Finally, Patriarch Subhuti couldn't help but let out a surprised sigh. Scroll in hand, he said, "A fine divine ability. A fine divine ability. Even I want to train in it after reading it. Alas, the requirements of this divine ability are extremely hard to meet. Transforming the divine body, then taming a 9-horn lightning serpent. All of this is extremely difficult. Right? Disciple, I heard that you paid a visit to exalted celestial thunder god. I was wondering why you went to seek him out. But upon seeing this technique, I imagine that you must have sought him out for the sake of acquiring a 9-horn lightning serpent, yes? Yes. Ning nodded. Ugh. To thunder god. Those serpents are as important as his life. Patriarch Subhuti shook his head. Thunder god has a foul temper. During the primordial realm, when all the powers were struggling for domination, Thunder God became legendary for his temper and for being a solitary figure. He offended quite a few major powers. The only reason why he was able to survive was because he was extremely powerful and didn't take part in any of those wars. That temper of his Even if the human emperors, Tathagata, and Taoist three purities visited him, it'd be useless. Ning laughed. He had personally witnessed the legendary temper of exalted celestial Thunder God. In truth, if Thunder God was a good-natured person, he could have simply spent a few extra moments explaining the situation to Ning, and Ning naturally would not have pressed him further. However, Thunder God had instead turned immediately hostile, shouting for Ning to leave. Clearly, Thunder God really did have an arrogant, foul disposition that made it so that he didn't even wish to waste time explaining. This divine ability really is excellent. Subhuti couldn't help but praise it again. Right now, in the three realms, the fastest person is the Lord of all Fiends of the Seamless Alliance. Taofather Goldcrow is on our side, and he is ranked second. Ning knew this quite well. Taofather Goldcrow was the sole golden crow that had survived Hoi's slaughter of the 10. Mother Nuwa had saved the golden crow from Hoi. Back then, he had merely been an Empyrean god, but by now he had become a Taofather. By relying on his golden sunstreak divine ability, he was tremendously powerful and fast. However, the Lord of all Fiends was even more formidable. At the end of the war that destroyed the primordial era, Mother Nuwa had broken through to Pangu's level and slaughtered the Lord of all things, then forced the King of the Seamless Gate into merging himself into the heavenly Daos in order to survive. The Lord of all Fiends, however, had rescued and led away many of the powerful experts of the Seamless Gate. They had fled without a trace, to be able to escape the clutches of a Panga-level deity. From this, one could see how formidable the Lord of all Fiends was. The major powers of the three realms have tried to come up with an ability like this long ago, but none of them were successful. Only the Golden Crows are born with this sort of innate ability. These alien outsiders, they truly are formidable figures. Although the body transformation process of this divine ability is quite difficult, there should be some major powers in the three realm who are capable of succeeding in it. However, taming nine-horn lightning serpents is another matter. Thousand-rot god fruit, myriad thunders god gem, chaos nectar. I've heard of all three of them, but the three realms doesn't have any of them at all. If some of the most top-tier major powers on our side were to master this technique, they might become comparable to the Lord of all Fiends in speed. Subhuti let out a long sigh. Although Taofather Goldcrow had the assistance of his golden sunstreak divine ability, in many other areas such as the heavenly Daos, he was far inferior to the Lord of all Fiends. A pity. A pity. Subhuti shook his head and sighed. Ning, however, handed Subhuti 6 little black bottles. Eh? Subhuti was startled. Ning just looked at his master, not saying a word. A thought suddenly entered Subhuti's mind. A stunned look appeared in his eyes, and he hurriedly accepted those 6 black bottles and sent his core sense into them. The black bottles all contained drops of chaos nectar that seemed to contain countless tiny worlds within them. Although he had never seen chaos nectar before, since the various powers of the three realms had slain and soul-scoured many alien outsiders, they had acquired books and records that taught them how to identify it. Upon his core sense sensing how unfathomably profound and mysterious the liquid was, and how it contained the aura of chaos, Subhuti instantly knew that it had to be chaos nectar. You? Subhuti looked at Ning, feeling shocked and stunned. He had a very complicated feeling in his heart. A supreme treasure like this. This was something the major powers of the three realms weren't able to acquire, no matter how hard they tried, because they simply weren't able to produce it. To harvest chaos nectar required setting up enormous formation. Even the king of Pangaea had to work laboriously in order to acquire and set up this formation. And then, extremely long periods of time had to pass for the nectar to be harvested. The three realms neither had the formation, nor had a person to set up the formation, and of course it didn't have enough time. Chaos nectar could transform into almost anything. For example, the bodies of the second stage, Tao 18 Fiendgods, were all formed through the power of chaos nectar. It was also usable for taming nine-horn lightning serpents and many other things as well. A treasure like this, Ji Ning had actually given it up just like that. If he hadn't, no one would have known that he was in possession of such a treasure. It must be understood that the path of immortal cultivation was inherently a path that was against the will of heaven. Only by seizing enough essence and power from the world could one walk farther along this path. Although Subhuti cared deeply Ning highly, that was only because he cared deeply about every single one of his disciples. He didn't expect that Ning would offer up such a huge gift. This was a gift that would have an enormous impact on the entire Nuwa Alliance. If the supreme figures of the three realms such as Swerin were to master this divine ability, then when the end war finally arrived, Swerin would be able to attack and withdraw as he pleased. This would have an enormous impact on the entire war. This divine ability, all by itself, was more important to the Nuwa Alliance than the birth of one or two new true gods or Tao Fathers. But of course, this would only be true if it were the likes of Swerin and Taoist Three Purities who ended up training in this divine ability. If a weaker cultivator was to train in it, the benefit of the technique would become much lower to the Alliance. From this day forth, Subhuti looked at Ning, sending him a mental message. As far as everyone is concerned, it was I, your master, who discovered this treasure of yours. Understood. Ning was startled. Foolish child. Subhuti looked at Ning. If everyone knows that you discovered this treasure, once the word spreads, even some of the major powers of our own Nuwa Alliance might begin to have evil designs upon you. They might have the idea of trying to get even more treasures out of you. Although we are all in the same alliance, during the primordial era we still killed each other. Think about what sort of personality Thunder God has. And he's not even that bad. Our alliance has some truly demonic figures and some truly vile miscreants. The only reason why we are allies is because we are fighting on the same side in the war. Subhuti looked at Ning. You absolutely can't let people know about any treasures that you have. Now, I'm just telling you this out of an abundance of caution. In reality, it should be fine as I'll only speak to the likes of the three emperors of mankind and Taoist Three Purities about this treasure. All of us will sit down and discuss this, then decide jointly as to who should be the one to cultivate this divine ability. All of them have excellent temperaments and they won't act against a junior like you. Subhuti looked at Ning. He was beginning to like the kid more and more. This contribution Ning had just rendered to their alliance was truly an enormous one. Ji Ning sent mentally, Master, will the Seamless Gate notice our conversation? Hard to say. Subhuti sent back, in terms of mastery over spacetime, I am the #1 expert of the three realms. I folded space in multiple layers around Mount Innerheart, making it impossible for any of the other major powers of the three realms to find it. The only one who can do it is the Seamless Gate's Lord of the Demon Heart, who has merged himself into the heavenly Daos. I'm not sure if he would be able to notice our conversations here or not. However, the chances that he would be able to listen on an exchange of mental messages should be comparatively lower, Subhuti said. Ning nodded. They really did have no better options. Ever since he had decided on giving 6 bottles of Chaos Nectar and the 9-horn lightning serpent technique to his master, Ning had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of the Seamless Gate finding out. The reason why Ning had offered them up wasn't purely out of selflessness. Right now, his main goal was to ensure that his wife and his daughter would be able to stay alive. Although those 6 bottles of Chaos Nectar would be able to help him in increasing his power a bit further, the benefits of keeping them were vastly outweighed by the benefits of handing them over. If he gave them to one of the supreme major powers on their side, that person would grow far more powerful. It might even have a major impact on the final end war. Although rescuing his wife was important, victory in the end war was even more important. Even if he was discovered, the worst-case scenario would be that he would be killed. However, he would be able to rely on the other 2 bodies he had hidden within the stone steel to bring himself back to full power eventually. Have you mastered this technique? Subhuti suddenly asked. Yes. Ning nodded. Good. Subhuti smiled and nodded. To all outsiders, I'll simply say that I bestowed this technique upon you and gave you the treasures needed to train in them. If any major powers on our side ask you, that's what you will tell them. On our side, Ning pondered for a moment. The major powers of the Seamless Gate wouldn't dare act against you, Subhuti sent. They wouldn't dare to cause a great battle between the true gods and the Tao Fathers. You have my talisman with you, so if you encounter any danger, you can immediately activate it. I'll know right away and assist. The major powers on our side, by contrast, might be more unpredictable. You have to be careful and vigilant. Understood, Ning said. Do you have any other treasures that can be used to train in this divine ability? Subhuti couldn't help but ask this question. It's not that I'm trying to be greedy. It's simply that this divine ability is going to be tremendously helpful to our side. And of course, I guarantee that I won't let you suffer a loss by handing them over. 3 purities and the others all have fine treasures that were left behind by alien outsiders, and even Mother Nuwa herself. I have 3 or 4 bottles left, Ning sent back. Master, if you need them, I can give them to you. Ning had been planning on keeping the remaining bottles for replenishing his clones as necessary, and he had also been planning to give a bottle to the most powerful Fiendgod under his command. Reds now. He also wished to leave a bit behind for his daughter. 3 or 4 bottles? Subhuti could tell that Ning wasn't lying. He sent mentally. No need. If there's not enough, it's not worth it. Chaos nectar was only useful when consumed in sufficient quantities. Tao Fathers and True Gods, for example, would need at least 100 bottles of chaos nectar in order to master the second stage of the Tao 18 Fiend Gods. For an extremely powerful True God or Tao Father such as Lord Tathagata the Buddha or Taoist 3 purities to suddenly gain 18 clones would have a shockingly tremendous impact on the course of this war. But alas, they didn't have enough chaos nectar. Taming 9-horn lightning serpents also required 6 bottles. 1 or 2 bottles. That was only enough to help out Empyrean gods and true immortals. They wouldn't be of much use to true gods or Tao Fathers. Even in the Chaos Kingdom of Pangaea, the core members who were important enough to be assigned the position of Prison World Overseer were only given a single bottle for their service. From this, one could tell that even the King of Pangaea only bestowed Chaos Nectar in extremely small portions. The vast majority of the Chaos Nectar remained under the King of Pangaea's tight personal control, as at his level the amount of Chaos Nectar needed would be absolutely enormous. Deep in the primordial chaos there was a field of medicinal herbs. Next to the field was a thatched cottage. Multiple figures had congregated here in front of the thatched cottage. They included the elderly, robed Subhuti, the farmer-like Shinnong, the heavily bearded, wild-haired, fur-clad, barbarian-looking Swerin, the distinguished-looking Fushi, the calm and upright Taoist 3 purities, the smiling Lord Tathagata the Buddha, and a stooped figure who was dressed in tattered gray robes and who wore a savage mask on his face. All of you have reviewed this technique. Subhuti swept them with his gaze. The figures before him were the true top-level figures of the entire Nuwa Alliance. They all ruled over mighty domains of their own. This technique is quite excellent. But what's the use when it's untrainable? Fushi laughed as he looked towards Subhuti. Subhuti, what are you scheming? Spill it. Subhuti waved his hand, causing 6 black bottles to appear before him. These are... Everyone's eyes lit up. None of them were fools. They had all reviewed the 9-horn lightning serpent evasion technique, and recorded in the technique was the information that the lightning serpents could be tamed using 6 bottles of chaos nectar. For Subhuti to suddenly produce 6 such bottles, they naturally were able to understand what it meant. Here are 6 bottles of chaos nectar, Subhuti said. But where did this chaos nectar come from? These supreme figures of the Nuwa Alliance all began to grow rather excited. This was something that would have an impact on the entire war. With their side strengthened, their chances of victory would be greater. But alas, at their current level of power it was extremely difficult to grow even more powerful. Subhuti explained, "It was my disciple Ji Ning who offered them up. Don't tell anyone about this. If you do, you'll only invite disaster upon my disciple." Ji Ning, the stooped figure with the savage-looking mask, suddenly spoke out in a hoarse voice. These 2 words were the only words which the stooped figure had said thus far during this gathering, and he said nothing else afterwards. Subhuti gave the stooped figure a glance. In his heart, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He himself has already trained in this divine ability. He then gave me remaining chaos nectar as well as the instructions to the divine ability, Subhuti said. Taoist three purities sighed softly. For an Empyrean god and true immortal to encounter such a tremendous stroke of karmic luck, but still be willing to part with it, rare, quite rare. None of them were the slightest bit surprised that Ning himself had trained in this technique. After all, any of them would have done the same in Ning's situation. Actually handing over such a priceless treasure, however, wasn't something that just anybody could do. He has gained tremendous virtue. Lord Tathagata smiled. All right, let's decide who should train in it. Subhuti swept them with his gaze. Your disciple was the one to offer it up. Aren't you going to train in it? Xianxia chuckled. In terms of raw speed, I might not be as fast as the Lord of all Fiends or Goldcrow, but in terms of fleeing and staying alive, I'm every bit their equal, Subhuti said. No one in the three realms is a match for me in my mastery of spacetime. Although this divine ability would also be useful to me, it wouldn't be of that much use. Don't be shy or modest. Hurry up and decide who should be the one to train in it. The other six present all fell silent for a moment. Let Swearin have it, Taoist three purities said. Yes, my elder brother is the most suitable figure. Xianxia nodded as well. None of the others argued against this decision. Very well. I shall train in this divine ability. Then, Swearin noted. This man, the oldest and most powerful member of the human race, didn't decline at all. I owe your disciple. Swearin looked towards Subhuti. You can decide for yourself as to how you wish to pay him back. Subhuti smiled. Swearin nodded. Swearin was tremendously powerful. In fact, there were many within the Seamless Alliance who believed that Swearin was actually the most powerful individual within the Nuwa Alliance. The invisible aura which Swearin gave off in particular, it was extremely similar to the aura which Pangu had when he established heaven and earth. Swearin was extremely powerful in head-on combat, but he was a bit lacking in terms of speed. If he was to train in the nine-horn lightning serpent evasion technique, it truly would be liking putting wings on a tiger. He would instantly grow far more powerful. Whoosh! The stooped figure in the tattered gray robes suddenly disappeared into thin air, having departed. It's been so many years, but he's still unable to get over it. Fushi shook his head. No one has been able to convince him. Not even Mother Nuwa was able to convince him. What can you do? Subhuti sighed. That chasm in his heart. Only he himself has the power to leap past it. Sword Immortal World. 5 treasured peaks. Ning was seated within his thatched cottage, quietly meditating. Whoosh! Ning entered the Starsizer world, leaving an incarnation behind within the thatched cottage. The Starsizer world. Manor Lord. An awe-inspiring horde of immortal soldiers all bowed before him. Ning stood there in midair, staring down at the people before him. There were more than 100,000 celestial immortals and far more loose immortals. Most of them came from the army which Taofather Hasbear had given him, with the rest being the immortals of the Starsizer world itself. Rahu formation. Ning gave the order. Swish, swish, swish. It was like a horde of locusts taking flight. A dense throng of countless immortals soared into the skies. As soon as Ning had acquired the Rahu formation and the army, he had moved them all into the Starsizer world and had them begin to train in it. The arrangements had been made long ago. The 90,000 celestial immortals and 8 million loose immortals had been waiting for a long period of time. The others were simply there as backup. With Ning at the center, the 90,000 celestial immortals formed into 90,000 veins and arteries, joining together and connecting with all 8 million loose immortals. This was an incredibly complicated formation. Even Tao fathers who tried to analyze it would find it headache-inducingly complicated. Fortunately, every single individual only had to be responsible for his or her specific assignment. Ning didn't need to worry about the other parts of the formation. He was the core, the mind, the commander they needed. Rumble. An endless flood of natural energy from heaven and earth began to wildly flood towards them. It was as though the skies themselves were about to collapse. The multicolored streaks of natural energy quickly solidified and condensed into physical form, and a Fiendgod of absolutely terrifying strength began to be born. First came his legs, his powerful, pitch-black legs. Slowly, the rest of his torso took form as well. His entire body was pitch-black in color, but by the sides of his waist appeared sleek, silver-colored fur. His arms appeared as well. One arm after another began to take form, until a total of 6 mighty, muscular arms had appeared. Finally, his head was created. His eyes brimmed with a murderous aura, but his face appeared to be similar to that of Ji Ning's. Guayar! Ning's Rahu god let out a furious, heaven-shaking roar. I'm actually somewhat unable to control my temper now? Ning was in control of the Rahu god. The legendary Rahu had 4 faces and 6 arms. This wasn't from a divine ability, it was how he was born. The formation which Fuxi had devised, however, only had a single, normal face, although it did keep all 6 of Rahu's arms. 90,000 celestial immortals and 8 million loose immortals. The amount of natural energy they have summoned is simply incredible. Even for Ning, controlling this much power was incredibly taxing. He was actually only able to command a very small part of the total power of this Fiendgod, but despite that his power now vastly surpassed that of the perfect Heaven Punisher. Although Ning had other clones, there was no way he could mix them into the formation. This was because the 90,000 celestial immortals and 8 million loose immortals were mixed together in perfect harmony and balance. If pure Yang true immortals were to join into the formation in lieu of celestial immortals, it would actually cause an imbalance that would result in the formation becoming even harder to control. Let's go. Swish, 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 swish. Ning's Rahu god drew out 6 swords, 1 with each arm. 3 of them were the Dark North swords, while the other 3 were Ananda world swords. Seamless gate. The Rahu Ning murmured to himself, his voice filled with wrath and malice. Then, 6 swords in his hands, he teleported out of the Starsizer world. A void boat suddenly departed from Sword Immortal world. Ji Ning has left Sword Immortal world. The Seamless Gate's watcher responsible for this world immediately made the report to his superiors. The exalted God King naturally knew right away that Ji Ning had left, but he didn't feel too concerned. During this recent period of time, Ji Ning had often left Sword Immortal world. Given that he had been quite low-key during the past century or so, without attempting a single attack, the God King wasn't too worried about this departure. Soon, he would suffer for his negligence. The Fui Major World. Outside the world membrane, a void boat suddenly appeared. The Rahu Ning was located within the void boat, reaching out with his core sense to scan this major world with it. He quickly encompassed the entire world with his heart force. He was much more careful this time, as it would be extremely easy for others to notice once he entered a major world. The Fui world really lives up to its reputation. The Seamless Gate has 3 headquarters here, one of which has 5 Empyrean gods and true immortals. A dim red light flashed through the Rahu Ning's eyes. Excellent. Swish. The void boat passed straight through the void, entering the Fui Major World. Fui World. Sacred Mountain Eastrise. The peaks of Sacred Mountain Eastrise pierced high up into the clouds. Every day, loose immortals and earth immortals would come visit this place. I finally managed to enter the Sacred Mountain. I'll no longer have to feel worried about the Fui Dao Palace continuing their pursuit of me. We monsters were born to eat people. After we became void-level dire monsters, all we did was eat a single city's worth of people. But the Fui Dao Palace became dead set on hunting us down. Thank goodness Sacred Mountain Eastrise is here. Elder brother, Sacred Mountain Eastrise rose to sudden prominence just 100 years ago. Is it really capable of resisting the power of the Fui Dao Palace? Don't worry, the Fui Dao Palace once tried to assault it, but they weren't able to succeed. Listen, behind Sacred Mountain Eastrise stands the legendary Seamless Gate. I've heard that the Seamless Gate is already strong enough to battle against the other major powers of the 3 realms and is currently struggling for supremacy over the 3 realms without showing any signs of weakness. How could they possibly fear the Fui Dao Palace? Right. 2 loose immortal dire monsters were chatting amongst themselves, feeling quite delighted. The Fui Dao Palace had unified and taken over the Fui world long ago. Naturally, it had lain down rules of its own. This caused many dire monsters and fiend gods to feel disgruntled. Although some dire monster cultivators were able to calmly abstain from a diet of meat, many had delighted in eating human flesh since they were young. Normally, they had to be extremely careful due to the suppressive power of the Fui Dao Palace, and they would only dare to furtively eat a few people here and there. Whenever they were caught, they would immediately be faced with the pursuit of the Dao Palace. I heard that Sacred Mountain Eastrise has Empyrean gods and true immortals within it. If we were to become apprenticed to one of them, that really would be a tremendous stroke of fortune. The two loose-haired, savage-looking men walked forward, shoulder to shoulder. These two were humans, but given how humanity had flourished throughout the three realms, the race had naturally given birth to a number of viledoers and miscreants. Clearly, the seamless gate was quite an alluring option for these vile fiends. Suddenly, an enormous boat appeared outside of Sacred Mountain Eastrise. The boat was many tens of thousands of meters long, and atop the boat stood a peerless six-armed fiend god. The baleful aura emanating from him caused the entire world to seemingly turn gray. The natural world was itself affected, and countless gray storm clouds began to appear. What's that? That's G-God. The many fiend gods and immortals atop Sacred Mountain Eastrise were all completely stupefied. Just staring at that peerless fiend god caused them to shiver and feel their hearts fill with fear. In fact, they felt as though they couldn't even move their fingers. The invisible presence and pressure emanating from this titanic fiend god caused even their very thoughts to turn sluggish. They weren't even able to think normally. This was terror that sprung from their very life force itself. The body of this fiend god was formed by Jining commanding 90,000 celestial immortals and 8 million loose immortals, after all. Its presence alone was far more terrifying than that of even many true gods and Tao fathers. But of course, Ning was only able to actually make use of a very small amount of this fiend god's body. Break! One of the Rahuning's Dark North swords flashed outwards, leaving behind a terrifying scar in the skies as it stabbed towards a barrier of golden light covering Sacred Mountain Eastrise. The enormous golden barrier covered the entire mountain and was a protective formation. When the Fui Dao Palace had attacked, they had been unable to break through this protective formation. Bright Moon Sword Art, Blood Drop Stance. A sword shot out, seeming to bore a hole through reality itself. The enormous barrier of golden light trembled for a moment, and then it quickly began to collapse as the enormous sword bored a hole through it as well. Run! Oh my! He shattered the formation protecting Sacred Mountain Eastrise with one stance. Many loose immortals and earth immortals were barely able to think properly right now, thanks to the sluggishness of their mind. The celestial immortals and higher-ranking cultivators, however, were still able to maintain their calm. The 5 Empyrean gods and true immortals in particular, although absolutely terrified out of their mind, weren't particularly affected by the awesome presence of the fiend god. Flee! Flee right away. We're doomed. The 5 of them were both frantic and furious as they tried to come up with ways to escape. Whoosh! The Rahuning took just a single step forward, trampling down upon the mountains and causing the entire mountain range to tremble. 6 streaks of sword light shot downwards, seeming to cover the entire sky with their might. The 5 Empyrean gods and true immortals did their best to flee, but they were all reduced to dust by the sword light. 5. The Rahuning took a single step backwards and re-entered the void boat. Swoosh! The void boat immediately tore through space and departed. What? Within the vast world of darkness, the God King was stunned and enraged. Jining is attacking again? He actually dares to attack yet again. The God King was absolutely beside himself with rage. He had felt that he had given Jining quite a bit of face by not attacking Sword Immortal World or sending anyone to assassinate Jining during the past century. He had thought that Jining had learned his proper place, as Jining had been quite peaceful and calm during this past period of time. By now, the God King had almost completely forgotten about Ji Ning. Who would have thought that Ji Ning would attack yet again? You are courting death. This time, the God King was truly furious. He was an exalted, revered figure. For Ji Ning to challenge him once was one thing, but a second time. Do you really think that there is nothing our seamless gate can do to you? The true body of the God King immediately departed towards one of the main headquarters of the Seamless Gate, the First World. The Rahuning moved with incredible speed, and his power was far greater than it had been when he was in control of the Perfect Heaven Punisher. This was due to multiple reasons. First of all, more than a century had passed since he had become an Empyrean god and true immortal. His soul had been nourished by both his pure Yang Jindan as well as his Empyrean god body, resulting in it growing until it had reached the limit of power possible. The increased strength of his soul resulted in him being able to control an increased amount of the power of the Rahu god. Secondly, over the course of the past century, Ning's soul heart force technique had also improved significantly. Third, the Rahu formation contained a total of 90,000 celestial immortals and 8 million loose immortals, and it was a more powerful formation to begin with. Thus, in short, Rahuning's power was 2 levels higher than the Perfect Heaven Punisher's power. Even if he encountered an actual true god or Tao Father, he'd be able to withstand at least a few blows. Of course, due to the huge difference in their respective mastery of the Tao, in the end he would still be defeated. The Rahuning's raw power, however, was unquestionable. Within the Fui Major World, Ning destroyed 2 of the headquarters in succession, killing a total of 9 Empyrean gods and true immortals. The enemies in the 3rd headquarters all escaped, as Ning was just a bit too slow. Aboard the void boat, the Rahuning traveled to another major world. Ning's heart force spread out to encompass this world, discovering just 2 Seamless Gate headquarters here. However, one of the headquarters was empty, with the other holding a total of 15 Empyrean gods and true immortals. They all gathered together. Are they planning to rely on their formation to stop me? The Rahuning smirked coldly. Swoosh. The void boat quickly arrived at the Seamless Gate headquarters. This was a citadel built atop a desert, surrounded by layers of protective formations of tremendous power. A total of 15 Empyrean gods and true immortals had joined forces within it, maintaining the formation and ensuring that it was kept at maximum power. 15 Empyrean gods and true immortals joining forces to maintain a formation. Last time, Reds Now and I would have immediately left upon seeing this. But this time, things will be different. The Rahuning felt quite confident. Previously, when he commanded the Perfect Heaven Punisher, a formation being supported by 3 or 4 Empyrean gods and true immortals couldn't stand against him. Not even 15 of them, however, would necessarily be able to withstand the current Rahuning. As for whether or not he would actually be able to breach their defenses, the only way to find out was to give it a try. Careful. He's coming. The 15 Empyrean gods and true immortals defended with all their power, filling the formation with their energy. To build up a headquarters was no small task. They weren't willing to give it up so easily. If every headquarters had to be abandoned as soon as Ji Ning appeared, their disposition of forces throughout the entire 3 realms would be thrown into disarray. The Seamless Gate had paid a significant price in order to infiltrate all of the worlds of the 3 realms. They couldn't just change their entire strategy because of Ji Ning. If they did, the sacrifice would be enormous. Break! The towering, peerless Rahuning struck out with his 6 divine swords. One streak of sword light after another descended from the heavens. Bright moon sword art, blood drop stance. The 6 streaks of sword light pierced down towards the layers of protective formations. With shattering sounds, they pierced through 3 of the layers, but this citadel was protected by a total of 5 layers. Again! But by the time Ning was about to strike a second time, the 3 shattered layers had already been repaired by an influx of energy. Eh? Ning frowned. Samsara, heaven breaker. The Rahuning let out a fierce howl as he brandished his 6 divine swords. Each sword seemed to have transformed into a giant warhammer as all 6 smashed downwards towards the barrier formations. Under Ning's control, each sword suddenly seemed to increase dramatically in weight, becoming even heavier than a titanic mountain range of 10,000 kilometers. Boom, 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 boom. Dull, deep thudding sounds could be heard as the 6 swords consecutively slammed down upon the protective barrier as the Rahuning's 6 arms swung around him like the spokes of an enormous windmill. The 6 divine swords chopped down in an unbroken, never-ending cycle. This was a variation of the Heavenbreaker stance of the Bright Moon sword art that was used in combination with the 3 heads, 6 arms, divine ability. Samsara Heavenbreaker. In the blink of an eye, the Rahuning launched a total of 36 chops against the protective barriers. Boom! All 5 barriers were completely destroyed, and the Rahuning charged inside. However, the 15 Empyrean gods and true immortals simply laughed in a very odd manner. At the same time, their bodies began to change. Prior to this, their auras had been completely different, but now their auras became completely identical, as did their appearances. All of them were dressed in bloody robes, and their skin became ashen pale. The 15 blood-robed figures smiled oddly as they looked at Ning. "I'll give you these 15 clones of mine for the killing, but you are going to die as well." Boom! The Rahuning's sword light flashed out with apocalyptic power, sweeping forth and destroying all 15 clones. A trap! The Rahuning had kept his core sense active, and he had noticed that 2 ripples of power had begun to tear through the fabric of space and descend upon this major world. So their plan was to use 15 of the bodies of Empyrean god Bloodriver to buy time and keep me here as their armies assembled to trap me. A pity for them that those 15 all died for nothing. Time to go! The Rahuning entered his void boat. Just as he was about to tear through space and depart, he suddenly saw lines of golden silk appear within the blurriness of the void. These golden strands of silk made it so that tearing through space was going to be incredibly difficult. Not good. They've altered the void in this area. It's now incredibly difficult to tear through it. It was fairly easy when I came to this major world. It seems that they made their move when I attacked the city. Ji Ning instantly understood what had happened. Although all of this took time to describe, in truth it happened in an instant. And right at this moment, the space behind and in front of Ning was easily torn open, resulting in 2 large boats appearing. The First World. The Seamless Alliance had originated from the Seamless Chaos World. Their roots were very deep, and they had spread out across a total of 10 worlds. These 10 mighty worlds were 10 utterly enormous military bases, each of which had Tao Fathers protecting them. Immortal and Fiendgod armies could be rapidly dispatched from them to engage in wars of conquest against the other major worlds. These 10 worlds were ranked from 10th to 1st, and the higher the ranking, the more powerful the world. The First World was the true heart and core of the entire Seamless Alliance. Even the All-Fiend world, protected by the Lord of all Fiends, was at most on par with the First World. After discovering Ji Ning's attack, the God King had headed straight towards the First World. "Uncle Master." The God King was standing beside a violet-robed man in a rather respectful manner. This violet-robed man was carrying a deep violet wooden ruler on his back. His face was very calm, and he seemed to carry an aura of warmth and amusement about him. He was in charge of protecting the First World, an individual who had a truly transcendent status amongst the major powers of the Seamless Alliance. In fact, prior to the end of the Primordial Era, he had been second only to the Lord of the Demon Heart. Back then, his status had been a bit higher than that of even the Lord of all Fiends. He was Keeper Everwood. He was an extremely charismatic figure who many of the major powers of the Seamless Gate admired and were willing to follow and serve. Back during the time of the Seamless Chaos World, the Lord of the Demon Heart and Keeper Everwood had been 2 diametrically different types of people. The Lord of the Demon Heart loved in battle, delighted in slaughter, and enjoyed playing with the hearts of others. Keeper Everwood was gentle and kind. He delighted in collecting various types of wood, which was a very strange hobby for a major power to have. The reason why he gave himself the name of Everwood was because the type of wood he was the most infatuated with was a type of wood known as Everwood. This was a form of naturally occurring wood within the Seamless Chaos World. Keeper Everwood found and collected every single specimen of this type of world, then titled himself the Keeper of the Everwood. He spent some time dabbling in formations and was a master of them, but that was just for fun. His true passion was still his Everwood. He disliked battle and he never quarreled with others. Whenever anyone asked him for advice, he would give them guidance. Many major powers viewed themselves as being in his debt. When the seamless chaos world still existed, his reputation within that world was exceedingly high. If he wanted to struggle with others over control of the world, the Lord of the Demon Heart would have most likely found it extremely difficult to truly unify it under his command. Fortunately, Keeper Everwood didn't desire power, and so he ended up swearing an oath of brotherhood with the Lord of the Demon Heart, becoming the number 2 figure of the entire seamless chaos world. His power was truly unfathomable. He was extremely skilled in formations, spells, and divine abilities. Most terrifying of all was that wooden ruler he carried on his back. His true power lay in close combat. However, during the war which ended the primordial era, Mother Nuwa had made a breakthrough and become a god like Pangu, completely dominating all her foes. Not even Keeper Everwood had been able to withstand her. Keeper Everwood would have fallen, but fortunately the Lord of all Fiends had been so talented in his escaping skills that he had managed to save the Keeper, as well as many of the other experts of the Seamless Gate. This actions made it so that all the survivors owed him a debt. In addition, given that he was actually able to escape from the wrath of the Pangalevel Mother Nuwa, the Lord of all Fiends' status amongst the Seamless Chaos World's forces instantly skyrocketed, and he became the number 1 figure of the modern-day Seamless Alliance. However, Keeper Evergreen's power remained unquestioned, and so he guarded over the First World. In truth, prior to these 2 alliances turning hostile, Keeper Evergreen had many friends from the Nuwa Alliance. Even the likes of Taoist Three Purities, Tathagata, and Subhuti had been good friends of him. They were so close to each other that when the storm had descended, Three Purities had told Keeper Evergreen, "Fellow Taoist Evergreen, there's no need for you to get involved in this war between our 2 alliances. It doesn't matter if the Seamless Gate is destroyed or if the Nuwa Alliance is destroyed. I trust that no matter who the victors are, they won't make any trouble for you. Logically speaking, no one should be capable of transcending beyond the bounds of this war." Old Man Yuan, for example, tried to maintain a balance between the 2 sides as he was unwilling to fight, but in the end both sides would force him to make a choice. Keeper Evergreen, however, the Nuwa Alliance would have permitted him not to take part in this war, promising not to touch him. The Seamless Alliance didn't try to force him either. However, in the end Keeper Evergreen decided to stand along with the Seamless Alliance and his fellows who had come from the chaos world of his birth. Still, the fact that he was given a choice was testament to his charisma. This young fellow named Ji Ning is nothing more than a minor nuisance. You are being too serious about this, Keeper Evergreen said with a chuckle. You even had Blood River sacrifice 15 of his clones. With my Bright Void Worldlock formation, his void boat shall become much less effective. He'll be like a fish caught in the nets. It will be very hard for him to escape. For you to come up with this Bright Void Worldlock formation just to deal with him, he should feel honored as he dies, the God King said. He's Subhuti's disciple, yes? Keeper Evergreen shook his head slowly. He truly didn't wish to act against the beloved disciple of a former friend. However, both alliances were currently warring against each other. If he showed mercy to his foes, it would be the same as showing cruelty to his own allies. Uncle Master, this is merely Ji Ning's true body. He still has a primal twin, the God King immediately said. After his true body is slain, his power will drop dramatically, and he'll also lose his treasures such as the Void Boat. He'll no longer have the power needed to ambush us. This will be good for both him and us. Although this was what the God King said on the surface, in his heart he still felt resentment. He venerated his master, the Lord of all Fiends, for his mercilessness and his willingness to pull up grass by the roots. But of course, he had to coax this Uncle Master of his with the appropriate words. I'm not as soft-hearted as you think. Even if I truly kill this disciple of Subhuti, it doesn't really matter. This is just the beginning. When the end war comes. When he thought of the impending end war, Keeper Evergreen felt helpless and resigned. However, if he had to make a choice, he would still choose these ancient, true brothers and friends he had met back when they had all been born from the primordial chaos. Taoist three purities, subhuti. Either they would die or his own friends and brothers would die. One side had to perish. Thus, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and choose to send Taoist three purities and the others on their way to death. The God King and Keeper Evergreen watched the battle begin from far away. In truth, others aside from them were watching as well, such as many of the major powers of the New Alliance. Bright. Void. These were two enormous formations that had been laid out by a pair of protocosmic spirit treasure boats, each filled with 320 Empyrean gods and true immortals. Like the Taiji diagram, one was yang-aligned while the other was yin-aligned. They came together into a perfect whole, forming the enormous bright void worldlock formation. This enormous formation covered this entire major world, and it was something which only true gods and Tao fathers could normally accomplish. Once the formation was successfully laid out, the planetary membranes became merged into the formation itself. To tear through the planetary membrane and enter the void would thus become extremely difficult and require an extremely long period of time. But of course, as the controllers of this formation, the parties on the two boats were able to easily enter this major world. Kill Ji Ning. This entire major world has been locked away. He won't have the time needed to slowly tear through into the void, nor will he be able to teleport away and escape. He's dead. The Empyrean gods and true immortals atop the two ships of the Seamless Gate were both extremely confident. After Ning's previous assaults, the God King had been enraged. Worried that Ning might try to cause trouble again, he had asked Keeper Evergreen to come up with this technique. In truth, this sort of world-locking formation wasn't of much use in normal situations. This was because this sort of seal that had been created by merely a group of Empyrean gods and true immortals was rather meaningless to true gods and Tao fathers, who would be able to easily tear through it. It was meaningless in a war, but it was very useful to catch and kill Ning like a loach in the net. Given Keeper Evergreen's skill in the art of formations, he was able to come up with this technique after spending just 3 years. And now, after all these years, Ning finally encountered it. As soon as the two boats appeared, time to go, the Rahuning didn't hesitate at all. With but a thought, an enormous black lightning serpent suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It wrapped itself over the void boat, then disappeared with a flash. What? I can't see where he went. Too fast. I can't even see his movements. The Empyrean gods and true immortals aboard the two boats were both dazed. This was a completely different level of speed. With Ning having reached the speed of light, the Empyrean gods and true immortals aboard the two Seamless Gate ships all stared at the streak of black lightning that had been left in the skies. After the streak of black lightning disappeared, they could no longer see any trace of Ji Ning. How are we supposed to chase him? How are we? He instantly disappeared. They all exchanged glances. The Rahuning quickly moved far, far away from the two enemy warships. Only then did he forcibly tear a hole through the void and move to escape. The golden threads of light sought to impede him, making the tearing process very difficult. But because the enemy warships were too far away, they weren't able to catch up to him at all. Riot! The planetary membrane was finally torn apart and the void boat disappeared. Soon, it reappeared within another world. Ah! So these actually haven't fled yet? The Rahuning rowed the void boat forward, assaulting the headquarters of the Seamless Gate on this world. Ah! That's... Look at his face. That's Ji Ning. Ji Ning! Why didn't the God King warn us? The God King just warned us to leave right away. He only warned us now. It's too late. Boom! The Rahuning smashed straight through this headquarters with overwhelming power. The God King had been so completely certain that there was no way Ji Ning would be able to escape that he hadn't arranged for the other Empyrean gods and true immortals in the nearby major worlds to flee. Thus, they once more suffered for it. The first world. Impossible. This is impossible. The God King couldn't believe it, and a look of madness was in his eyes. How could Ji Ning have acquired a divine ability like this? This speed, it's at the limit of speed possible under the heavenly Daos. Wasn't Goldcrow supposed to be the only person in the Nuwa Alliance who is this fast? How could Ji Ning be this fast as well? He's only human. A perfect evasion technique. Keeper Everwood murmured to himself. For a human to be able to execute it, he couldn't have been born with it. Did the Nuwa Alliance come up with this divine ability? What should I do? What should I do? How should I stop him and kill him? The God King began to panic. If he's just allowed to continue like this, he'll sweep through one major world after another. Our strategy throughout the 3 realms, are we going to have to upend it and give up all our effort just because of him? No. No way. The God King was panicking, but no matter what idea he came up with, he couldn't come up with anything that could be used to stop Ning. Uncle Master. The God King looked at the nearby Keeper Everwood. Keeper Everwood looked back at the God King. Uncle Master, please advise me, the God King said frantically. Keeper Everwood looked towards the God King, then chuckled. I have 2 surefire methods for success. 2. The God King's eyes lit up. He didn't even have one. Ordinary methods are useless against someone like Ji Ning, whose speed has reached the limits set by the heavenly Daos. Not even major powers can catch up to him in speed, much less other Empyrean gods and true immortals. Keeper Everwood continued, at a time like this, the only choice you have is to compensate through raw numbers. Empyrean gods and true immortals in sufficiently large quantities can kill even true gods and Tao fathers. Since he is extremely fast, then send out large groups of Empyrean gods and true immortals to form a truly massive formation that he cannot escape from, Keeper Everwood said. However, the number you will need to truly trap and lock in Ji Ning is enormous. How many would be needed? The God King immediately asked. At least 5,000, Keeper Everwood replied. The God King's heart instantly clenched. Still, it made sense. The seamless infinity formation was formed using 289 Empyrean gods and true immortals, but it was only able to completely lock down a region of 10,000 kilometers, preventing Ji Ning from escaping from it. The Bright Void Worldlock formation was able to cover an entire major world, but it just made travel more difficult. Given a bit of extra time, Ji Ning would still be able to tear through the barrier and escape into the void. To create a formation that Ji Ning was unable to escape from that was as vast as a major world. The number of true immortals and Empyrean gods needed would be staggeringly large. The Bright Void Worldlock formation itself required 640 Empyrean gods and true immortals to set up. If they really wanted to set up a formation that Ji Ning was guaranteed to be unable to escape from, yes, more than 5,000 would be needed. That many? The God King frowned. It will be very difficult for our seamless gate to send our more than 5,000 Empyrean gods and true immortals all at once. The 200 I sent last time came from the third world. This time I had to come and speak with you, Uncle Master, before I could send out 600. Uncle Master, your first world has many Empyrean gods and true immortals, so sending 600 won't destabilize it much. But to send out more than 5,000, even with you here, things will grow very dangerous. Keeper Everwood nodded. I have more than 10,000 Empyrean gods and true immortals here. If we were to send out more than 5,000, it's very possible that the Nuwa Alliance would immediately send out their own army of Empyrean gods and true immortals to assault the First World. With all the true gods and Tao Fathers both sides standing on the sidelines, there's no way the First World would be able to survive. Right? The God King nodded. In terms of Empyrean gods and true immortals, the Seamless Gate had far fewer than the Nuwa Alliance. In fact, their total combat power was lower as well. This was why they had to rely on their intelligence reports and their golems to match the Nuwa Alliance. The Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Nuwa Alliance were all hiding within the First World, Second World, Third World, and other bases. By relying on the protective formations that covered these worlds, they would be able to withstand any attacks from the Nuwa Alliance. But if any of the 10 mighty bases, even the mightiest First World, was to send out more than 5,000 of their experts, they would drop so dramatically in power that they would be in danger. If we had all 10 worlds mobilized together, the God King hesitated. If they immediately mobilized, headed out, instantly killed Jining, then immediately returned, it's possible that the Nuwa Alliance wouldn't be able to launch an attack in time. But he himself knew that this would only be true in the most ideal of situations. In reality, given how berserk Jining was and how the major powers of the Nuwa Alliance were all paying attention to him, once the Seamless Gate began any large-scale mobilizations, the Nuwa Alliance would immediately react accordingly. If we're fast enough, it's still possible. The God King gritted his teeth. This solution was a gamble. He would be gambling on if his side would be able to take care of things fast enough. If they weren't, things would become extremely dangerous. Once thousands of Empyrean gods and true immortals were sent out, the Nuwa Alliance might waylay and ambush them, or they might launch a massive attack on the 10 Seamless Alliance worlds. The choice is yours. Keeper Everwood looked at the God King. What's the second method? The God King immediately asked. Just have a true god or Tao Father kill him, Keeper Everwood said calmly. A Tao Father? The God King was boggled. But, although Jining had trained in an extremely powerful evasion technique, an extremely powerful true god or Tao Father would still be able to kill him. Even though the Tao Father would be inferior in raw speed, he would still be able to use spells and other abilities such as restrictive formations to slow down and bind Jining, making it impossible for him to even move. For example, if Lord Tathagata the Buddha was to attack, he would be able to lock heaven and earth with a wave of his hands, placing a 5-element seal that would render Ning completely immobile. They might not be able to match up to that young fellow in speed, but they could suppress him so that he wouldn't be able to use that speed. The reason why the 10 Golden Crows were so powerful was primarily because of their leader, the Emperor of Monsters. He himself had the power of a true god and Tao Father, as well as the Golden Sunstreak technique. This was why the other major powers were unable to catch him. In the end, it had been Hoi's specially manufactured arrows which had slain the Emperor of Monsters. As for those other 9, they instantly became much less dangerous. Still, right now, both alliances had a tacit understanding. Neither side wanted to prematurely spark off the end war of major powers. Both sides understood that given the current balance of power, the end war would most likely result in devastating casualties for both sides, with the Seamless Gate having a higher chance of being wiped out. However, even if the Nuwa Alliance was to win, the survivors would be very few in number. Keeper Everwood said calmly, "If you do that, there are 2 possible outcomes. The first is that once the Tao Father slays Jining and violates our unspoken accords, the Nuwa Alliance will be so enraged that they will immediately launch the end war. The second possible outcome is that after Jining is slain, the Nuwa Alliance will be extremely angry but still be unwilling to launch the end war right away. If we make some sacrifices and concessions, we'll be able to turn the page on the matter. I judge the second possible outcome as being more likely." The God King nodded slowly. This was a war between 2 alliances. Their enemies had to consider the bigger picture as well. It was indeed unlikely that they would actually launch the end war just because of Jining. But this is still a gamble. Keeper Everwood looked towards the God King. All you can do is first kill Jining, then wait to see what the Nuwa Alliance's reaction is. The God King's head hurt. 2 options lay before him. The first was to send out more than 5,000 Empyrean gods and true immortals. This was virtually equivalent to the army that would be sent out for a realm war in one of the top-tier realms. Even ordinary true gods and Tao Fathers would be surrounded and killed by such an army. The second was to have a top-tier true god or Tao Father attack and instantly kill Jining. 2 gambles. As the nominal leader of the Seamless Alliance, the God King's head hurt. Are there really no other options available? The God King asked worriedly. The 2 options I mentioned just now are all surefire ways of killing Jining. There are other methods, but there is no guarantee of success, Keeper Everwood said. Uncle Master, pray tell, the God King said hurriedly. Even methods that weren't guaranteed to succeed would at least have a chance of killing Jining. He wasn't willing to use either of those 2 methods. Both methods would be throwing the entire Seamless Gate into a bet. Keeper Everwood said, "Have you noticed? When Jining uses that 9-horn lightning serpent evasion technique, he first enters the void boat, then executes the technique. Right? The God King nodded. The reason for that is because the mysteries of this technique primarily lay within the serpent itself, Keeper Deadwood said. If he simply was going to use it on himself, he naturally wouldn't need to rely on the void boat. He'd be able to instantly flee. But he is currently carrying a large number of celestial immortals and loose immortals with him, in a formation that is shaped like an enormous Rahu god. He isn't in perfect control of the Rahu god's power. Thus, if he was to use the 9-horn lightning serpent to cover up the entire Rahu god, it would place an enormous burden on the serpent, preventing it from flying too far. The God King nodded, his eyes lighting up. Right? The same was true for Goldcrow. He's ridiculously fast when he flies by himself, but when he carries other experts along with him, he'll become slower. The only option is for Goldcrow to put those people inside a magic treasure first. Exactly. Keeper Everwood nodded. Thus, if the Rahuning first enters the void boat, he can allow the void boat to complete cover and envelope his own energy, ensuring that the leakage doesn't disturb the lightning serpent. Only then does he use the serpent to envelop the void boat, which is why he is able to move with such speed. Whenever he attacks a region, he'll immediately enter his void boat and then flee after he encounters any danger. Entering the void boat is a prerequisite, which gives us a very short window of time, Keeper Everwood said. Your only chance to defeat him lies in this short window. The more powerful one was, the more important the minor details would be in an important battle. In that tiny window of time, it was entirely possible that they might be able to take Jining's life. I understand. The God King nodded. Still, no wonder Keeper Everwood had said that this wasn't a surefire method. A true god or Tao Father would naturally be able to seize that window to launch an attack, but if the attacks were merely Empyrean gods and true immortals, it would be far more difficult to exploit that window of opportunity. Jining himself was quite powerful after all. Run, run, run. Let's go. We poured our blood and sweat into this place and paid an enormous price to build it up. Are we really going to give it up just like that? Forget about it. If we don't go, we're going to die. The Seamless Gates bases all began to evacuate. The major powers of the Seamless Alliance all had their core senses locked onto Ning. And as soon as he drew near a major world, the local Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Seamless Gate would instantly flee. Running. The Rahuning used his 6 swords to execute the Heavenbreaker stance. With heaven-destroying power, he blasted the formations around the base into pulp. Mountains collapsed, palaces imploded, and everything was destroyed. If I can't kill you, then I'll wipe out all of your bases throughout the entire 3 realms. I'll destroy all the bases of the Seamless Gate. Building them up was hard, but destroying them will be simple. I refuse to believe that you won't bow your heads. The Rahuning completely changed plans. Given that he was being watched, it was unlikely that he would be able to kill many more Empyrean gods or true immortals. Then, he would simply cause destruction. He would constantly destroy the bases they had worked so hard to build up. It was thanks to these bases that the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Seamless Gate were able to infiltrate the major worlds. It was these bases that allowed them to withstand the attacks of the Empyrean gods and true immortals who owned those worlds. But now, Ning began to wreck them all. This sight caused the major powers of the Seamless Gate to all feel heartache and worry. In fact, they all began to send mental messages to the God King. God King, you have to stop Jining. God King, hurry up and come up with some ideas. These major powers truly wanted to personally intervene and kill Jining. However, all of them understood that many of the major powers of the New Alliance had to be watching Jining as well. If one of them truly was to strike out against him, the New Alliance would instantly counterattack. In fact, the ensuing fight might result in true gods and Tao Fathers dying. Their guesses were correct. Human Emperor Swerin, who had just incurred an enormous debt to Ning thanks to the gift of 6 bottles of Chaos Nectar and the 9-horn lightning serpent technique, was paying extremely close attention right now. He absolutely would not permit any enemy true gods or Tao Fathers to intervene. Any fights had to be between Empyrean gods and true immortals. This was the rule. Boom, boom, boom. The massive, Towering Rahuning swept out with his swords, causing everything in their path to blow apart. The mountains collapsed and the rivers and seas were overturned. No one could stop him. Eh? The Rahuning suddenly frowned. His heart force had been active this entire time, and it now discovered that the space next to him had suddenly been torn apart. He couldn't help but turn to look, only to see a golden-armored man standing next to the tear in space. The tall, muscular, golden-armored man was wielding an enormous great bow in his hands, and he had already shot out an arrow. The tearing in the planetary membrane was caused by that arrow. Swish! The arrow carried a terrifying amount of power within it. It was like a shooting star, leaving behind a dull red scar in the skies as it shot towards Ning. As for the Rahuning, he hadn't returned to the void boat yet. He really wasn't going to be able to escape in time. What a powerful arrow! He must have eaten a Tao fruit of primordial chaos first. The Rahuning didn't panic at all. The sword in his hand transformed into a black hole as it swept forward to greet the arrow. Boom! 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 The most perfected stance of Ning's Bright Moon sword art was the defensive stance, the Soul Heart stance. This was the very first of the 5 stances Ning had come up with. It must be understood that when Ning had created this sword art, he had suppressed his power to make it weaker than his foes. This stance was perfect for constantly whittling away at an enemy's power. Boom! The arrow that fell into the black hole did indeed contain the power of primordial chaos within it. It just barely managed to escape the pull of the black hole, but the arrow itself became warped and crooked. The warped arrow landed against the arm of the Rahuning. Although Ning was only able to use a tiny portion of the full power of the Rahu god, its body was still incredibly powerful, far more so than that of an ordinary true god. Even the full-strength arrow probably would have only been able to injure Ning, much less this weakened, warped arrow which had struck Ning on the arm. The powerful collision did cause the Rahuning's arm to go momentarily numb, but it quickly recovered. This divine archer, Empyrean god's swan song, fled quite quickly. The Rahuning stared into the void outside the planetary membrane. The tear in space had already begun to heal, while the golden-armored man that had stood outside the world had fled long ago. Empyrean god Swansong knew very well that if his arrow failed, it was entirely possible that Ji Ning would be able to kill him, given how fast the 9-horn lightning serpent was. Thus, as soon as he unleashed his arrow, he had immediately fled without even waiting to see what the result was. Seamless gate. The Rahuning raised his head, bellowing with rage. You've condemned my wife to the torment of the infinity hells, and so I'm going to destroy all of your bases. I will kill, 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 kill until there is nothing left. Kill! His powerful killing intent meshed perfectly with the nature of the Rahu formation. In fact, Ning even felt as though he was able to control slightly more power now. Wash! He entered the void boat, then roamed forward, beginning a wild spree of destruction through the 3 realms. Failure. The first world. The black-robed God King had an ugly look on his face. Given the strength of Ji Ning's heart force, the only option we have is to attack from far away. There's no way to get close to him at all. But the only suitable attack method we can use from that distance is archery. But he's actually able to take head-on an attack from a supreme divine archer like Empyrean god Swansong, even when a Tao fruit of chaos has been used. What should I do? What exactly should I do? The black-robed God King was truly becoming frazzled. Did he really have no other options aside from watching Ning destroy everything like this? God King, what's this all about? Ji Ning was raving about his wife having been sent into the infinity hells. God King. Is Ji Ning acting so wildly because his wife is trapped in the infinity hells? The major powers of the Seamless Gate all began to query the God King with their core sense. Although some of the major powers of the Seamless Gate knew that it was their spy, Yue, who had destroyed Shenong's medicine during the Crimson Bright Realm War, very few knew that Yue had ended up imprisoned within the Infinity Hells. As for Keeper Everwood, who still stood next to the God King, he was even more puzzled. Ji Ning's wife? Who? And what's this about her being imprisoned inside the Infinity Hells? Given his exalted status, he naturally hadn't paid any attention to the Crimson Bright Realm War. The God King hurriedly explained to Keeper Everwood, Jining's wife is named Yue. She was one of the countless spies we inserted into the Nuwa Alliance. The two of them had extremely deep feelings for each other. I once ordered Yue to kill Jining, but she actually disobeyed. Right then and there I wanted to kill her, but given that the storm had descended and that capable people are rare, I decided to spare her. During the Crimson Bright Realm War, it can be said that Yue rendered some accomplishments. I brought her soul back to us. During that war, Jining's heart force reached the 4th level, and so he was able to completely reverse the course of the Crimson Bright Realm War. I saw how shocking his talent was, and how deep his affection for Yue was, and so I forced him to make a choice. If he joined the Seamless Gate, I would allow the two of them to reunite, and I promised that we would protect his family and his home. We would even bestow gifts and divine abilities upon him. If, however, he decided to stay with the Nuwa Alliance, I would send Yue into the Infinity Hells. Jining ended up choosing the Nuwa Alliance, the God King said. Keeper Everwood nodded. The war between the two alliances was a war for survival. It wasn't appropriate for him to really criticize the God King for his decisions, as the God King was, nominally speaking, the leader of the entire Seamless Gate. He had the authority to make this sort of decision on his own. While explaining to Everwood, the God King also used his core sense to speak to the other major powers of his alliance, giving them a basic explanation. Given his status, no one really criticized him for his decision to handle things as he did. It seems you weren't wrong in your judgment of Jining. He really is quite formidable. And, just as you said, the feelings between him and you were quite deep. Keeper Everwood continued. Now that he's learned this evasion technique, although he's still just a young fellow, he's also become a big problem. You need to think hard on how you want to handle this problem. The God King nodded, a hint of gloom in his eyes. In truth, he felt tremendous fury in his heart at how Jining was pressuring him. But no matter how angry he was, he still didn't dare to directly against him. In terms of raw power, he wasn't one of the truly supreme figures of the 3 realms. His side had the likes of Keeper Everwood and the Lord of all Fiends, while the 3 realms had Swerin, Shenong, Taoist 3 purities. All of these figures were unquestionably superior to him. An azure-robed man was seated atop the roof of a palace, holding a gourd of wine and drinking from it. He seemed both tipsy and sober as he stared far off into the distance. He sighed softly. That young fellow who took part in the conclave of immortal destiny in the Xianxia. He's already grown up, and has reached such a level of power. He's now able to cause a stir throughout the entire 3 realms, causing headaches for even the Seamless Gate, which is helpless against him. All those years ago, I felt certain that he had the potential to become a powerful sword immortal, but who would have thought he'd end up becoming much more powerful than I predicted? During the conclave of immortal destiny, the only person which Lu Dongbin had taken a fancy to was Jining, no others. In fact, he had personally requested that the Xia Emperor allow him to take on Jining as his disciple. In the end, he hadn't been able to take Jining on. However, because he felt something was off, he decided to take on Jining's Dao companion, Yue, instead. A pity that my disciple was a girl with terrible luck. In the end, I wasn't able to change her destiny. Lu Dongbin shook his head. The God King of the Seamless Gate is the disciple of the Lord of the Demon Heart. He's incredibly skilled in beguiling and charming others. He was able to make my disciple so very loyal to him. Alas, from what I just heard, it seems as though she ended up being imprisoned within the Infinity Hells. Still, if Yue was to know that for her sake, Jining was actually willing to war against the Seamless Gate across the 3 realms. Lu Dongbin shook his head and sighed. He always felt tremendous sympathy for lovers. As he roamed the 3 realms, he was often referred to as a moon elder, because he enjoyed manipulating events to help lovers come together in the end. As for Jining and Yue, one was a sword immortal who he viewed with tremendous favor, the other was his own beloved disciple. But alas, their destiny wasn't something that he, Lu Dongbin, could change. A war against the massive Seamless Gate I hope you will achieve what you desire. Lu Dongbin raised his head, drinking more wine. Within a feasting hall inside the imperial palace of a minor world, there was an old, coughing eunuch seated at the front, legs outstretched. Next to him was a younger eunuch who was helping to massage his legs. Try some of this cake. Not too far away was the eunuch responsible for managing the feasting hall. He was even more solicitous than the younger eunuch, and he delivered a platter of food to the old eunuch. Not bad. The old eunuch nodded in praise. But suddenly he frowned. All of you get out. Let me be by myself for a bit, he suddenly instructed. Yes, yes. Instantly, all the surrounding eunuchs bowed respectfully and left, leaving him by himself. The old eunuch's gaze pierced through the void, falling upon the massive Rahuning who was within a distant major world, destroying a base of the seamless gate. The old eunuch murmured softly to himself, "When I gave the kid a copy of my Heart Sutra, I didn't expect that he would grow this quickly. It seems that as of now, aside from true gods and Tao fathers, no one can do anything to him. What a freak! A freak! From the looks of it, he might really become a true god and Tao father," the old eunuch murmured to himself. And that evasion technique. TSK. I wonder where it came from. The Thunder God Major World. Atop the levitating mountain peak, the towering, exalted celestial Thunder God opened his eyes. His core sense reached out through the void to observe the enraged Rahuning. Nine-horn lightning serpent? Thunder God frowned. He actually has a divine ability like this. Last time, he came to beg me for a lightning serpent. Could it be that it was for this ability? Thunder God naturally felt tremendous desire for this divine ability. He wanted to learn it as well. With the nine-horn lightning serpent technique and his current level of power, his chances of surviving the tribulation would increase 100-fold. For example, even though Ning had the Rahu formation, the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Seamless Gate were still capable of killing him. But now that he had the nine-horn lightning serpent evasion technique, his survival ability instantly skyrocketed. The Seamless Gate would have to send out more than 5,000 Empyrean gods and true immortals to deal with him. How could such a force be so easily deployed? This evasion technique, mated with 4th stage Heart Force, a Soul Heart Force technique, and the Rahu formation produced an utter monster in the form of Ji Ning. This evasion-type divine ability, Exalted Celestial Thunder God truly wanted to learn it as well. Both the major powers of the Nuwa Alliance as well as the major powers of the Seamless Alliance all had to admit that the current Ji Ning was incredibly hard to deal with. His power was absolutely enough to force the Seamless Gate to change its entire strategy and disposition of forces throughout the 3 realms. They would have to give up the product of their blood, sweat, and tears. Heavenbreaker stance. The Rahuning's swords suddenly increased to become many tens of thousands of meters long. They slammed downwards with such power that the very pillars of heaven would quake. Boom! The towering pagoda before Ning was cracked open. Ning's other 5 swords chopped down in succession, and in a total of 6 strikes the towering pagoda had been completely reduced to rubble. All the protective barriers and formations had been completely destroyed. It had been very hard to build them up, but wrecking them had been quite easy. Next one. The Rahuning once more boarded his void boat and began to advance towards his next target. The Seamless Gate still refuses to bow their head. They still refuse to speak to me. Good. Very good. I've only destroyed their bases on 100 major worlds. There's still plenty to come. I'll take it slow. All of the bases on all the worlds. I'm going to destroy them all. The Rahuning had no thoughts in his mind save one, to destroy until the Seamless Gate lowered its head. Ning's continuous rampage of destruction brought the God King tremendous pressure. With each wasted moment, Ji Ning was advancing to yet another base on a major world and destroying it. The God King's face grew uglier and uglier. He was frantically pondering and weighing his options. The venerable Seamless Gate represented the former Seamless Chaos World itself. Were they really going to be forced by Ji Ning to lower their heads? But what of the seamless gate's face? If, however, they did not lower their heads, were they really going to give up their infiltration networks throughout the entire three realms? If they had to completely change their strategy, the backup strategy wouldn't be as effective as the current one. The storm had already arrived, and the seamless gate's fate would be decided by it. At a time like this, face actually wasn't as important as it normally might be. Whoosh! Just as the black-robed God King was pondering, another figure suddenly appeared next to him. Keeper Everwood glanced at the red-robed, azure-haired man who had just arrived. Grinning, he said, "Wind Fiend, Everwood." The red-robed, azure-haired man nodded slightly to him as well. "Fiend Lord." The God King hurriedly called out respectfully to the man. This man was dressed in red robes, had unbound azure hair, a thick beard, and eyes that were filled with azure light. He was the undisputed most powerful figure of the entire Seamless Alliance, and also its most revered figure. He was the savior of the Seamless Gate, the Lord of all fiends. He was born from the primordial chaos, and like the Lord of the Demon Heart, he was born an elder god. The Lord of all fiends was born with control over a heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao of wind. The heavenly Taos of the seamless chaos world had been primordial chaos, heart, earth, fire, water, and wind. As an elder fiend of the seamless chaos world, he naturally had a very high status. However, he had always been quite low-key. It was only during the battle that ended the primordial era that he had suddenly displayed his incredible abilities. Nuwa had become a Panga-level deity when the Lord of all fiends had suddenly exploded with power, saving many of the major powers of the Seamless Gate, along with many Empyrean gods and true immortals. He had fled with them by his side, and not even Mother Nuwa had been able to catch up to them. His sudden display of power had caused the Nuwa Alliance to feel certain that he, the Lord of all fiends, had been hiding his power all along. His power was truly unfathomable, and everyone decided that he had to be the most powerful figure within the Seamless Gate. And indeed it was true. The Lord of all fiends sat guard over the all-fiend world, withheld many of Seamless Gate's secrets pertaining to the art of golems. The Nuwa Alliance had tried their best to infiltrate it, but they had been unable to succeed. The only reason the God King was the nominal leader was because the Lord of all fiends wasn't willing to dirty his hands with all the miscellaneous tasks that were involved in leadership. He, however, was the figure who truly had the highest level of status within the Seamless Alliance. Successfully enduring this storm is what matters. We have to survive. The Lord of all fiends looked at the God King, then gave his instructions. "Understood," the God King said respectfully. The Lord of all fiends nodded, then disappeared into thin air. He had merely sent one of his incarnations here. His true body remained on guard within the all-fiend world. The God King no longer hesitated. The words of the Lord of all fiends caused him to make up his mind. "Humph!" The God King suddenly sneered coldly. "The Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Nuwa Alliance have already started to assemble. It seems as though they are waiting for us to mobilize against Jining. Once I send out a few thousand Empyrean gods and true immortals, the Nuwa Alliance will most likely launch an immediate attack. Everyone really is fighting to seize every advantage possible to survive this storm." The Rahuning was seated aboard his void boat. He continued to advance through the various major worlds, and the Seamless Gate didn't move to stop him. Clearly, they knew very well that a few hundred Empyrean gods and true immortals simply weren't capable of catching up to Jining. As for mobilizing larger numbers, they didn't dare to do it. A vast lake. The island at the center of the lake had already been reduced to rubble, and the Rahuning was standing in the middle of the rubble. Jining. The natural energy of heaven and earth began to coalesce around Ning. It condensed into a figure that was dressed in black robes. The Rahuning glanced towards the figure, then froze. His gaze became completely glued to the figure. He naturally was able to recognize the figure. This was the God King of the Seamless Gate. However, this was merely an incarnation of the God King. It didn't pose any threat at all. "You win," the black-robed God King spoke out.